Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. I'm on camera tonight. I'll be on camera most of the time tonight until it starts getting heated in here. Then I'll turn the camera off because I don't want to see people seeing what I do when I'm friggin' angry and whatnot. So I don't be like flipping people off, saying, fuck you, blah, blah. You ain't gonna see my facial expressions when I'm angry because you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. But so tonight, for the time being, I'll be on camera. I want people to see who I am, whatnot, see my beautiful face, to see what you're getting and stuff like that. I'm not just somebody in a moniker. I'm a real person and everything like that. But yeah, so last couple of nights we had a really good show. But last night's show really something really stuck out to me last night. I learned a lot. I started off the show by saying, I'm tired of StreamYard, and I am. I'm tired of doing streams and time like that. I'm just gonna milk it for this last month or so, whatever like that, and that's it. I'm just gonna move on to other things. I'm not gonna do StreamYard and whatnot. I thought I would be able to get an intelligent. I thought by that there was an intelligent audience out there that I would get with. And maybe I'm doing something wrong. Because I keep getting idiots. I keep saying, I'm sick and tired of dealing with deadly clowns. And who the hell do I keep getting with my thing? Deadly clowns. How you gonna tell me about? How you gonna come at me with somebody like 1776? How you gonna come at me? How you gonna diss me with somebody like Michael Obale? How you gonna diss me with somebody like Steve? How you gonna diss me with somebody like Elvis? How you gonna do this to me? So you understand what I'm talking about? I'm the ringmaster. You can call me the Collar Genesis. You can call me Collar Rumble. You can call me Collar Thanos. You can call me the Ringmaster. You can call me PhD of Negroology. You can call me many things. But one thing I'm not is a liar. So last night I was being the ringmaster because I was dealing with a circus of deadly clowns. And the people understand something. I am a master debater, right? I throw stuff out there to set people up. And they don't know. By the time they realize they've been trapped, they're like, oh, shit, what did I get myself into? They try to backtrack. You saw what I did to Elvis last night, right? He said emphatically, that lady is not African, even though she said she's African-American and Somali. See, I know what the thing is, right? These people do not think African-Americans are legitimate people, legitimate culture and everything. That's all it's about. And like I was telling Hustle Smart today on the phone, right? I was telling him, when people do not think you're legitimate, they're capable of genocide. I'm dead serious. If somebody says that your culture has to change or before they accept you, whatever like that, that person's capable of killing you, mass killing you. That's what happened with Pol Pot. That's what happened in Armenia. That was happening in South Korea, what the Japanese did. When people don't accept your culture, right, what it is, good, bad, whatever, like that person is capable of mass murder. And so before you start getting yourself all wrapped up into these African cultures and stuff like that, know where you stand. And that's all I'm saying. I love my people enough to tell them the truth. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that, oh, yeah, all's good. We're just going to all be one. No, it don't work like that. If someone can't basically say, okay, the African Americans are culture, they're people, they're the people that brought us the Harlem Renaissance. They brought so much music, art, science, everything to the world. And that, why in the world would they want to lose that? No sane person wants to lose his identity. And also, our culture can be duplicated. Shows that it does exist. That's the point I was trying to make. The African American community culture survived in Dominican Republic. Sure, they adopted some of the local ways and some of the languages locally, but they're still an African American people, because the foundation of what they are African Americans. So basically, I said, okay, then Elvis, you're no longer crying. No, that's not the same thing. Why is it not the same thing? Because African Americans are different. See, he let it all out. That means he's saying the African American culture is not legitimate. And who is he to tell me my culture is not legitimate? Who is Ross Moisture to tell me that his Hauser said, well, you haven't been there hundreds of years. What makes you a Hauser? You can't just go to somebody's place and say, I'm one of you now. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. And then what really comes out is a lot of these people get into these African cultures and whatnot because they know sex is easier. And so, like I said, if I was a man and I'm just some sort of pervert and some degenerate whatnot, I would love to go to some African culture and mix it with some African tribe. Hell, all they're doing is thinking about how many young girls they could sleep with a night and all this kind of stuff like this. Every perversion they can't do in a civilized, orderly society like Black America, they can do in Africa. Sex all the time, free reigns, prostitution, whatever. That's all it's all about. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what it's all about. Ain't about nothing. The only people I think that's sincere about this is someone like Afro Think Tank. I really do think he's really sincere about his connection with Nigeria. I could tell that about people. I could tell that about people. Why? Because he gets on camera, says who he is, he shows his face, he shows really genuine interest in many things and stuff like that. I don't see him talking about how many wives he's going to get or stuff like that. Another person I believe is sincere is Dynas. I talked to Dynas for many years and whatnot. He's never showed any interest in exploiting women in Africa and stuff like that. So, yeah, those two people I know that are sincere about this, sincere about this movement and dealing with Africa, and I respect that. But I don't respect people who want to use Africa because despite everything I'm going through right now with Africans, I still have great respect for the mother continent. And part of respecting the mother continent is respecting the women on the continent. I don't want Africa turning into the passport bros things. I don't want to see Africa turning into a place where white men and Asian men are exploiting. It's already starting. I don't want to see Africa end up looking like Asia, like Thailand or the Philippines. Now, if you don't understand anything about me, since I say that, right, you understand that Kala comes from a good place. He's a good heart. If that's not enough for you, if you can't see that I'm the right person for the job, whatever like that, I don't know what to tell you. That means that the culture that I'm representing, Black America, whoever like that, ain't worth the time. Because if you basically follow degenerates out there, people ain't doing any good, ain't about nothing, right? But somebody like me, you want to freaking judge and scrutinize and come at me every kind of way, every kind of situation, try to trap me and everything like that. But the bottom line, you're never going to win. You're never going to win against me because I'm too good. No one could beat me in a debate. You can try, right? Because the thing about a debate, and I say this many times, is when you take somebody's premise away from them, right? The very thing core that they're coming at you with, right? The very core thing what they're coming at with, you take that away from them, they have absolutely nothing to stand on, right? If your core belief is that the African American culture does not exist outside of America, it can't be duplicated, and then you show examples, right? And then you switch the game up, says, well, they're not African Americans because they live in another land. So that means a Nigerian technically is no longer a Nigerian because he was born in America or live in America, right? No. We can hold on to our culture, blah, 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 blah. No matter where we go. So African Americans can't hold on to their culture or their beliefs and everything. We have our own culture, beliefs, superstitions, folklores, all that stuff like that defines a culture. So why should our culture disappear, right? And I don't see no culture that I know of that can match my culture enough that I want to change it. So that's what we're talking about tonight. So get prepared. Right now, tonight the topic is addicted to the culture of ass backwardness. Right now, when you got titles like addicted to the culture of ass backwardness, you know it's going down in Colorado night. It's going to be a knockdown drag out fight tonight. It's going down. We're gonna, it's going down like it's going to be on like Donkey Kong tonight because Negroes are going to call in and whatnot, and I'm gonna hit all the sob stories and everything. Kyle, you're unfit. No. It's time to start asking some serious questions. Why is Africa? Why is it black? Africa. I'm talking about the whole entire black race, right? So Africa is central to the entire black race, right? What goes on in the Congo affects all entire black race. What goes on in Nigeria, all these places like that affects the black world, right? Because they're supposed to be home base. Africa is supposed to be the motherland, home base, right? Why is our culture addicted to backwardness? Why is it that when people say, like this idiot 1776, you got to go through some rites of passage and assimilate, you can't assimilate into a culture going backward. That's backward. Assimilation only happens when people are going forward. People are progressing. You cannot assimilate into cultures that are regressing because you feel like you're regressing. That's what happened into Liberia. They said, why didn't they assimilate the local culture, right? They couldn't. The local culture was behind them. They're coming from a culture that was advanced, the United States. And so they go into a foreign country and say, look, we have to build our society and then bring the natives into our culture, you know? See, oh, yeah, everybody told me Sinners on Max. I had a couple of people that's going to watch Sinners tonight on Max, and they told me they're going to text me later to see how they liked it, you know? Yeah, a lot of people like watching Sinners on Max tonight. Sinners now on Max and whatnot. Best movie of my lifetime, you know, best movie I've ever seen in my life, man. I can't get that movie out of my head, you know. So it was a great, beautiful cinematography, man. The scenes look like they make our people look a movie that makes our people look so beautiful. It's just like I love it. I love, like I said, I love Ryan Coogler's movies because him and Michael B. Jordan are just gems, man. I love how how they represent us and stuff like that in their movies and everything like that. And everything Michael B. Jordan and Ryan Coogler, everything I dreamed about, you know, in movies. I was like, geez, thank God we got Michael Coogler. We don't have to deal with Tyler Perry. God dang, you know, man, we dodged a bullet, man. Michael B. Jordan is, and Ryan Coogler's on a roll, man. I wish them brothers as much success. I can't wait till they come out with their next movie and everything like that. So Elsa Smart says, I ordered KFC to complete the visual experience. That's funny. But yeah, the culture of ass backwardness, you know, why is it that people, you say, you know something, why don't we in Africa, why don't we build modern factories? No, can't do that. You know, no, we can't do that, man, because that's progress. We can't do that, man. This is Africa, boy. We got to do everything ass backwards. The fishing industry in Africa, right? People are basically saying they can't survive because Chinese and European trawlers are miles up the coast taking all the fish before they come inshore. Well, the Africans got these little wooden canoes. They can't even go out a quarter mile out to sea, you know, unless they're going to get sunken, you know. So I said also, why hasn't no one said, you know something, let's just scrap all these boats. Well, now, granted, they come from the heritage and everything like that, and basically built a new modern steam shipping fleet where gas-powered engines and hulls and stuff like that they could do with hauling nets and all stuff like that. Why can't we do that and basically feed all things? Why is Africa still importing fish from Asia? Why is Africa importing fish from its own waters? The Chinese are fishing in Africa and selling Africans their own fish in their own waters. You know, why are we addicted as a race, addicted to ass backwardness? You know, that's what I want to talk about tonight. What is it about the ass backwardness that people love so much? You know, is it because of our culture? Color, you gotta understand, man. Look, I don't want the damn African experience if it means I got to go backwards. I'm sorry, I can't do that. You know, anything you talk to me about, it's got to be us building something future. That's what, when I came into the Pan-African movement, right, I thought we was on the same page. We're trying to build a futuristic Africa with science, technology, and everything. Like that's what got me excited about Africa. We could build those. We created the group called the Black African Infrastructure Organization. We talked about building new cities, stuff like that, industries, and everything like that, and have a high standard of living and everything like that, and you know, distributive wealth and everything. But I had no idea, man, the Pan-African means that I got to friggin' go back to living in a bush, in a mud hut and whatnot, you know, and people like saying like Steve, idiots like Steve talk about, oh, yeah, I live in a mud hut college. No, you the fuck you won't, you know? No, the hell you won't. So you're going to go from living in a modern world, right? The modern world, right, to going back literally tens of thousands of years in the past. That's what you're talking about. I thought the idea of Pan-Africanism was us building a future, you know, using science. I thought we were scientists. Didn't they say Imhotep was a #1 genius of science and all stuff like that, all knowing and whatnot? So that's why I said I don't believe black people built pyramids. I don't believe ancient Egyptians were black and whatnot, based on collectively looking at all tired black race and whatnot, how we are so addicted to the culture of backwardness from coast to coast. So every country in Africa, right, seems to be always slipping into backwardness, you know? It's like this. The rest of the world, Asia, even Central America, right? Do you know you can go to a place like Bolivia? They got 24-hour electricity. Somehow they figured out a way how to give 24-hour electricity to the whole entire country, you know? And so same thing with India. All these countries like that. It's like, geez, they got suspension bridges all over the place. They basically, you got some people in India and the Sundarbans who live like, the ancestors did like that. But the majority of people are now moving into the modern world. They're building whole new cities, smart cities and everything like that. They're going forward. We know everybody can't catch up overnight, but the mindset has to be going forward, right? But you look at Nigeria, they think someone like Mike Olawale think it's okay for people to be swimming in piss and shit in Makoko, and whatnot, and a few people have fucking a couple of mansions in Banana Island, but with no indoor plumbing, no sewer system, no nothing, Ass backwardness. Ass backwardness. I don't know what it is about Africa and black people. We love it. And it's not just Africans, it's black people in America, right? I'm going, man, I can't wait to get to Ghana. Okay. What are you going to do when you go there? I don't know. So do you have a job set up? You open a business or whatever like that? You're professional, whatever like that? No. I'm just going to find out what's over there. So there's nothing over there. What are you going to do for a living? I'm going to build a house. So you're going to build a house. Okay, how? Ass backwardness. Well, we'll figure out when you get there. No, you figure out before you get there, and then you build it but you make sure you have a job and you can sustain yourself and everything. What you see is people doing everything ass backwards. And when you go there, and like Lewis says, I got a big house built. He's been building for 10 years, right? Okay, I guess he's going to put the roof on it. I said, Lewis, what about the plumbing and all that? Well, that's coming. No, you build the plumbing and sewer system and all this stuff, like the roads, all that to your property first. And then the last thing you do after you basically got the infrastructure set up, you build a house on that property. That's how it's done in the West. They don't just start building houses. First thing they do is clear the land. Then they lay the sewer systems down, lay the streets down. Then they start building. The last thing is they start putting up houses, where they go. You don't just start building houses and then build the fucking infrastructure. That's ass backwardness. So we're going to talk tonight, about the addiction to the culture of ass backwardness. How can we change that? How can we get people on the page where we're thinking forwardly? We're thinking forward as a race, No more ass backwardness. I'm telling you right now, no more ass backwardness. If you ass backward, we can't have business tonight. We can't talk. I don't want to hear something. I know, and I realize that a lot of people who are pushing this ass backward culture as far as Africa are really undercover FBAs trying to undermine the Black nationalist movement. Let me put it clear. The real Black nationalist movement, if we make a move to Africa, we should basically try to duplicate the thing. Michael Wallace said, there's a lot of Black people in America want American. Why can't Africa have a basic standard of living? No, we ain't going to have everything we have in America. But goddamn, you tell me we can't have paved roads? You tell me we can't have sewer systems? We can't have electricity? We can't have running water? We can't have all stuff like this? That's asking for too much? He said that one time. You asking too much. You guys want infrastructure. You want toilets, right? I can imagine Mike Olawale in a fucking Africa, reading a bunch of African Americans in Nigeria. He's like, guy said, man, Mike, man, I gotta take a shit. But now, want to take a shit? This is Africa, nigga. You know what I'm saying? He goes, there's a bucket right here. He put some water in that. Like, when you do your poo, put this in this bucket, and then you better clean that bucket out. For the next somebody else to take a book like that. This is Africa. Ain't no damn toilets here. You gotta get used to it. You in the motherland. Toilets and all that stuff like that. Refrigerated food, whatever. Nope. This is Africa, bro. We don't do shit like that. Everything is ass backwards. So like I said, we have to talk about this culture of ass backwardness and why is it people think it's okay to be ass backwards, It's like this. People say, well, Africa hasn't developed yet. Why hasn't it? I asked a question. And an honest question. Nigeria basically at $400 billion in oil revenues that's disappeared, being stolen, looted, mismanaged, whatever. $400 billion, That's how much Nigeria made on oil over the years. $400 billion. That's enough money right there to develop the whole entire continent. But yet most of Nigeria is still underdeveloped, So it is what it is. Now, I don't have that $10 tariff. Only I can say the word nigga. Nobody else can. But yeah, so this is what we're talking about tonight. Ass backwardness, It's an ass backward culture in Black America. It's an ass backward culture in Africa. What hope do we freaking got? If both sides of the Atlantic are ass backwards or whatnot, we can't like this. We like twiddle twee and twiddle dumb, See a bunch of African Americans and a bunch of African Negroes getting together trying to do something. What's up, Dark Nego? Yeah, you're general to call it Genesis, call it Thanos tonight, Because last night, man, I did a Thanos snap against freaking Elvis, Michael Olawale, and all these goofballs. They can't touch this. 1776. These people can't touch this, they're a glutton for punishment, they husband, yeah, you really got them, Yeah, like I said, these guys cannot compete, This is called Thanos tonight, So we're gonna basically tell like this. So, but if everybody want to come on later, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down, And so we're gonna do the call of Thanos tonight, man, because anybody steps up is gonna get Thanos snapped. He's gonna evaporate in the dust, like we did Elvis and what's his name, Ross Moisture last night. They looked completely like fools last night. I mean, like, I saw a video today. I forgot the guy's name, man. Kwame was on there. Oh, I felt really bad for Kwame, man. I was like, poor Kwame, man. This guy, Kwame, was not ready for these guys. He said, well, the guy said, well, I'm a lawyer studying this thing, Let me tell you something. This is my take on birthright citizenship. If you don't believe anything I say, let me break it down to you. Call it Galactus. Yeah. I'm going to call it Thanos. I'm going to call it everything. Call it Dr. Doom. Call it everything, Tonight we're going to call it Thanos, right? But get this. The Dred Scott decision, right? Only thing the Dred Scott decision did was say that a state or territory, county can deny Black people the rights of citizenship. Listen to what I just said, The 14th Amendment didn't give Black people citizenship. Black people technically were citizens at the time, right? For example, and if you were a slave, you weren't a citizen, right? But this the 14th Amendment was talking about free Blacks here that are born here and ex-slaves. What's their status? In states like New York and Massachusetts, do you know there was Black people who were residents and could vote and everything like that in places like New York City and Boston, Massachusetts? Black people voting. People voting in parts of Connecticut. Black people voting in parts of Connecticut, New Jersey, and as 1800, New Jersey especially, But they could not vote in the South. Free Blacks couldn't vote in the South, right? Because the South didn't recognize them as citizens. What the 14th Amendment did was, look, whether the Black people had citizens, they were considered 3/5 of all our persons, right? How much of that citizen 3/5 was up to the states? If a state say, okay, we recognize 3/5 of a person, but we're going to let you vote. Oh, we're going to let you do this. We're going to let you do that. There was even some Black people in New York City at the early 1800s during slavery that served on police forces. Same thing in Philadelphia. Those Black people served in the police department, in the fire department. So it wasn't no cut and dry like all Black people were disenfranchised, not citizens. 14th Amendment. No, it's not that. All the 14th Amendment did was prevent states from denying citizenship for people who are born here. That means, and then also it gave the southern states and racist states loopholes. Although you can deny somebody citizenship, it does not include equal accommodations. That's what Plessy versus Ferguson said. Although we have the 14th Amendment, right? The ruling of Plessy versus Ferguson said, okay, you can't deny Black people to ride on a train or something, restrict their movement, but you can say have separate but equal accommodations for Black people. They were careful when they wrote that, right? So in other words, basically Black people were citizens all along, but the thing is the southern states restricted certain things as citizens, also access to courts. The Dred Scott says, although you're not given citizenship, your citizenship is not guaranteed by the Constitution. It's up to the individual state. Because remember something, Dred Scott was found guilty or whatever like that in the state courts. They didn't went to the Supreme Court because states courts ruled that he's not a citizen of the territory. He's argued that he was on free soil, and the state of Missouri did not recognize him. right? What the 14th Amendment says, no state can deny that, whether you recognize it or not. The Constitution now says you're African American, you were born in this country, you have citizen right. That means you can sue in court and everything. You could take your case, So look, that's what I'm talking about. So people need to understand this is very, very complicated, complicated situation, so it is what it is, So it is what it is. Well, actually, to tell you the truth, what West Africa needs is when they build roads, they have to build drainage. That's the whole thing. When I live at right here, every road, every street that does not have underground sidewalks and stuff like that, they have ditches. Black America's been building ditches for generations. That's why we took that technology to Liberia. When we came there and we built Liberia, we built roads with ditches on it. We knew the rains would come and they'll wash away the roads. So we built ditches. Now Africans, they just lay down tar on roads, and when the rainy season comes, the roads get washed away. You got to have drainage. Everything is ass backward. There's no getting around that. You build a road, you have to build drainage pipes, culverts, and everything to divert water, or the road's going to be tore up in like 2 years. All that pavement you put down is tore up. That's why you got so many bumpy roads in Africa, right? Because they do everything half-ass, and they do everything ass backwards, So we're trying to get rid of the ass backwardness tonight, Why is everything ass backwards, Why does Africans take shortcuts when they try and develop and stuff like that? So we're talking about that tonight, This is a call Thanos tonight, We're basically going to evaporate a lot of people tonight because they're going to call in challenging me and stuff like that, I want to reiterate what I said last night. And I'll say this all day, No group of people is going to give up their culture for a culture they feel that's inferior to theirs. I said it. There you go. Now, if Africa wants to develop to a highest level, we don't okay, stay poor, stay a shithole, stay a shithole forever. We don't care, right? But if you think that you're going to get African Americans to come to Africa and respect your tribe, because that's all it's about. They want validation, right? They're not going to come to a backward people. They're not going to come to a primitive people. It doesn't work like that. I don't care how much Ubuntu you talk about and everything like that. People do not go backwards. People go forward, and that's what it is. And the black people who do that, they end up freaking miserable. I remember this one lady, she was African-American sister, right? And she went to Malawi. She thought because she was a dark-skinned sick, she was like, oh, I'm in Africa and whatnot, because she felt like she wasn't getting no love in America. She thought she was being discriminated because she was dark-skinned, whatever like that in America. So she went to Malawi, thought she found paradise. There's some people like that. No connection to Malawi whatsoever. You're from West Africa, although Malawi's a Bantus, whatever like that, but no connection to the country whatsoever. 2 years later, she was like, I got to get out of here. Because when the Malawians... she saw the Malawians fondling some white people's hair, the blonde hair, like, oh, that's so beautiful. When I give them all thing, and they treated her like, okay, you're just you're black, but no big deal. That's just reality. That's reality. When they see money Africans, when they see white people, they're just like especially when they white people, a person has yellow blonde hair, they just fawn over that shit. They don't do that in Liberia. There's the only country that doesn't do that. They don't do that, But most of these countries in Africa, man, when they see white people, the white man is God. He's beautiful. He or she is beautiful, whatever like that. And they listen to everything they say. So you as a black person from America, the only thing you have going for you is that you're American. Better use that in Africa, but you want to be like one of the locals. And then when you start getting treated like one of the locals badly, and then they treat you worse because not only not one of them, they treat you like just another tribe. See, tribalism only deals with how black Africans treat each other. It does not extend to white people, Indians, everything like that. They're honored guests in Africa, right? Tribalism only happens, like, let me give you a perfect example, Liberia, right? No one says anything about the Lebanese, right? But they hate the Fulanis. They call the Fulanis foreigners, Some Fulanis have been killed. Fulamans have been killed because they're not Liberians. They're not traditional Liberians. So neither are Lebanese, right? But there's a reverence for white-skinned people in Africa, right? That we got to talk about. It's ass backwardness, You're supposed to treat your fellow black person like their brother and sisters, What's going on, So what's going on, DeMarco? This is a Call of Thanos, aka Call of Genesis, tonight, and we're gonna be rocking tonight. I can see we got new guests in the chat room. Makes me want to extend the my streamer when I get new guests coming on and whatnot. I want to hear new perspectives and stuff like that. I'm tired of the same old people calling my show. I want to say some intelligent. I want to say some black nationals. Where are my black nationals out there? Where are my warriors out there? Where are my Colin Nation warriors out there? This is what we're talking about. And we're going to basically build anything, whether it's building in America, which I all for, building a Black America up, we're not. Is it building in Africa? We have to. We can't be no cuckold. You know what a cuckold is? A cuckold is somebody who sits back and watches woman have sex with somebody else, and he sits there powerless, can't do nothing about it. That's how we are with Africa right now. We look at all these other people, white people, Chinese people, taking advantage, getting all the good from Africa, while we sit back like, what are we going to get some? We're not. We don't own shit in Africa. We don't own no gold mines. We don't own oil fields, no diamond mines, nothing. All the wealth of Africa was stolen from us. We don't have any of it. But Africans think that that's cool as long as we just integrate in one of their fucking dusty ass tribes. Now, if you listen to somebody tell you that's okay, go to that person. But if you want to be a real man, if you want something real in this world, then you stick with this channel. You stick with College Genesis. I'm gonna make sure our people get what's theirs. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for our people to get what's rightfully ours. One way or the other, whether it's in America, whether it's Africa, whatever it is. I want to make Black America great again. That's what I'm about. Make Black America great again. I wish I could find an acronym for that. Making Black America great again. Maybe somebody come up with this. Make Black America great again. I don't know. So that doesn't go because it's two consonants. Maybe it's something we can figure something out. Make African Americans AAs great again. Okay, MEGA. How about MEGA? Make African Americans great again. How about that? MEGA instead of MAGA. MEGA. MEGA is make African Americans great again. How about that? We just give them a thing. Somebody type that in the chat room. MEGA. Make African Americans great again. Somebody type that in the chat. I need somebody to put that in the chat. Hey, come on, somebody work with me. Work with me. Somebody type that in the chat. I don't know. People are like, dude, I guess everybody's drunk or high tonight. I asked a simple thing, put that in the chat, and everybody's like, huh. There we go. MEGA. But you got to do it all in caps, though. Make African Americans great again. So we're the MEGA people. Make African Americans great again. That's what we're doing. We're making the African American great again. No more this FBA bullshit, this race trader bullshit. No more this friggin' stupid ass wannabe African motherfuckers. I'm going to be a Yoruba. I'm going to be a whatever like that. African Americans. That's what count. If you're from the African American tribe, we're down like that. If you're a friend or ally of us, that's fine too, low key Poppy. If you want to be down with us, that's fine too. But priority is my people. That's priority to me. Everything else is secondary. I can't be worried about other groups of people. I got to worry about my people because my people are suffering right now. Thank you, Dark Migo. MEGA, make African America great again. So we're gonna rock with that shit. We're gonna spread that as a hashtag out there. Make African America great again. That's what we're doing. So we're gonna make African Americans great again. Through this platform and everything else. And anybody joins with us, all of us people joining with us, and that you still believe that you're African American, our heritage, our history and whatnot. You're not going to try to divorce yourself from our heritage and our race and everything like that. You want a continuity of our story, which is the stolen Africans from Africa 400 years ago and whatnot. If you want a future, you got to know your past. People who don't know their past are never going to have a future. So when people say that they were foundationally in America, right, that's not true. If you don't know your past, you don't know your past, you don't embrace your past, you ain't gonna have a future. And a lot of these people in the FBA they don't want a future. Their whole future is thinking they're gonna get a reparations check. They don't have nothing else. You ask them, well, what else are they gonna do? They have nothing. They don't care about the culture. They don't care about their communities and everything like that. They live in filth and war zones throughout America. Most of the FBA people are part of, let's be honest with ourselves, they're part of the black underclass, uneducated black people are part of underclass, and they feel threatened by black immigrants and shit, The black immigrants are not your damn problem, We come together among ourselves and everything. And we'll get someplace, But you don't hate on black immigrants and whatnot, because that's not going to get you any place, But yeah, so addicted to the culture of ass backwardness, I don't know where it comes from, Why is everything ass backwards, I say people in the reparations movement, right? They say, whoa, we want reparations. Well, first thing is if you really want reparations, you got to be willing to part ways with America. That's the one thing, Then your plight and your thing becomes international. And to do reparations, you're going to need international global support, right? As long as you're a citizen, you can't say, look, you can't talk about reparations and say the 14th Amendment too. Once you decide you want to become an American citizen, that null and voids a thing. Anything else is just plain out ass backwardness, You want to buckle down and tether yourself to white America. Like, I'm American. I've been here 400 years. I built this, I built that. And then you basically talking about you want reparations. Don't work like that. Well, the Japanese went back to Japan and they got compensated. They didn't get reparations, they got compensation. The Jews built the state of Israel, and Germany had to fund the state of Israel. That's how it got this start. Same thing in South Korea. Japan had to pay restitution, and that's how South Korea got developed. Everybody needs that one start. But if you don't want to become a people, and with your own land and your own government, your own nation, you're never going to get reparations. Anything else is just ass backwardness, And like I said, we have a culture of ass backwardness because we have fools actually out there influencing people, We got people like the African Disaster Channel out there, FBA in it up and whatnot. Talking about Phil Scott's is really, really hurt and embarrassed me, talking all this FBA shit. He should know better than that, So basically, he's picking fights with black immigrants over stupid shit, nonsense. Look, man, the bottom line is this. When you're on top, you're black American on top, right? I can listen to what immigrants got to say all day. And it doesn't faze me fucking one bit because I know deep down inside they just want to be us, So if I know that, right, I'm very, very, what's the word? I'm very empathetic to them, I'm very empathetic to them. I understand we have an advantage being African American, right? So I'm not going to rub it in their faces. Why make people more bitter and angry towards us? Well, already people don't like us and whatnot. So why are you going out there fucking antagonizing these people? They ain't got no power to hurt you. So that's why I said I can't get down with the FBA shit. That's nothing but hate mongering. But I will stick up for my people. That's what I do. I stick up for African Americans, but I do not have any ill will or hatred towards black immigrants and whatnot. I consider them my brothers and sisters too. The FBA people do not consider Africans and Caribbeans their brothers and sisters. I do, but just like any other family, you guys, sometimes you got to check people, that's what families do. Sometimes you got to check people. You got to say, no, that's not the way we do things. And that's not fair, whatever like that. Like I had to check Elvis and all these goofballs last night, so it is what it is. But yeah, addicted to the culture of ass backwardness. Why do we talk backwards? Why is it everything backwards and whatnot? I want to see something for us. I thought, man, when I first came out here with the BAIO and whatnot, I thought, man, if you look at the BAO social network, right, we have a STEM group, we have a business finance group, whatnot, we had a land development agency, which is pride of the BAO. That's what I found it, right? Where we was doing sketches of cities and towns, whatnot, that we could build on the African continent, where we basically do like that. And then we talked about how we could finance it, how we could build, whatnot. All we needed was the support. Did we get it? No. Because most black people want to sit around and talk about a bunch of nonsense, right? That's why I say, well, if you're going to talk to me, you better talk about something, how we building. If you're not talking about how we building, I don't want you around, I'm sick of this thing. If you're a young man and you don't have a plan for the future and everything like that, so I'm going to start asking people, what's your fucking plan? You don't have a plan, I'm going to kick you off the platform. You better tell me something. You know, what are your plans as a young man? Because I'm getting older, right? I can't do this. I was hoping that that I attract some young people to this movement and say, yeah, Carl, I understand what you're talking about. Listen to your shows. I did 300 and something videos, 345 videos, right? All you can do is sit back with your with your pad, your thing, and just while you're at work, well, listen to all my shows and whatnot, and you'll get an idea of how to liberate ourselves, what's the problem with our people and everything like that. Because I've done everything I could do. Every show I did is basically some aspect of Black liberation. But if young people don't want future, they don't want to learn whatever like that, they're satisfied with just being entertained. What can I do? What can I do? But I can't entertain you forever, you know? So young people got to make a decision. What do you want to do? If you're satisfied with what you got here in America, you satisfied with being second class, third class citizenship over this country, right? And you think that just because immigrants seem like they're being attacked, you're taking pride in the fact that they can't deport you and stuff like that. But look, even though they can't deport you, they can still make your life hell in this country. You know, people have all amnesia about Trayvon Martin case, Michael Brown. All these things happen in America to African Americans. Everybody just seems like they forgot about that. We got amnesia. Well, you forgot about Eric Garner. You forgot about Stanley Cratchit. You forgot about that. What's that lady out in? They got killed when the cops were looking for a boyfriend and whatnot. I forgot her name. I forgot. So many I don't forgot. The cops were looking for her boyfriend, whatever. They came in and they blew her away. Whatever. I forgot. I forgot her. Then they got cleared. I forgot the name of the person. Excuse me. I'm sorry. But so many people that I don't forgot. They got killed by police, whatever like that. And we're sitting there going crazy, man. What the hell's going on in this country, right? And white America said they feel good about the fact that when Black people are in pain, they felt good about that. They say, hey, look, that's the way it's supposed to be. If Black people wasn't crying over the justice system, looking weak and helpless and whatnot, it wouldn't feel like America. That's what America is to them, right? They're supposed to win all the time, and we're supposed to be suffering and pain. That's what America's all about. And you got people like 1776. I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Internet went down on me. and it went down. Like I hope I didn't miss anything. But yeah, so that's what we're talking about tonight. But we got a good show for you tonight, addicted to the culture of ass backwardness. How do we move forward, right? How do we make going forward and progress? And our people used to be about progress, in Black America. We produced the world's first Black billionaire, Reginald Lewis, right? We produced Ebony Magazine, we produced Black Enterprise Magazine, we produced Just Essence. We built institutions, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. We built the largest Black middle class in the world. That's because our ancestors gave a damn. We built institutions, 150 of them. Higher learning. So this is what we're talking about. We're no slouches in this country. And so the bottom line is, I put our record and our accomplishments up against anybody in the freaking world. So we're going to talk about that tonight, and we got to go forward, right? Anybody that wants to be with us and build with us or not, you have to be going forward with us too. Remember, we're the people that gave you the Harlem Renaissance. We're the people that gave the world the likes of Langston Hughes. We're the people that gave you Maya Angelou. We're the people that gave you James Baldwin. We're the people that gave you some of the best minds and thinkers of the 20th century. So bottom line is, if you're going to be on our level or be with us or whatnot, you're going to adopt to or try to adjust yourself to our standards. As simple as that. People want to debate me on that. Hey, we can just bring it on, And that's what the problem we had in Liberia, right? You had native people that simply did not want to adjust themselves to the standards of our ancestors that have settled Liberia. They wanted to do this same primitive ways, the tribal practices and all customs and practices. And we said, no, this is the way we do things. No group of people are going to fucking, just to get along with you, freaking lower their standards and lower their stuff like that to take on the standards of ass backward people. As simple as that. So it's not about tribalism. It's a war against ass backwardness. That's all it's about. Everything you talk about, and we talk about in Black liberation, everything like that, it's this battle. I said this a couple of nights against that Geechee culture, against that primitive culture, that foolish culture that's in Black America, right? We fought against that thing so hard with education, with culture and enlightenment, refinement, stuff like that, because we knew that the nearer we are to that culture, the nearer we are back into slavery and bondage, So the whole thing is this. Happy slavery and bondage, where the white man controlled us and we didn't know we were slaves. Like Farrah Tubman says, I don't know if it's true or not, but it is true. In a way, she goes, I would free more if they knew they were slaves. That's a foolish shit. Like Michael Lawale said, people could have liberated him if he knew he was colonized. He said, the nigga said he didn't know he was colonized. White man, a white man was just on our coast building buildings and whatnot, We didn't know we was claimed by this motherfucker, the Queen of England, whatever, like that, That's what we're talking about. The ass backward culture, And people with their ass backwardness, and they want to spread their ass backwardness to us, I'm sorry, we can't do that. Our people are civilized, We're civilized. We're an advanced culture. We're civilized, So with that being said, let me put the link in the chat room. You want to chime in tonight, you want to start the rumble, if you want to get zapped by the call of Thanos and whatnot, here we go. The link is in the chat room, folks. You want to call in and be part of the show. We're not, addicted to the culture of ass backwardness. Why is that? Why do we go backwards? Why do we hustle backwards? Why is it that nobody likes progress? Why is nobody likes going forward, right? Why are we sinking back into the abyss of ignorance and chaos all over the damn Black world? But I like this Ibrahim Traore because he's about progress. That's all, nothing else. He may not have all the answers, but he came to one conclusion: something is not friggin' right. That's all you have to do is say, something is not right. If you can ever get to that point where you say, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, and something is not quite right. If you can get to that point, then you're halfway there. But if you don't think anything's wrong with the situation or whatever country you're talking about, whatever, if you don't see something's wrong, that's the problem. Like 1776 does not think anything's wrong with Black America. I'm sorry to say, dude, it's not even close. Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with Black America. a lot of it's tied to our situation here in America as a minority group, as a hated minority group. Can't change that. How much you wave the flag and love that. I saw this one video by Amazing Lucas, and I don't even like this guy. He was talking about Vivek Ramaswamy, right? How he put up a happy 4th of July, whatever like that, to America. And these white racist people were saying, I don't see no Americans. He was there with his wife here, ever. And they was like, you ain't American, blah, 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 blah. Now this guy is going all out, singing the praises of America, greatest country, made me so much money and whatnot. And the white people are not feeling them no more. They use them. Now they're not feeling them more. They're like, you ain't American, because to them, American is somebody white. As simple as that. They do consider black people American, but like we're their pets, like an American, like you say, that's the Joneses house, right? And you got the dog, right? Is the dog part of Joneses? Yeah, he's their dog. That's what black America's like. We're the white man's dog, We're like their pet. We're like their pet. And people like 1776 likes being their pet. He's like, okay, masters, throw me a bone and I'll go fetch it. When I can imagine, man, being 1776, right? When he probably, with his white friends, they probably throw him a bone and whatnot, and he goes like that, and go out there and retrieve the bone and whatnot, and they pat him on the head and whatnot. He's like, yes, we's Americans, right? Okay, yeah, nigga, go out here, go get this bone and let you run like a freaking fool, So it is what it is, It's a sad situation, man. I can't stand seeing brothers acting like that, acting like a fool for another race of people that don't give a shit about you, That's how I am, man. If you don't give a shit about me, I don't give a shit about you. I don't give a damn what it is, I'm just like that, I wasn't like that before, but I am like that now. At a certain point in time, you say to yourself, is it even fucking worth it? Is anything worth your dignity? Nothing's worth your damn dignity, Not no flag, not no anything, not no woman, not no nothing. Your dignity comes first. And if people don't understand that, then, and then the F them, Anyway, links in the chat room if you want to call in and talk to the Genesis, a.k.a. Thanos, a.k.a. PhD of Negroology, and many other things and whatnot on my repertoire, my reservation, whatever like that, my resume and stuff like that. So you can call me many things. You can call me Genesis. You can call me Thanos. You can call me Rumble. You can call me the Collar Nation. You can call me the Collar Nation Warrior. You can call me many different things. But I always open myself up to people and to the audience and everything like that to enlighten people and see how things go and stuff like that. Last night was a really good show. It has a really good debate, and it was really good, really good. If you have a chance, look into that show. The night before last, we did a show called African American Folklore. Somebody in the chat room, look, African Americans got folklore. This is what I'm talking about, This is what I'm talking about. People don't know who the hell we are. Yeah, we got folklore. Yeah, we got things like that. But the thing is, our culture has been so exploited by everybody else. Everybody comes over here. They basically talk like us, listen like us, and like that, and they think they're one of us. When they don't know all the nuances of Black America. So they don't know that we have superstitions, folklores, and all stuff like that. You only know this stuff if you're African American. All these things like the Hanks. These are freaking demonic spirits and whatnot. Mostly dealing with zombies, and people believe that the dead walk the earth and stuff like that. They come back to haunt you. Like if you do something to somebody, they say he's going to turn into a Hank. That means, he's going to come back and haunt you in your dreams and stuff like that. A lot of stuff that was that white people use in their horror films and whatnot, this and the other thing, came from African American culture. It came from African American culture. The whole idea of the horror movie or somebody supernatural, like Freddy, Jason Voorhees, remember that? Or Michael Myers and whatnot. People suspended between life and death. coming back to Knack Revenge and stuff like that. That was in African American culture, and white people took these things, right? It's like the Terminator series was really a black woman who came up with the Terminator series, right? And basically created a cult classic with the Matrix and stuff like that. But people like Michael Olawale said, you guys are too into entertainment and culture. He don't understand that's how our culture is built in the West. Entertainment and movies and films and plays and stuff like that, art and stuff like that influences the culture. That's why New York is a culture capital of the world. People go to the Guggenheim. People go to Rockefeller Center. People see Broadway plays. Why? Because plays usually have a social theme, or after people come away from a play, attitudes change. It's just like Harriet Beecher Stowe when she did the play, wrote the book Uncle Tom's Cabin. That all across America, right? They start doing these plays. People go hear these plays, and people's attitudes towards about slavery begin to change. So when people like Michael Olawale tell you, "Oh, just entertainment," it shows he comes from a culture of illiterates. He comes from a backward, primitive culture. He don't understand this. That's why we can't listen to these people. We can no longer listen to these people, right? That's why I said a new thing is I cannot listen to people that are not our equal. I'm sorry. We understand the power of friggin' entertainment. It was those minstrel shows, right, that they used to do that made white people feel like we were inferior. We had to counter that with our own messages and stuff like that. We had to make our own films. It's all propaganda. So that's why we have the NAACP Image Awards, because our image is everything. So, like I said, I am just looking at my culture, looking at my people, and I'm proud of it. I think we did everything right. We're not perfect, but we did everything we're supposed to do as a people. But yeah, so I want to play some stuff. Let's see.
Feels like the training you're doing right now isn't working.
Infrastructure plays a major role in the development and growth of any nation. Nigeria is not an exception. But here in the country, infrastructure is a major challenge and has hindered the growth of the country. Here in Abuja, there may be good roads in the city center, proper drainage system, steady power supply, facilities that will make life better for Nigerians. But what is the state of those living in the suburb? Join us on this reality check on the state of infrastructure here in the nation's capital, Abuja. I am Itogi Moore, Edet.
Infrastructure is central to sustainable development and economic competitiveness of any nation. Poor infrastructure aggravates the country's unemployment rate. Lack of infrastructure affects every aspect of life. The challenges of infrastructure development in Nigeria are many. However, on this series reality check, we shift our focus to housing infrastructure. The housing deficit is estimated at between 17 to 20 million housing units, increasing annually by 900,000 units, with a potential cost of 6 trillion naira. The major issues that continue to affect housing in Nigeria include constraints related to the high cost of securing and registering secure land title, inadequate access to finance, slow administrative procedures, and the high price of land. It is clear that the mortgage finance industry in Nigeria is still in its infancy, targeting primarily high-income earners and largely excluding middle and low-income earners.
You will find out that infrastructure, at times you hear people complain that I bought a land for 800,000 and I'm being charged 3 million for infrastructure. The truth is, everybody wants to stay in a decent place. So the major factor that makes an individual wants to stay in the particular place, what determines you wanting to stay in the place is the infrastructure, especially the roads. So if the access road in the place is not done, no matter how beautiful that place is, you don't want to stay there.
For the majority of Nigerians, mortgage finance is not an option due to the lack of robust land tenure and financial system, and because loan repayment costs remain too expensive.
It's like one thing is missing here. It's a neglected area by the government. But you see the Buhari Area Council come around to collect the tenement rates and what have you, without doing anything for the people of Pape. You see the bad roads, we are overwhelmed with all these bad refuse. If you go up there, you see heaps of refuse. And we'll be crying out. We live in a very bad environment where we face the danger of all kind of life hazards, you can see. Yeah.
Behind me here is Pape, a major suburb in the Federal Capital Territory here in Abuja. It is just 5 minutes drive away from here to the highbrow areas where you have Asokoro and Maitama, but yet it lacks basic facilities like pipe and water, good roads, electricity, and of course the most challenging of all, which is housing.
Swarming with people, a noisy atmosphere mixed with stench and smoke. Pape is a slum perched atop one of the undulating hills in the Federal Capital Territory. It is densely populated. The hilltop urban slum is a few minutes' drive on a snaky, sloping road from Maitama, Abuja's most luxurious district. Residents of the town live in the shadow of demolition scare. No regular power, no pipe-borne water. Roads are nightmares. However, houses are relatively affordable, with a single room going for 70,000 naira.
If you look at it, some of the structures are so dilapidated. When you get to some places, you imagine whether human beings are there. So these are the things that actually they ought to work in and see how they can be able to make people who are living here more comfortable.
Number one, lights. And number two, no good road. I think when they talk about the light issue and they bring good roads to the society.
As a result of the high cost and limited production of affordable housing in Nigeria, a significant number of its population lives in rented property, which varies from shacks to formal housing with highly speculated rent.
The housing situation is very poor because there's no building plan. This place is even a bit better. If you enter places like Kwari Village or some places in Ajegule, you'll not be happy with the kind of settings you see there. You see some people's houses are just as adjacent to some people's windows. You share ventilation. Let me say maybe 2 weeks if you can be sharing used air, no fresh air.
Neither the government nor the private sector provide sufficient housing units, especially for the masses that need and demand it.
And the truth is that Pape, generally, we don't have road. We know about that. But our major complainer is NEPA. The lights, the way they are giving us bills these days. Like my house, it's 3 rooms. So 3 rooms, they bring 18,000, sometimes 20. It's too much. So the money you pay for light bill now is more higher than your house rent.
Not possible. Never.
Why? Why do you think so?
It's not possible because from the beginning, there was no plan for any building in this Pape. So we living in this Pape alone by God's grace.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete.
Because we are suffering.
Formal housing production is at approximately 100,000 units per year, and this is inadequate because at least 1 million units are needed yearly to breach the 17 to 20 million housing deficit by government's target date of 2033.
I want to appeal to the federal government to look into the lives of the people in Pape. We are really facing torture, kind of environmental hazards.
We have those satellite towns. They don't have access roads. They don't have electricity. They are not planned. So it becomes very, very difficult. So I will encourage government to open up satellite towns by way of creating the infrastructure, and then go beyond creating the major infrastructure or the major road going to those places. They should also partner with real estate developers in a manner that when the platform is created for the Nigerians to buy the lands and build at their pace or whatever platform, then government should be ready through the Ministry of Works or the SCT administration to be say, okay, we are going to support this estate by tarring the roads within the estate or creating the infrastructure within the estate. By so doing, once somebody is able to buy a piece of land, he rests, he just goes ahead and builds at his pace. Or when the developer goes ahead and builds the building, he charges the individuals for the buildings alone. It does not include the cost of infrastructure. And then that will also reduce the number of people insisting on staying in the heart of the town.
Roots TV Nigeria visited the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, responsible for providing financial grants to Nigerians to build or own houses of their choice. As it is always the case with public service, we met a brick wall. 2033 is just 14 years away from the government's target for meeting the housing deficit in the country. But for these Nigerians who chose to live in these areas, we'll be praying not to be sacked through demolition by the government. Itogi Moore, edit. Roots TV Nigeria.
Yeah, so it is what it is, People, our biggest country, right? Like shit, people building houses before they build infrastructure. That's what we call ass backwardness, Oh no, I have a visitor. I have a visitor that's gonna set me straight. Oh no, we have Kidola on. What's up, Kidola?
Thank you, Kara.
What's on your mind, Kidola?
I see what you're showing. I see the the problem with housing in the big cities, right?
Yeah, I was like, damn, man. It's like I didn't know when someone said I played a Bouger video the other day, right? And someone says, "Yo, Kyle, less than 10%." I was all proud, man. This looks good, right? And I said, somebody said only less than 10%. They weren't joking, I said, damn, I didn't know Bouger looked like that. It was shanty towns and whatnot. I was like, damn, they didn't show that part, like goddamn, So what do you think,
The problem there is is different because of the government actually don't provide housing to people because the land belongs to individuals and
the government needs to take that's why I said about ass backwardness.
Yeah.
If you're a government, you're a state, right? That means you have eminent domain. You can seize land from anybody. Don't give a damn who it is, right? By force, right? If you don't like it, you put the person to death. This is a state, right? Because for the greater good of the people, that's how a country is supposed to run. You can't just say somebody owns some land and the people are suffering. That's what I mean by the addiction to ass backwardness.
Yeah, but other thing is this: even when the government provide you or build anything, you have to be like a civil servant. They have to know that you work for the federal government. Then they can be taking it away from your salary slowly, So for those like normal guys, like those guys are showing like that kind of like hustles or do their own private jobs or something like that, the government can't really provide them nothing. So they have to like
what about the private sector?
The private sector also. These private sectors of you talk about contractors, right?
Yeah, factory worker owners and whatnot. How come they're not providing jobs where people
you can't get those can provide you. You have to go maybe start renting houses. It depends on your salary. So for those people that you see in some of these shanty towns, it's just because they don't have the enough salary to rent some of these maybe good houses and everything because they don't really make too much. You understand me? So they asking for something that the government will never actually give to them. You know what I mean? So, but it's a pity because some of these people you see, they provide some of the service jobs, services like what am I going to say? Like they say like grocery store by the roadside. They provide like things that you did day to day. When you miss something, you can just go to their corners and buy it. But yeah, the system is not actually being built in a way for the government to say, okay, This putting the job. It's not like a social system there. You know, whereby because like welfare government have to take care of you. No, no, my brother, no government is paying you. That's what you're seeing now. You have to be a civil servant. Then the government might build some kind of houses. Then they can be taken away from your salary every month. You know, then you already own maybe the 3 bedroom apartment, and some of these houses they call the federal government estate. You know, some of those buildings that's what called the Festac in Lagos also. You know, Festac whatever territory. Those are like owned by the federal government. These sold to the civil servant. They start taking it every month from their salary until the maybe 10 years, 20 years. You know, then they can own the 3 bedroom apartment. That's just the way it goes there.
Yeah, something else, man. But we gotta do something because I'm sick and tired of seeing a black race like this, man. You know, I really am. You know, I really am. I want to see things change and whatnot. I had really high hopes for like Nigeria years ago, man. I really thought that was gonna be a place that could make us all feel proud. You know, but it
But,
just didn't work out.
Carla, the black race you're seeing, they think short. They think very short. A black man would prefer not to some of I'm talking about the real way to do ones. Let me go for the government because private sectors are kind of the government is so corrupt that they prefer to build the mansions for themselves, and the new one the new you see the ones that are corrupt now that are rich, you know, putting us down in Africa are these black people that have residence or American citizens or London citizens. These are the most worst, notorious, and nastily corrupt people that you ever meet in African territory as a leader by ruling these countries. Because they have one kind of perspective, right? They're not too loyal to the people or to the country they're even ruling. They are loyal. They want to live like somebody who live in a Malibu. Some of these Nollywood, you know, their minds have to go and live in that $100 million house in some of these places. So they're not really loyal how to build their own places and make it look like what you know where they love. That is the problem now because Africans were so trusting these people. Yeah, these people have seen civilization, these people have seen things, have seen that. But these people might have already been corrupted. They prefer to live close to the Queen, what we call the Billionaire Road, somewhere in London or in America. They want to live extra, you know, mega mansion somewhere in Texas. You know, these guys can't do you nothing with it out of that job or they mistakenly voted them out. They will just pick their bag and everything just run to United States or London. That's the problem we have. They don't do nothing to Africa. They don't provide nothing. A black man is far more wicked in mind, I think, than the white person. That's just the truth, bro.
Yeah, that's why I said I want a revolution. You know, I want a revolution. I know we got to get rid of some people. Let me get Elvis on. You know, he's still reaming for that ass kicking last night by Thanos. Go ahead, Elvis.
What do you mean, Carla?
What? I'm talking about how you got your ass handed to you last night. Everybody calling me and telling me. Yeah, it's like, damn, Elvis.
About what?
About that whole thing about you refuse to speak Quran or whatnot, you know, and you
Oh,
told
so same police called you and told you that?
a lot of people call me. A few people call me, you know. They said, "Damn, Elvis." I said, "Damn, Elvis. We thought you were gonna break out with crime and make me look like, but you didn't, man, dude.
So you think that's you winning the debate, Carla?
Oh, yeah, yo, Elvis, what would you do? Well, hold on, you don't pick a fight you can't win. Me, sometimes I don't pick. I don't say nothing because if I'm not 100% sure I can get you or somebody else, I don't say nothing. You know, you put yourself out there, man. And I went with
I
it.
put myself out there.
Yeah, you did. You know, you injected yourself into that whole Samana things. I knew what the whole idea was. You didn't want to admit that the African Americans actually settled in Samana. They still retain their culture and identity as African Americans, right? You didn't want to believe that, right? So I said, I'll let you hang yourself, you know.
Nah, that wasn't my argument. That's why
That
I
was
was
your
there.
argument. That was your
No,
argument.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
That's what I got. That was your argument, you know.
No, it wasn't. I was talking about the name. I said the name African American. The
Yeah,
American
but
part.
hold
I
up.
mean, there you go. You won't let me make my point, and you think you want to debate.
Go ahead.
The last part of the name is about nationality.
Right.
They've been living in Dominican Republic, which is an entirely different country. They have a new nationality. They have a new citizenship. They're Dominicans.
Right, I get it, right? But the thing is,
That's
though,
my point.
hold up. But the thing is, even though the African Americans / Dominicans, right? That's what they are. The African Americans / Dominican, because their culture originated in Black America, right? That Black America / Dominican, the Black American Dominican. That's what they'll tell you. They're Black African American Dominicans. They don't say that they're just African American. They say we are African Americans. That's their cultural identity, right? But they're actually Dominicans too.
Well, Kyler, you make the counterpoint when it comes to the American Liberian. You say that there was no such thing as an American Liberian because they didn't have citizenship, right?
Hold up. Let me say this. Right? When I say the American Liberians, right? At the time, there was really not an identity towards America. So American Liberians is a term that was put on them, right? When American Liberians,
Why do you think that term was put on them?
Because of they want this is and I'm gonna say this. I don't want anybody to get offended by this, right? White people historically, right, when Black people do something good, right, they want to attach themselves to it. They were remarkable about these people that was able to build a government, right? So they call them American Liberians. The truth is that when you really look at them, right, they were nothing but Creole, Gullah Geechee people from the South, whatnot, that really had nothing to do with America, right? But because they did something significant, they call American Liberians. For example, they don't call the Creole people of Sierra Leone American Creoles, right? Even though they came from America too, right? It was only because the Liberians did something remarkable. They created their own republic that they wanted to diminish them by calling them American Liberians instead of just saying these were just Black people.
Not true, Kyler. Names are description. They are describing something.
Then why did the Creoles, the people who settled Freetown,
the American Liberians were called America because they came from America?
How come the Creoles, they also came from America? How come they weren't called Americans? You see what I'm talking about?
Are they the same? No.
Yeah,
you're talking about the listen. You're talking about Sierra Leone. You're talking about Liberia. Are they the same people? Are they the same two? Are they the same country?
Same people. CBK.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. We don't have too many people in Liberia, Kyler.
No. I'm not talking about the native people. I'm talking about the people who settled.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Who gave them those names?
I know that, but the bottom line, like I said, the only reason why Liberians are called American Liberians because they found the country, right, and they basically want to give them an American subscription. Now, which we call the Creoles people, right? They came from America. A lot of them were friggin' loyalists to the United States. They came to places like Boston, Nova Scotia. It was in America. Then they went to Nova Scotia, and they came from the Caribbean.
Who gave them the name Creole, Colin?
No, they call Creoles, right?
Who gave them that name?
I have no idea.
See, there you go.
They were called Creoles, right? They were not called Americos, right?
That's what I'm telling you. People in Africa, right? Mostly your neighboring tribes would give the other tribes their name. They will give them a description of who they think they are, and other people start to call them that name.
Native people in Liberia didn't know anything about America. How would they?
No, just listen, Carla. You're talking about. I'm telling you, they're describing those people. Like for example, like the Gil people, what we call the Gil people. That's not even a Gil word or a Don word. It's a Bassa word. It's a derogatory word that means slave. That's why a Don person would tell you not to call them Gil, tell you to call them Don, because the word Gil is a derogatory word. Right. Even the name Kran is not even a word. The name Kran comes from the Mano people. It means like Quran. It means like people who are not civilized, so to speak. It's a derogatory term. So different ethnic groups gave their tribe. Same thing with the Yorubas. People say it's the Hausa that gave them that name. Some other group that gave them that name. A lot of African tribes get their names from their neighbors. It's a description of what those people think they are. So the term American Liberian was a description to say those people there, they came from America. Yeah, that's a description.
But who gave them that? It was a British, because my friend Anthony Barclay Moore, who founded Historical Preservation Society of Liberia, he's tracked when the term started becoming useful. Right, it was like in the 1940s. The British people started talking about this group of people called American Liberians to distinguish the people of black that came from the United States, and they included people from Barbados. They included them as the people from Congo, and they included as these people called American Liberians, right? Even though it was a corruption. And also, people don't understand, there are also native people who were educated who spoke English and whatnot, they all were lumped into one category called American Liberians. So it was never anything really accurate,
So David Johnson is asking a question, right? And you know the answer to this, Kyla. He's asking who gave the crew their name. Obviously, the crew it's a mispronunciation of the word CREW, crew, meaning the people who are on those ships.
The crew people were basically sent to work on ships by their chiefs for like about 150 years, and they were called crewmen. Because
that's what I'm saying. So most of these groups get their names from other people. So the real names that the crew people call themselves is Clow. That's the name that they call themselves. So usually you have two names for people. Like Lagos. I think Lagos is called Iko in traditional Yoruba language, but then other people call Echo or Iko or whatever, and a lot of other people call it Lagos or Lagos or lakes or whatever it's called.
Portuguese name. It means lakes.
Right. So there's two names for most ethnic groups in Africa: what the people call themselves and what the surrounding tribes call them.
Well, I say, but the so-called American Liberians call themselves Methodists. They call themselves Presbyterians. They call themselves Virginians.
But was their description apt? Was it a appropriate description? Yes, they weren't American citizens, but they come from America.
They weren't American citizens, right? But full American.
No, that's why I said yes, they weren't American citizens, but they did come from America. So when you say somebody is American,
hold up, but when that's what they were called, right? But the whole thing is they basically will call themselves Marylanders, Mississippians, Crescents, if you're for Quaker ancestry, and they will also call. I said that Echo means as Lagos, man. Echo, Elvis didn't say that. I said that. They will call themselves.
No, I said that. I said that before you echoed it, Carlo. What are you talking about?
No, I said
you were trying to correct my pronunciation. I said echo, and you said echo.
Lagos is a Portuguese word meaning lakes.
I said that too.
There's a Lagos in Portugal. People know that. It's a Portuguese term. Which we call, like I said, American Liberians. Some of them were deeply religious.
Just telling you that a name. They didn't call them American Liberians, right? Because American is a form of American citizenship. They call them American, which is a colloquial way to call them.
American Liberians never called themselves that. They called themselves by their religion sect. They're Masons. They were Masons, Freemasons, or they were from different.
I'm teaching you something and it's going over your head. Tribal groups in Africa, when the American Liberians came to Liberia, they became part of that,
Yeah, but
so other groups will give you your name, even though you don't call yourself that, but that's what they describe you as. Like I just gave you a couple of examples of other tribes who don't call themselves the name that we call them by.
But American Liberians are not a tribe, in Liberia.
Oh, you don't think they're a tribe?
No, they're not a tribe.
Okay, all right, Kyle.
They're American. They're the descendants of the diaspora. And then you got the 16 tribes. They're not indigenous to the land. They're native.
There's a movement right now.
Yeah, it's not
people who are American Liberians want to be recognized as a tribe in Liberia.
No, that's not the way. That's stupid. We don't need to be recognized no damn tribe.
What do you mean we, Kyle?
First of all, you're talking about people like African Americans that want to connect with Liberia. We don't want to be part of no tribe,
But that's not are you the same people as the American Liberians that been living in the country for over 200 years?
The amount of money is those natives who have American Liberian ancestry or whatever like that. They basically are the ones that basically want that. I don't think like my brother Sam Cooper. He's a pure so-called American Liberian. He says he don't want to be no tribe. He won't recognize.
That's not even true. That is not true.
I talk to people every day, man. Like,
listen. Let me tell you this, Carla. Let me tell you this, right? When it comes to politics, you talk about Cummings, right? Cummings had an issue during the election, cycle.
Well, see, it doesn't even matter because.
Listen, let me make the point, Carla. Jeez, let me make a point, right? So there's like a juxtaposed position of American Liberian who got grafted into a tribal group, like the man Charles Walker Brumskin, whose family settled in Grand Bassa, in Buchanan, and he speaks the language. Although everybody knows he's a Congo man or American Liberian man, but he crafted himself into the tribe and started to call himself a Bassa man. and he represented those people, the people of that county.
Look, me personally, like I said, I think it's stupid.
You think that, but the people that live on the land know that they need a base. They need to belong to a group.
He's doing that for political expediency. You know that Brumskin. He does that shit for political expediency. He was talking like he was a fucking native man in that one election. Him and that Ure clown. They were talking like they're native men. Yeah, the Congo man.
No, the Urals actually are they're half quote unquote American Liberians and half Pellet. They're married into the Pellet people.
Whole so-called American.
A lot of American Liberians married into
everybody.
Into a native group.
All those people from Carriesburg are friggin' 100% American Liberian.
Not true. The Urals, even Philomena Ure will tell you that they're Pellet from the mother side.
No, they're not Pelly. I know Pelly people. They're not Pelly.
I mean, what are you talking about?
I know the people. Those people. You go to Carriesburg, man. That's like you.
Yeah, Carriesburg was a settlement for American Liberians. What's next to Carriesburg, Carla? What is a Pellet settlement next to Carriesburg?
It's also linked to Burville, Caldwell. All these places are linked together, not even within driving distance.
Yeah, the whole Monserrata County was dominated by two ethnic groups, the Bassa and the Pellet people.
The bottom line is, when you go to Carriesburg, you look at those old mansions and whatnot, and you feel like you're in the deep south. I've seen it. I've been in my own lives. No more American Liberian call. They are finessing you, brother. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Two fake Liberians have a Liberian off.
Okay, Prince of P, the guy with the perm.
Oh, he Prince
who got a perm? You ever seen his hair? He got a little two ponytail, he braided his hair, and he said it's natural. He doesn't have a perm.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. Jake's like that's his picture right there. Somebody with a perm. That's him.
Yeah, look at the picture. You see him with the little puff.
Yeah, come on, Principe, Puffy Principe, Puff. What they call? What's that girl back in the days? Puff, the girl that had a puffy puff thing. She had a rapper that had the puff thing. I forgot her name. She was. Ola might know that. Who's that chick back in the '90s? Ola that had the puffs. That had a puff, two puffs on her hair. Remember her? Oh, probably remember. He's very old school, whatnot, But the topic tonight is the addicted to the culture of ass backwardness. What say you, Elvis, right? Why is the black race addicted to the culture of ass backwards? Not the brat. It was somebody else. I forgot the name. It was a lady. Yeah, I think it was Lady of Rage. My Afro Pulse, whatever. I think it was Lady of Rage. I think that was her.
The one I was with that dude, Treach. I think I know that was Southern. That was Pepper from Southern Pepper. I think.
I can't remember that.
Yeah, but
the culture of ass backwardness. That's why I did the show tonight, right? Because I'm saying that like when I'm in Liberia, right, and I love these guys, the fishermen. When I did bring out their good snapper fishermen, but they can only go but so far out to sea. Imagine if these people had a modern, ditched all their canoes and whatnot, and they said, "Look, let's basically come together, whatever we got to do." And the Liberians that have money and stuff like that, have connections, right? See if we can build a modern marina, and basically teach modern navigation and stuff like that. So we can go miles out to sea and take, I think, because you got Chinese and Lebanese, Turks, and everybody else fishing African waters and selling fish back to the Africans, Nigeria imports, they say, well, how many million, like 50 million pounds of fish a year, and they're not even from Nigerian fishermen, they're from foreign
especially
fishermen.
Those stockfish. Really, the stockfish is what's really imported. Nigerians get the regular fish from the lakes.
But they only go out so far. These trawlers be all over the Atlantic Ocean is a rich fishing ground, and trawlers be coming from all over the world fishing in there. Some they take back to their countries, other they dump on the African market. And so I said like this: why is Africa not build a modern fishing thing? Got together and create a modern fishing authority, where basically fishermen work on boats and modern fishing vessels and whatnot. It's like that. Why
they do have a national fishery authority, Carl.
Well, yeah, but I know. But the thing is, they're still using the old boats. I was
not
there.
True. There's been a big overhaul. They built a new headquarters. Hold on, Carla. Let me tell you. Now they got a new head of that agency, but before then there was a lady called Emma Glasgow, who was appointed under President Weah. She got a lot of awards on the continent, even internationally. She revamped the National Fishery Authority, and she even had a deal with Senegal, to come and fish in our waters, and they're paying us for that. for that deal. So
Well,
yeah,
when I was there in 2023, right, I went to Robertsport and I went to the Vi fishing village one night, and I'm saying nice, big, giant fishing boats, right? And that was just a week before I got there. The Japanese had given a bunch of Yamaha motors so some of them motorized craft and everything, but I don't really know how effective that is. I guess it's better if you have motorized craft. They were giving engines motorized, and they had just got a whole shipment of motorized crafts, and it was giving them to the fishermen. So that was an improvement, right? But still, I think people should still step it up, and in addition to that, and build modern things so they can go out further at sea. That's the thing in big ships that have hulls and those big nets and whatnot that have fish, and then
yeah, but when it comes to fishery, Carla, it really should be in the hands of the private sector. Now,
yeah,
like what you
I
said,
know.
right? If you have people who have the means to buy, top class fishing vessels and it can go deeper into the ocean, yeah, that's something that a private citizen should do, not the government.
If you basically have a fishing vessel, right, you can sell the fish all over the world. You don't have to just sell to Liberia, but you can sell fish all over the world. Because Liberia back in the days with the Maserati group of companies, they used to sell frozen fish to Japan. They had a fleet back in the days. They used to sell fish all over the world. So Liberia has to get back to that. All I'm saying tonight is I want to embrace the culture of progress, right? And last night you had people telling me, Carla, you just got to go pick a tribe. I cannot do that. If the tribe is not moving forward, I cannot move backwards. That's why I'm suspicious of people. Like, oh,
that's your problem, Carla. You like to tether onto greatness, right? That's your thing. You want to tether onto people who you think is great already. You don't want to build with them to be great. You just want to go and take and leech of their greatness.
I build with somebody that wants to build, but if somebody's determined to stay backwards when I can't build with them, simple as that. You want to build with me, let's do it like this. I came up with the idea. It's okay. We're going to build Black African infrastructure, right? I figured that, hey, we're all on the same page. We should build infrastructure and build science and technology. Look at the the best, the latest and brightest and whatnot. But you got people telling me, oh, that's not necessary, man, because this is the way we've been doing it for thousands of years, and we're not gonna change this. I said, look, let's build modern housing. No, Colin, man, we can live in mud huts. There ain't nothing wrong with living. No, there is. Why not we not going forward? Why are we going backwards?
One of the things I hear you do, Carla, a lot. Let's do this. Let's build this. Let's do this. They need to do this. They need to build railroad. They need to have
at least think about it. At least
no, I'm saying you say these things and you think these are thoughts that's only unique to yourself. There are many people on the continent who think like that. The key here is resources. How do you get the resources to do these things? Okay, most of these things require a large amount of resources, Carla.
Let me ask you a question. Nigeria basically blew $400 billion in oil revenue. Did they have the resources or not?
You say blue? What do you mean when you say blue?
It's $400 billion. That's unaccounted for in world revenues that over the last 60 years that's missing in Nigeria. 400.
Yeah, don't say blue. You can say people stole it and people embezzled.
What I'm saying is, so don't say we don't have the resources.
Don't say they blew it. But Nigeria is still a lot more advanced than most countries in the region. They could be doing a lot better. Yes.
Did you see that video I just played?
Yeah, there's poverty, Carla. Like everybody said, people live in poverty.
Hold on. Nigeria has a housing deficit of 20 million houses. That's like a whole country of people that's homeless.
Yeah, but Nigeria has over 200, maybe 50 million people.
So, like I said, it's unreal.
So that's like a tenth. That's like a tenth of their population.
Which David Johnson says you sound westernized. See, that's the thing. Why is it that everything? I knew comments like that were coming tonight. Why is it any time somebody talk about modernization stuff like that, they're westernized? Why is that? I thought Africa was a birthplace of civilization.
Because you are, Colin. Your mindset is westernized, and you think that success in the West is equivalent to success in Africa.
I think that.
You want to go to Africa and have a little America there already waiting for you, and that's when you think you can go there and build.
Is anything wrong with that?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Because America. That's why I hate the term, but that's why America is. Hold on, let me answer your question. I hate the term about first world and third world, but that's why people call America a first world because they're far ahead in its development. You're not going to get Africa to develop in the next 5 years to be equivalent to the United States.
I said, look, I know that, but the bottom line is this. That's what I'm saying. That's why I tell black people in America, right? If you are used to the first world, right, then you got to stay. If Africa doesn't want to develop, right, then we just have to cut our losses and say, look, we got to stay.
I mean, Carla, that's hypocritical. You've been telling Black Americans they need to go to Africa and start their own nation.
Oh yeah, if we start a nation, we're gonna start off building a first world nation. You know.
Okay, Carla. All right, I want to see it. I just want you to get your Afghanistan so I can see you prove me wrong that you can build a first world nation in 20 years.
Elvis, it's probably easier to do that than live in a third world country. You know that, right? Because it's.
I want to see it, Carla. That's what I'm saying. I'm not doubting you. I just want to see it.
First of all, if you have everybody on the grid, that's what you Africans have never figured out, right? The ages, you know what they did? They made sure the entire population, right? They put them on the grid. And naturally, right, if everybody has a modern way of life, refrigeration, stuff like that, they become net consumers, right? That's what drives an economy, your domestic market. You know, if you got people just basically living in subsistence, right, the country's gonna stay in poverty. But if you got people that are purchasing manufactured goods, frozen goods, and stuff like that, then the country will develop. That's why Singapore, all these countries put everybody on the grid, whether it's small apartments. Africans, they want to build big ass mansions and whatnot. Instead of building small apartment units for millions of people, you know, some people got a bunch of mansions.
There's where that whole you keep doing that talking point. Here's where it's flawed, right? You think that the Americans that build houses in Florida, in California, they help build the roads that lead to their houses? The government does. Through the collection of taxes, and that's the point. So you can't expect a regular man to go build roads. The government by themselves don't have enough money to build an infrastructure. That won't stop you from building a home.
Hold up. The governments do have the money for infrastructure, but they don't think it's important. You know, they don't think it's important. They have the money.
Take Liberia for example, a country that has $800 million in national budget. You think they can build infrastructure in that country?
Liberia's a war-torn country. It's a different case.
Okay, Kyle.
The rest of these countries in Africa have the money, but they choose not to because they don't think it's important. You know,
Nigeria is a large country. I don't know if you realize that it's a large country.
Africans build the U.S. electrical grid. African Americans are recipients of European infrastructure. Okay, so you say so. Putin a professor as a professional. Colin Elvis, you guys got the final. But mine's checking me out and that, you know.
Yeah, because I know you like Kyle. You always want to fight with me, man. You keep me starting the show talking shit.
Yeah, I got to, man. Because last night, man, I was like, it was bothering me all day, man. I said, man, I hate to do Elvis like that, man. But you know,
people who listen to the show know what's up, Kyle. I mean, come on.
Please, Elvis, you got your ass handed to you. Take that L and be good, man. You got your.
All right, Kyle.
You know, you got your chance. You know. Dave, this Dave Johnson used to friggin' I remember him from way back in the days on Dynasty Show, you know. He found me over here, you know. You don't know nothing about governance. Okay, African and Achilles here. Okay, I don't know nothing about governance. Okay, you know. Principe says African pro-blacks like Kyle, they go into Africa and magically get fair trade and deals with no corruption. Yeah, there will be corruption because we'll have the death penalty, you know. That's how you get rid of corruption. The death penalty, you know, life imprisonment, you know. That's how you do that. As long as people think they could do stuff with impunity, it's going to happen. But people know before I do this deal with her, like I did in China, right? You had a mayor that was corrupt when that. Guess what? Bloom, you know. And he got 1776 mindset, man. This guy is really insane, you know. He tried it last night. Talk about we got to do some rites of passage, go in and try. You know, Black America's not gonna fucking do that. You know, so he just put that out there. I don't tell any Black person in America you got to go backwards in some dusty tribe or whatnot. You know, and do some rites. Get the hell out of here with that shit. You know, we have to meet each other halfway. You know, Africans a certain way. They got to come towards us, and we got to come towards them and meet in the middle. You know, I can't just go throw all the culture and civilization my people have been through and whatnot, you know, advancement.
Carla,
Yeah, Colin Brian said, "Now you want nights my immigrant." I love my immigrant brothers, man. I told them.
Nah, you play that video trying to prove that Africa is poor and blah blah blah. We get it.
I did
You
not.
know, you always you always try to punch down, Kyle, and that's your
I
problem.
did not.
You never punch up. You never punch at the Hispanics. Never punch at the whites. You always think that the Africans are undeveloped, so that's an easy target for you.
I really don't care about Hispanics. You know, I really don't.
Of course, because if you tell them one thing, they're going to tell you 10 things, and you're going to look in the mirror and sit down and feel bad about yourself.
No, I don't feel
That's
bad.
why.
Nothing they can
Same
say.
thing with the white. You can't tell the whites anything because they'll tell you about slavery. They'll make you feel bad about yourself.
I guess you didn't have to hear that debate I had with Disso, right? I destroyed him. You know, on Dynasty.
This has black in him, bro. He's not a white Hispanic.
No damn half black nothing, man. This nigga's
I say he have black in him.
He's a freaking. He's a rabbling Hispanic, friggin' La Raza type. I can't stand them type of people. You know, they play both sides of the fence. You know. Okay, Ahmed, man, he's you know, Ahmed.
Come on here, Ahmed.
No, not Ahmed tonight.
You got to cut him off, Carter. The dude rambles and rambles, and you never step in and cut him off and let other people speak.
You know, Ahmed don't know when to shut up. You know, that's the problem. You know, he don't know when to shut up. You know, he talks, and he doesn't make no points. I felt bad for him the other night when he was on. You know, I felt bad for him because he kept like, this dude, man, Ahmed, man, you know, it's you got to fix your country. You know, Ahmed says they're saying Burkina Faso did not have no money 2 years ago. And I look,
they still don't got no money now. What are you talking about, man?
Well, there's AI videos around showing Ibn Traore with tractors and tanks and whatnot.
Yeah, you think having a tomato plant is a big boost for the economy? Come on.
Everybody see him as the Messiah, man. So, man.
I mean, I want the best for them, but come on, they're not even to the level of an Ivory Coast or even a Ghana. They haven't done any big infrastructure development. You got a little factory here for tomatoes and building some, assembling some.
I saw a video today. Kwame, man, I felt bad, man. He got cooked today. You know, he got cooked.
With Tariq?
No, it was another one. He called his
another guy. Video?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the guy, man. I'll play some of it. Hold on, let me find it.
I mean, I give Kwame props. He go out there and he makes his case, man. He's not a coward, at least.
He don't know nothing about the Dred Scott and 14th Amendment. I was like, Kwame, man, jeez, man, he can't go on people's pro not prepared, bro. You know. Okay, somebody said, "What the hell? How people inbox? Get the hell out of here!" Some female inbox. I was like, "How do you get my email, man?" She's like, "Oh, I don't give a shit about you and your damn boyfriend. You know, the fuck I care."
There's a Mina. Maybe that's the lady I was talking to you last night about the tour.
No, that wasn't. This is not her. This is somebody else. And somebody else looks like a freaking Hispanic chick. You know, she's like a freaking Italian or Hispanic chick. I don't do that shit. Anyway, I want to find this video, man. Kwame from last night, man. I felt, Kwame is an intelligent brother, man, but he got to know, he don't know everything about say. Let me break it down for people that listen to what I'm saying.
I think somebody's calling in the back. I think somebody else is on the panel. You can't see them though.
Kala, what I see here is this. It seems like Black Americans, I don't understand the one coming to West Africans, but I think the one that are going to South Africa, I think Black America want to set up like what people see in the States. So South Africa might be the best place because when I see some of these African American buy houses in South Africa, because they want to live like that, right? Gated community, nice houses, single villas, and something like that, right?
Is there anything wrong with that? Like I said,
I like that. No, I like that. See, Kala,
hold on, let me say this.
You have to go to where you have to go to.
Let me say this before you finish, right? Yesterday, I made the point, right? When that Ross Moisture idiot was talking about, you got to connect with your tribe, caller. Okay, my tribe is in the Congo, right there. War-torn, child soldiers, child this, that, the other thing, right? And all the stuff like that, child labor and everything. That's where my ancestors come from, right? Am I supposed to be like, something? I want to be in Africa so bad, but let me go completely backwards in time, 10,000 years, just to connect with my Pacific? No, it's better to me to go someplace like Kenya, or South Africa if I want to live on a continent. You cannot go. That's the thing. I cannot stand people thinking that We got to be in Africa so much
No,
that we got
Kala,
to ass backwardness, you know?
Kala, what I try to tell you is this. Then they come to West Africans, right? There's some, you have to, the Black Americans in South Africa, right? They live like the way they want to live, right? Beautiful houses and everything. So I think if I were the Black Americans, I would have moved towards South Africa more than coming to West Africa.
You know what's a funny thing? Most Black people in America don't care about the big houses. We just want the basics. The basics. Running water, a toilet.
Yeah, they have that in South Africa too, Kala.
Well, South Africa has that. That's what I'm saying. It's not. Kiddo says we want the big house, nice house. I don't care about no damn nice.
So why don't you advocate taking your Afghanistan to South Africa, Kala?
Look. I said to Black people, I'm friends with Mark Blanton, right? I support African Americans going to South Africa, you know, Botswana, Southern Africa, you know, wherever you want to go, right? Because I know they're going to have a similar standard of living in Southern Africa than which we'll call a lot of parts of West Africa that's not developed yet. You know, well, West Africa will get there one year, but I don't think they're on a whole, they're not ready for any large numbers of us, you know? So it is what it is. I'm being nice, brother Bomani, you know?
Kala, that's what I mean. Then they come to West Africa, they just move towards South Africa and start living the best life that they want to live, you know, so they can, live more better there. Because what they're looking for in West Africa is not really there like that. Go to South Africa and start living some of these houses I've seen YouTube by Reed, South Africa, something like that. You know, you can live, beautiful.
You know, what I like is the movie Blacks Without Borders 20 years ago. Holy gee. That's what set me on my path, man. I was like, man, I want to live in Africa, man. I couldn't imagine just living in a modern African country with Black people the majority. I didn't give a damn for white people there, but I was really intrigued about South Africa. And over the years, people told me that we could build the same thing in West Africa and Central Africa. I said, okay, we could do that. But I thought we were going to have a whole bunch of people join this movement and we could probably start building a new smart city or something. They don't take that many people. There's like 5,000 people organized and whatnot from the highest level, bankers, investors, all the stuff like that, get together and build the first organized town of 5,000 people. That's how it starts, Then you build more of those. When the next thing you got a city state, It could have been done, but Black people, they want to go back to the village life and whatnot. They don't want to build anything. And what happens is that's selfish. If you just want to live in a village and whatnot, that means you're not helping other people come behind you, and everything. Let me get Steve on, see what Steve has to say,
Carla, but I mean, I'm gonna say this again, right?
Go ahead, man.
Listen, how many Black Americans want to do that though? I'm
gonna tell you right now. Black people from America will move from New York, right, to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
New York is way better than Atlanta, right? Black people in America, I know, right, will go wherever there's opportunity, right? If Africa was developed, right? They would be there in a minute. But the only thing keeping people in America is a white man makes sure that in our minds, Africa is I know Black America, right? You're not gonna get them to live any place where they're lowering their standard of living. I know that, That's why you do see Black people going to South Africa. Now you see them going to Kenya because those countries are pretty much developed, You ain't gonna just go to any other African country just because you got a tribal connection.
The point I'm trying to make is that a lot of us are not trying to build anything. We're just trying to go to a place that's already built up. So I mean,
what I'm saying is this though: if it's all about speculation, right? If Africa is basically marketed their country like Dubai did, Dubai didn't say. But your logic is this: according to your logic, Dubai would never. How'd they know millions of people are gonna come there and live? They didn't know. But they know one thing: if you build, they will come. Problem is,
I agree with you on that.
Africa has not friggin' built anything to attract anybody. Simple as that. If they built it, there people will come. People will come. They knew they could own property. Somebody like in Nigeria, the VR just played. They said there's no mortgage system for them. Could always say because most people don't have jobs, regular jobs. Now we built the economy and brought investors there to invest in a project we do where everybody has a decent middle class income, whatever like that. They don't have to be rich. We don't have that mansions, but that's enough to sustain you to build apartment buildings and stuff like that. You can build a community, you know. Yeah. And I know for a fact most people that go to Africa that want to go after, they're not caring about all that stuff like that. They just want to go someplace. All they ask for, I hear all the time, is, I just want the basics. You know, the basics.
Right. I agree with you.
They're good. You know, so we don't need all the friggin' big like idiot. No, not Elvis. I keep Lewis. I got a 10-bedroom man. Who the fuck cares? You got a fucking jungle and now you can't get to it. You gotta be out there with the machetes. When are we gonna get there, Lewis? It's another mile. Isn't it? You know, hiking your way through the jungle to get to his house or whatnot. You know, getting bit by snakes and raccoons or whatever the fuck over there. You know, meerkats or whatever like that to get to his house or whatnot. And then I asked the Lord, "What about the sewer system?" Oh, that's coming. You don't build a house until you build a sewer system, the water, pipe, everything. Then you put the house in it. That's
Kyla, how the hell will he build a sewer system, Kyla?
What?
So if you don't have a sewer system, you can't build a house?
No, you hold on. If you can't build a sewer system, you build a septic system.
That's what they do. You think they don't have a septic system? Every house have a septic system.
Also, you build a centralized water treatment plant. That's not hard to do.
Yeah, if you can afford it, yeah.
Hold on. Before you build anything, you give people the option of having a water treatment system. That's not that hard to do, you know?
A lot of people do. Most people don't drink the water like that, right? What they do is...
I know, that's
Kyla, let me speak, bro. I mean, damn. What they do, they have those large water containers that's in the house, right? And they have a system in the well where they can filter out the water, and they just use that water for sometimes cooking and bathing. And they drink water from like mineral water bottles. That's how they do it.
We know that, but the bottom line, the mineral water bottle also creates trash and pollution. Where you have bottles all
I mean, you're just looking for excuses, man. Damn.
Look,
I drink from the water mineral bottles, bro. Most black people got water cases on the kitchen floor right now.
The whole thing is you can't cook water, running water. You got to cook with. Let me get this guy Dave Johnson on. He got something to say to me. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Hey, I got a question for you, Kyla. Why you got so offended when I said America was the greatest country ever? What's so offensive about that?
Well, yeah. So look, I'll be honest with you. Like, let me give you something, Dave. Right? You know, and don't take this the wrong way. You know, which I know you will. You know, and I also said like this, right? When you say you go to somebody's neighborhood, somebody's house, right? And you say, man, that guy got the best house ever. Right? It's a beautiful house. Blah 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 blah. Right? And then you see the person's dog, right? Now, do you consider the dog part of the house or he's the pet of the house? Or you consider the owner? Who owns the house, the dog or the owner?
Who built the house?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who built the house, the dog or the owner?
The owner built the house.
Okay, that's what my point I'm saying. You in America are nothing but the white man's dog.
No, I'm the owner.
No, you're not the owner. You don't own shit in America. You know,
you don't own nothing in America.
No, you don't own nothing in Liberia. Dude, you don't own nothing in America. The white man got this shit. You know,
your life sucks.
He built this shit, right? And if you want to be his pet, hey, you know, if you want to be his pet, he's gonna throw a bone. And
you got Stockholm syndrome. Then,
let me get Dave. Let me ask you, if I threw a bone, right? If a white man threw a bone and you in 1776 ran, who retrieved the bone first?
Let's stop
1776.
You think 1776 beat him if that back put the bone in his mouth?
Yes, it was 1776, definitely.
Yeah, 1776 probably got you, bro. You know, white man throw your bone out there like this, you know. And you know, speaking of which, I'm gonna let him on tonight. 1776. Speaking of the bone chaser, whatnot, and retriever, here goes 1776, man. I can't wait to see the white man throw you a bone. I want to see that, man. You go out there.
You know how we have the golden retriever? 1776 is the black retriever.
You're the black retriever, you know.
Man, you know? Every day this channel is growing, man. We got Steve, we got Johnson. The Patriots are coming out, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, man, I'm the ringmaster. Why? Because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns.
Deadly clowns.
Nah, you the dog. Remember?
It's never fun. I welcome you all because, like I said, I get a good laugh at you. I'll be thinking about this show the next day. I'll be freaking dying laughing, man. You know. Yeah, you guys are hilarious, man. You know.
That's why you shouldn't end the show, Colin, because we get a lot of. I learned a lot from you. I'm entertainment as well, but I learned a lot from you. Learning because you do know more than I do. I'm
Of
young,
course
so
you do, man. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, like the live stream, right? Probably come to the end of this month, right? And then I'm just gonna do videos where you can see me on YouTube. I'm just gonna use my YouTube thing to upload videos and whatnot. You know, I'll be live in the chat room and stuff like that, but it's not gonna be call in. Oh, I might, you know, what I might do. I might get like a Google number, right? A Google number, right? And do like what's this conference call, and I let people call in and call in. Then I can't kick nobody out. You know, that's the whole thing. No, I can't do that. I can't kick nobody out. Or I might do something else. I might use Skype or something like that to let people call in and put it on speaker, so it'll be like this. So I don't know. I'll see, man. You know, if I do that, but I really don't want to be interactive anymore. You know.
I'm America first, but I believe in your vision for Liberia, and I'm really interested to see the president how he performs when he comes next week. So, you know, it's gonna be Liberia is gonna be popular. Man.
Well, the bottom line is this: I do know this. Don't know that, but I do know this, man. Just talking to Liberians, they really see America as a friend, but also it's like a frenemy. You know, Liberians still remember a lot of like stuff. They like if Liberia always votes with America all the time. Just for recently, Liberia's been voting against America in the UN, you know. But historically, Liberia has always supported America's position on everything geopolitically, right? Because they're saying, also, what do we get out of supporting America, right? When especially happened in 1979, when Jimmy Carter spent 3 days in Lagos, Nigeria, and only spent 3 hours in Monrovia. And then Nigeria even told him, said, no, Liberia is like the main political hub of Africa, you know. And the United States refused to even acknowledge that Liberia was a major force on the continent. They refused to do it. They went to Nigeria, they went to all these other countries when they really neglected and just always disrespected Liberia, you know. So Liberia said, you know something, we're gonna look at other options. Then that 1980 coup happened, you know. So that's how it happened, you know. Spray stream of young
Hey, Kyle, I want to ask you when you listen to Whitney Houston sing the national anthem, like, did it do anything to you? Like,
Nope. Like I said, I love Whitney Houston. You know, if she sings in that, look, let me tell you something, right? I don't know what I tell this many times, right? Yesterday, right? I went over to my brother's house, right? I went to Mount Trashmore Park when I was shooting fireworks. There was so many people, black and white, everybody's festivity, blah blah blah, and I was out there celebrating with them. You know, I'm happy for America. I'm happy for America. America's a great country, you know, but you got to understand something, right? At the same time, as much as I'm saying America's a great country, I grew up the all-American boy, you know. I know there's something deep down in my soul, you know, something deep down in my soul that's unresolved. And that's what happened to my ancestors. I can't forget that, you know.
America's not just a great country, it's the greatest country.
Yeah, no, but the whole thing is the greatest country. But the thing is, I am more than just money and somebody give me this. I have principles.
Kyler wants his own nation, and I understand where he's coming from.
I believe black people in America. I think we've outgrown America.
Hey, Steve.
Hold on. I believe we outgrown.
If he want his own country.
Hold on. I believe we as black people, African Americans, are a powerful group of people, right? We should not be second fiddle to no one else, you know? We should not be second fiddle. Our heroes, all people that came to us, should be celebrated on our money and our flag, our institutions, stuff like that, you know? George Washington was their thing, you know? Even though we share the same country, right? When it really comes down to it, and I give them respect, whatever like that, right? But when it really comes down to it, I have people that I care about. Nat Turner, you know? I have Martin Delaney, you know? All these men mean something to me as black men. Marcus Garvey, you know? All Booker T. Washington, all these black men mean something to me, you know? And so therefore, I'm like this. These people, for the white people, America, yeah, it's a thing. Like I said, and America's a great country. I'm grateful to be here.
Hey, Steve.
But I'm not, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
Steve, like I said, heaven's gonna have to step its game up because heaven's gonna have to step its game up because America's all that and a bag of chips right now. So Like,
Oh, really? Oh, really?
like I don't see anything that can compare to America. You know,
Well,
Martin
it's like
Delaney, Marcus Garvey. You can study about those guys
it's like
in a
this.
museum.
You don't seem to get it, right? You get it. You could be in America, but that don't mean you're a part of it. You know, I enjoy being here, man. But like I said, do I believe in the country? No. But do I like what America provides and the infrastructure? Of course I do. It's great. It's the most developed country in the world. But that don't mean I share the same views as. And like I said, that's not fair because, be honest with you, that's not fair to America. If I said so, I'd be lying. Most black people who say they love America are hypocrites. They are. I remember hearing Al Sharpton talk about, I believe in this country and blah, blah. He's a liar. He's a fucking liar. He doesn't love this country. He doesn't believe in this country. He just knows he's out for a grip. At least I'm honest about it, Al Sharpton got up there and told a bold-faced lie in the camera talking about he believes in America and blah, blah, blah. Or when people like Ilhan Omar talk about Donald Trump's a traitor to America. I mean, she is somebody that worships friggin' Al-Qaeda, and talk about like this. So all these people, they're fucking hypocrites, right? They don't love this country. They don't love it. They want to see America fall. I wish America the best, right? I want America to close its borders. I want America to get its stuff together, I want America to be. I respect America as a republic, just like I respect Japan as a republic, right? I'm saying America is a republic, right? And I'm saying me as a black man, I said, look, where do I feel? Where the place I feel when I look up at the flag and I'm saying, that's my people. It was my story, America's not my story. That's somebody else's
Hey,
story.
Kyla, I respect what you said, that you had a good time yesterday, but you came on the show with so much venom, like towards me.
No. I came in because people, when you start saying, "Oh, great America," I said, "Look, I don't want to hear that shit." I said we could talk about the 4th of July, whatever like that, but don't sit here and America's a great country. Look, the bottom line is this: let America stand on its own merits, right? If America is what you said, 1776, right? Then basically, I wouldn't even have an argument. I wouldn't even have an argument. I have some truth in what I'm saying. That's why you come at me like that, So the bottom line is, what America has to do is for the first time in this day, because we have always carried America's water. We sent our boys to die for America, right? We sent people to fight in America, make for democracy. And when those boys in World War I came back, a lot of them were lynched. A lot of them died. Henry Johnson, basically died because he couldn't get help, he couldn't get a job like that. He was injured in war. He was a war hero. And President Barack Obama gave him a posthumous Purple Heart. He wasn't even recognized. That's America. That's the reality of America. We had boys that went over and died for this country, right? They came back. They couldn't even walk in the streets. They couldn't even get a bus. When in many instances when soldiers came out, I fought for this country, and they came back and they were dragged off the bus and killed, That's the reality. We can't forgive that. And we will be if we ignore that, we're nothing but cowards,
But the reality is, if it wasn't for us, it'll probably still be the same.
What?
Getting all dragged off the bus and beaten up. Our people stood up.
Bottom line is happened. No one got a thing for it. I can play some videos, if you guys want to see it. The stuff this country did to us, like we built, they said do all the things they told us to do. To be a good American. We built Black Wall Street, Tulsa. These were orderly people were church-going people, God-fearing people, right? They said, we don't want none. Wasn't asking for nobody. They had no crime, no nothing, right? All they did was worship their Jesus and just they say, Lord, like that. I know my people, good people, right? The whites came in there out of envy, hatred, and jealousy, burned the thing to the ground, killed 3,000 people, took over their homes, everything like that, and they never got compensated. You think that's justice? That's the reality of America.
So when we ask for reparations,
hold on. They asked for reparations.
No reparations.
Don't interrupt us. Don't interrupt us while we ask for reparations. Just be quiet, sit in your little corner, and while we ask for reparations, you keep doing your thing and building Africa. That's all. That's all.
One point I would say is this.
Okay, then we'll just leave it alone.
How can you ask for reparations and then basically embrace the same country?
Because you bombed the city. You bombed our city with your planes. That's how I can ask for reparations.
No, hold on. I know that, but hold up. If you really want
I can ask
reparations,
reparations. Yeah.
hold on. You have to look. You got what you don't. The problem is this. And listen to this carefully, right? To have anything, you got to be willing to. You have to really give something up. Just like in everything, when you really put to the test and you want real salvation right now, there's something you have to lose. Sometimes people are like, I say, okay, something was holding you back is the rap music. You got to give that up, right? What's holding you back is your drug addiction. You got to give that up. I believe the addiction to white supremacy and addiction to America is what's holding black people back. You got to give that up.
Black people globally?
Yeah, no, Black America.
So what's holding black people globally back?
No, Black America, right? If Black
How about
America,
black people globally?
if Black America did not
How about globally though?
America, they will be free.
Okay, how about globally? What are they addicted to?
Well, I don't have I have no idea. I don't know.
What are the black people globally addicted to?
You got to ask people like
Because they suck as well.
Amen can tell you that. Amen can tell you that.
You got to ask people
Carla.
from I don't know.
But our ancestors had a choice. Our ancestors had a choice, and they fought for integration. We wanted to integrate into this great society, part and parcel of the.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Black people. If you look at where black people we built independent communities in this country. From upstate New York, whatnot. There were enclaves of black people. We was whole black worlds. We were completely isolate ourselves from white people. That's the reality.
It was mostly teenagers. It was mostly teenagers and college kids asking for integration. It wasn't like
it was people who were brainwashed and whatnot. The average black person didn't support the civil rights integration movement. It's another lie they put out there. The average black person just wanted improvements to their own communities where they have jobs and opportunity. That's why we try to build Soul City Pride. Let's get Soul City. We didn't care about no damn integration of white people. We had our own communities. We weren't care about them. We had our own society in America. But they took that away.
And to add on another thing, right? I really don't think that we'll ever get reparations because didn't that lady, she was a living descendant of the massacre that happened in Tulsa, right? And she tried to get reparations, and they said no for her. So, like, I mean, it's just I don't feel
for that situation, for that particular situation.
Exactly, and they said no.
But we trying to get reparations for the whole situation. This whole from
listen,
all the way back.
But how can you wave the American flag and just say you want reparations? That's what I don't understand.
That was much more recent that happened with Tulsa, and they didn't give it to her. So what you think they go? They don't care about what happened back in the day.
The 14th Amendment prohibits the federal government from giving reparations, but reparations can be achieved at the state level.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Where the 14th Amendment says that?
Good luck with that.
We're in the 14th Amendment says that. They weren't even talking about reparations during the 14th Amendment. What are you talking about?
Excuse me? We chose citizenship. We chose citizenship.
Okay, we chose citizenship. You definitely get reparations because you're American citizens.
Yeah, at the state level.
That was your reparations, your American citizenship, bro.
Exactly. They were like, "Oh, you American now, so don't ask me nothing."
That's not that he doesn't have any kind of right.
No, it's kind of like when you're in the military. It's like when you are in the military, you can't sue the military. That's one of the things they tell you when you join is like you can't sue the military. So once we became integrated in society as citizens, that was like a form of reparations. But you can still address grievances at the state level. So the state of Oklahoma should give those people in Tulsa reparations,
but they won't.
Okay, so who gave the Japanese their reparations in the?
I'll tell you what. Hold on. Listen, I'm glad you asked that. Right, that was in 1988, right? And that right there was a rider on a. Hold on, let me say this on a civil rights bill. It was like a sticker rider. Like this. The Japanese government, right, at the time.
So you come to use the civil rights bill to get reparations, but we can't use civil rights bill to get reparations.
They stuck it on a fake civil rights bill, right? And it went through. It was like a little rider. You know what a rider is? As a rider is a bill it's something that goes on the bill that has nothing to do with each other, right? There was a rider that said we'll compensate the Japanese. You know what it is? They didn't get reparations. That was just compensating a class action suit. The Japanese government interceded, saying the United States had bases in Japan and whatnot. It was very serious. It was the height of the Cold War, and in terms of them leaving Japan, right, was about to expire. But Reagan went to extend it for a few years longer, like into the early 90s, right? So the Japanese, like, we got these people that lost property in Japan. They was arguing for like 40 years, right? Saying we lost property in World War II. So the government of the United States said, okay, we'll give everybody $20,000 a piece. If they gave them reparations, you know how much that would have been if they gave them reparations for the land they lost? That would have been in the trillions of dollars, because the Japanese owned whole towns and everything. The real estate value of what they lost was what they got.
How much they paid them?
What they lost,
You know how much they paid them?
$20,000 a piece,
You said 20,000 a piece?
That's all they got. It's 20,000 a piece. Yeah.
I mean, how long they was in internment camp? 7, 6 years?
Well, it was not about them being interned, right? Because they had the right of the alien. They use the Alien Enemies Act, right? They're talking about the fact that they were interned and they lost they never got their property back, right? So the government just gave a class action suit $20,000 a piece to settle it, and they took it. That's all that was. That was no
Kyle, so when it comes to reparations. When it comes to reparations, sometimes I'm torn, because if slavery was as harsh as people say it was, like, how could you put a monetary value? How can you use fiat currency to heal that pain? It's kind of like disrespect, because if they went through what we say they went through, that's like $1 billion a piece for every person. At least, if the suffering was that profound.
Let's say when it goes to the Supreme Court, right? And then what they're gonna say, you got to prove, like the Japanese, each one of them had to prove that they couldn't just come forward. Imagine at the time, Japan's population was like 130 million people at the time, right? Imagine 130 million Japanese say, "Oh, I lost land." No, they had to prove that they own property, show deeds, all the stuff like that they own property they lost. That's how it happened. Now, hold on. Can Black people right now prove that your ancestors were on a plantation and your ancestors, they're going to make you prove, the genealogy, what happened to your ancestors,
I can. Yeah, duh. It wasn't that long ago, Tyler.
Yeah, but nobody got the proof, man. Come on,
You said nobody got proof. You said nobody got proof.
Hold up, Black people running around talking about they weren't slaves; they were Native Americans.
Well, we ain't talking about the goofy.
Hold on, you said there's no proof that we were slaves.
All the Black people now running around talking about they were never slaves.
I'm saying, are you saying there's no proof that we were slaves? Or is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, if you go to court, you got to prove it.
Okay, so if I can prove I have an ancestor that was a slave,
you gotta prove actual damages, right? Actual damages.
If I can prove that they were slaves, that's actual damages.
No. You gotta prove that those slaves worked and had economic gain that they didn't benefit from. So you gotta prove that your ancestor picked 1,000 bags of cotton, and the going rate for cotton was $1 a pound.
If I can prove I got an ancestor on the slave
how do you know your slave was one of the lazy ones?
Nah, if your ancestor work in the house serving the master, cooking his food, that's not the same thing as doing cash crops where they were selling it for a lot of money. There's a difference.
He was still a slave nonetheless.
Yeah, slavery is one thing, right? That's a crime against humanity. Now, when you talk about compensation economically, you got to prove your economic damages.
They'll say slavery was legal in the United States, constitutionally legal in the United States. That's what they're going to say. At the time, it was legal, So what do you have to stand on if it was legal?
But
Indians got reservations, so it was pretty much legal to kill an Indian, wasn't it? When we were expanding our width, wasn't it?
The thing is, slavery was legal, sanctioned by the government, right? That means you have nothing to stand on because it was legal.
Manifest Destiny was sanctioned by the government as well.
I know, and the bottom line is, guess what? They still
how can you put a dollar? So how can you put a dollar on the Indian claim?
By your logic, some people from Mexico could bring a class action suit to get California and New Mexico and Texas back. You think that's going to happen?
No, because Spain had California and all that before Mexico. So what's the point?
It was an independent country at the time,
But just being realistic.
Yeah, so
just being realistic.
is,
they had it for like 20 years. They didn't have it for a long time. They got it from Spain.
The bottom line is this: to the victor belongs to us. Hold up, Dave.
Okay, to the victor belongs to us. So why are you talking about Mexico?
Hold on. Wars decide humanity, right? If you want something, man, you gotta start winning some wars, right? That's a problem. You can't just sit back and war with me. You gotta start winning some wars. You ain't winning.
You said we can't put a. I'm trying to. I follow y'all. I'm trying to figure out how the Indians getting government money.
No, the Indians are living worse than any other group in the country. Them reservations.
But the thing that
right now,
everything, you know.
But the real cost of reparations, reparations will be bankruptcy for the United States. Like if the United States really had to realistically play out reparations, the whole country would go bankrupt. I want to see it happen, based on
what? You're just saying something. Say, like, can you give us how
$37 trillion in debt, man. How you gonna pay? It has no money.
Yeah, it's gone. Like reparations will go into the.
We're about building jets all day. Huh? I'm sorry. Go say it again.
I heard Yvette Carnell says that reparations need to be around $14 to $15 trillion. Like I want it to happen, man.
Like 20.
Yeah. I want it to happen. I earnestly want it to happen, but it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe it happens in our generation.
This is why I say.
So right? You ain't gonna explain the bankrupt?
All the pro-American Negroes, right? That's all they got to stand on was something silly like reparations. And then what they try to do is stop people like us. We're saying, okay, white people, it's time for us to part ways. You know, I don't believe in this country no more like that, right?
Where you at right now, Carlos?
With this unrealistic thing that white people are going to open their hearts up and give you a reparations check. It's not going to happen, bro.
Okay, but it's still my country. Like, if somebody owe me $5, I'm still going to ask for the $5. I'm still going to ask for my money, G.
It's like
it don't matter if I'm going to get it or not. I'm still going to ask for it.
It's like Debo when he took Red's necklace. He goes, "Shut your ass up with that." You know, Red. That was very wrong of Debo taking the.
Nah, Red ain't gonna ask Debo nothing. Red ain't gonna ask Debo nothing. You Red.
Hold on, you're Red, and the American government.
No, you Red. You ain't gonna ask Debo nothing.
Okay, you're Red, and
you scared Debo gonna hit you in the face.
Like as a kid, you know, like reading the NOI and Nation of Islam, I always wanted African Americans to have our own reservation. That's one of the things I would like to see, like just a reservation for us, you know, where we get to choose to live on it or, you know, live within the society. You know, I would like to see that come to manifestation.
Nah. This our country. Why are you gonna put us on a reservation for? This our country.
No, but you know, Native Americans, they can live on a reservation or they can live off of it. I would like to have, you know, where we like self-determination within the United States.
To be honest, Native Americans never contributed to the country in really no way. They have no cultural real influence to the country, so it makes sense for them to be on a reservation. It makes sense for them to be on a reservation because they got their own way.
I feel you. I respect that.
We kind of, you know, we westernized blacks. You know what I'm saying? We're like, you know, we're the culture. You know what I'm saying?
I second what you're saying.
But reparations, bro, is like.
Well, we can get off the reparation. We can get off the reparation topic. We can start talking about Pan-Africanism and see if that's actually going to ever happen.
Oh yeah, I know. Like I said, my whole thing is, like I said, tonight's topic because I'm saying we're addicted to the culture of ass backwardness, you know, and I'm saying we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know, you got America. I think we've reached the zenith of what we could do in America. I really do. I say if we're ever going to get to the next level, right? It has to be the journey to nationhood, you know, for Black America. I believe that. I think, look, it's like, you know what? It sounds like when you talk about your pro-American, you sound like a 30-year-old still living with his parents, right? Yeah, he's good. He thinks he's cool because he finally got a car, finally got his room hooked up. But the bottom line, he's still living in his parents' house, you know, at 30 years old. That's how Black America is, right? We're very.
But Kyla, it's our house.
No, that's all. So you sound like that guy that says to his, my parents, "This is my house, man. My parents died. I'm gonna inherit this shit. You know, I live here. When it's my house, like, no, it's your parents' house. You gotta find something."
So you're gonna leave your. So let's go with your analogy. We're gonna leave our parents' house and move in with our friend in his mama house.
Get your own.
We're gonna move in our friend in his mama house.
Your own house. Get your own shit. That's what we're talking about. Self-determination.
But
So you're gonna move to
America's our house.
You're gonna move to your own friend house to get your own. You're gonna take over that basement.
No, we're gonna build.
You're gonna take over the attic.
Something of our own. You know, that's why I said we need an African
Hilarious.
state. You know, something of our own. You know.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Moving on. You know, so.
But Kala, we're part and parcel of this society.
Well,
you know,
it doesn't matter.
Our blood, we shed blood. Our blood was shed for this country.
Hold on. You'll be part and parcel of your parents' house, but at some point in time, you got to move on your own, right?
So you said we're gonna go.
Hey, Kala, does mail come to the house? Hey, once mail come to your house, that's your house.
Just an analogy, right? I'm like this. You understand that you're second fiddle in this country, right? You're not the main event. White man's the main event.
I'm not second to. I'm second to none. I'm second to none.
People that run the government have blonde hair and blue eyes. You're black, nigga. You know.
No, we're second to none.
Hold on.
We have a black caucus. We have.
Look, like I said, hold on. I believe the Bible says, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's." Right?
But we are Caesar.
No, you're not. You're not Caesar. You know, you're not Caesar. You know, you're a peasant.
So you're saying, so you basically saying, no matter what, the white man run America. It don't matter if we got a black president, black judge, black police officer, black people at NASA, black people running the Pentagon. It don't matter. I got you, bro.
Black people head in the school department. Black mayors. I mean, we're so integral.
Black engineers, black generals, black chief joint of staff.
Okay,
we have HBCU. We have HBCUs that we built. We have communities that we built within the United States.
We got two or three chocolate.
Do you understand when I say I'm talking? Shut up. You know.
Okay.
You mentioned black generals, right? Look at how Langley was pulled because he sort of balked at, going after friggin' Ibram Traore. That's what you look like. You talking about we got black generals. He's over there basically knowing he's wrong, right? Targeting this young man, Ibram Traore, who's a revolutionary, and he's doing the old Uncle Tom Negro, talking about America's interests and whatnot. I mean, this is ridiculous. So this is what we
look. In America, Elvis become a senator, or you can go to Liberia and become a.
Hold on. Both of you guys support Donald Trump and putting Langley and undermining Ibram Traore, I guess, right? You support Donald Trump and Langley on that,
What's his name? What's the dude's name?
But Michael Langley, man, y'all have to put some respect on his name. That man came from nothing and rose to become a general. He's educated, well-spoken. I mean,
I get that, right? But he's a general for somebody else's army. I'm with Africa.
His parents was in the military.
Yeah, I know that. Hold on, but the whole thing is this: that's the conflict, right? When you join the white man's military, you're going to eventually go to war. So, in other words, if Langley wants to go to war with Africa, our motherland, are you going to go to war with him?
Yeah, I mean, we're Americans. We're not African. Our DNA is African, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm an American, bro. I'm not Bikini Faso.
That's what I'm saying. I don't consider when it comes down to that. I'm a conscious jack. I'm saying, look, I'm with Africa. I'm not with America.
Hey, like I would tell any African, if we went to war against Africa,
America's never earned that respect.
Listen, if we went to if we went to war against Africa, I'm gonna tell any African, don't cross the gun line.
Oh, you guys are trying to take to him whatnot. You know that's bullshit.
He know he a Russian. He dropped a French master for a Russian master.
No, he's not no Russian.
Yeah. He has a Liberian dream, but the Liberian people still haven't even given him citizenship.
Fucking race traders that you're trying to take this man because you are freaking.
They was waving Russian flags, man.
You love America and whatnot.
Yeah.
Is one day we're gonna have this out. It's gonna be our side versus your side. We'll see who wins. You know,
You really on the side of
Hey, you go
Russia,
to
though.
the outside, Tyler.
look, if you
What does your passport say? It says American. It doesn't say Liberian. You are American.
hold up. If you want to catch a bullet for the
Oh
white
man,
man,
his passport.
if you want to catch bullets for the white man, go ahead. But the bottom line, you touch even
But we
Florida, and what the fuck happens?
we
You know?
we we are Americans.
Tyler,
We are
you
Americans.
enjoy all the comforts of America. You don't think it's worth fighting to defend those comforts?
I don't give a damn. I don't look. I don't care. So it's like I don't care. You know, I don't care. You know,
You don't care what?
Look, my ancestors did not ask to be brought here.
So if Russia hit
Tyler, in
America,
the Bible,
Well, you can leave. You can
in the
leave
Bible,
willingly, Tyler.
Joshua
You can
said
go
in the
back to
Bible,
Africa and live there.
I'll leave when I get ready to. You know, how about that?
in
You know,
the Bible. Hey, Tyler, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna leave.
well, you sound
I'm
like a
about to.
crackhead, addicted
I'm
to
about.
crack.
Hey, I'm about to roll out in a little bit, but Joshua said in the Bible, "Choose you this day who you will serve." Kyler, you have some hard choices.
bottom line is just get the fuck out of here. You know, how about that? You know, you know. I say you can quote the Bible to me. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
But Carla, you know, those guys, you know, at least they're honest. You know, we should not just be saying things. Like, I understand you might be different a little bit, but you have to understand.
No, look. I'm at the point now. Like when I think about my history, right? I think about all the shit these motherfuckers did to my people, right? And somebody got the nerve, the audacity, to tell me I gotta support this shit. You know, it's one thing. Look, I said like this. I voted for Donald Trump because I figured, okay, America, you can have this fucking country, right? I wish you a lot of luck. But now this motherfucker's talking about fucking with my ancestral homeland. The only thing we got left, hell fucking no. I don't give a damn. I'll tell that to Trump to his face. You know, hell no.
But Carla, but General Langley, he was, you know, he's not like he's not the first black person. You see, the history between what happened in the slave time is still what is still playing out, and
yeah,
you
we're
know,
in a bad situation. We're forced to fight for our worst fucking enemy.
it's have to
White
be like
American,
that. You
the
understand
white
me?
American is our fucking worst enemy. They're worse than the Jews. They're worse than the Germans. They're worse than the Russians. Our enemies are like Muhammad Ali said. Our enemies are right here in America. Our worst enemies are right here in America.
But Carla, but you people live in the United States. You people be fighting civil war.
I don't
with
give a
them.
damn. Look, Kidola, I never asked for this shit. You know, I never asked for this. You know. I never asked to be in the United States. Okay, that's the trade-off. I benefit from it. I get it, right? But don't ask me for my allegiance. You know, you can go to hell with that shit. You know, because if I said that and I would not believe it, you know, I can't look at what might happen to my people, my ancestors, and everything like that. Even to this day, you got the average white person thinking that we're the worst fucking things in the fucking planet. You know, we're destroying. They really believe, a good portion of white America believes that we're destroying this country. I'm sorry, I'm ready for a war. You know. They want to bring it, let them bring it, you know.
But Carla,
all right, hey, let's calm down.
But Carla,
I mean it too. I don't give a fuck.
But Carla, let's just be honest. If America want to fight Africa's country, right? The white people cannot fight in Africa. The heat, the weather. I think they have to bring black Americans.
They want to send us to kill our brothers and sisters in Africa.
They have to bring black Americans to come and fight the Africans.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's why they got us to kill the Indians. They got us to kill everybody. They got us to kill the Japanese. We're always killing somebody up there. The only people we don't kill.
It's not enough of us in the military to even do that. It's gonna be white people on the ground. If it was.
There's a lot of black men in the military.
There's a lot, but it's not that many.
Army, you got a lot of black men and women.
Bro, when the British want to fight the Sierra Leoneans rebels way back, they have to brought the blacks with the Caribbeans, you know, to fight the British, to have the British fought the Sierra Leoneans at that time. So what you see saying now, if the white man want to fight the Africans country, they know they're not going to survive it because the Africans' guerrilla tactics might be too heavy for them. So they have to bring people that look like them, that have the adaptability, like the people that have already know how to suffer heavily, which is the black Americans, right? So you don't see two black people facing each other at a hard time, and they will fight each other to the death. So I think those two guys, I think they're not wrong. They will be the ones that came to fight. You know, so you look, Kuruma was being killed by bringing black America as his ambassador to Ghana. You know, so they know how to do these things. Donald Trump can easily do it. You know, and there are a lot of Negroes in America who will sign into it. So at least they're honest with their mind, let's just be honest. You know, the African Americans mindset is far different from the some other ones, but I also don't trust the Jamaicans too. it's a battle of the mind, bro.
This is what's going on in America right now. This is what going on. This is what the average white boy is saying. Listen to this.
Hey, black people, did you know if World War II went a different way, you wouldn't even be here right now?
The guy's a fucking illiterate. What is he talking about World War II? He's a fucking dumb idiot,
After the Jews, they were coming for you. All white means all white. Got nothing to do with black. You're here because we won the war. Hey, black people.
He doesn't understand black people in America are not fucking immigrants, We were fucking already in America when World War II. That's how fucking stupid these people are, And that's what we have to fucking deal with. And I hate these motherfuckers with all my heart, I really do. Let me stop what I'm going to say. If it was in my power,
no,
Kala. Use your imagination.
Kala, when I see YouTube sometime, I see people say, "Oh, take this. The Latinos need to go. That need to go." But you have to understand, in this kind of game, right? When they take the one they can take us, and think, okay, we can face this nigga right now because they're weak. They're not going to be the support group, But still, Black America, they are the founding father of the United States. No matter what circumstances they are, I think they found that country with the white. So it's different,
Yeah, but we have a white population that basically the more patriarch you are, the more they fucking hate you, the more they despise you, the more like this. I tell you right now, I know for a fact the way I talk, white people respect me more than this guy David Johnson, right? They have more respect for people like me, because I'm not no ass kissing bootlicker. They have respect for me. Like this, people like David Johnson, there's nothing but lapdogs and whatnot. They have no respect for black men like that, That's the truth. 1776, they don't have no respect for dudes like that, They come a dime a dozen. They know they're these white girl chasing Negroes, America loving white girl chasing Negroes and whatnot. They respect actually black men who love their own race, love their culture, and they ain't up their ass. I'm like this. Hey, you can have this country, America. It's all you. I dream about my own shit. I dream about my people having something. That's what I'm saying. So people like David Johnson, man, just throw him a bone and he'll go retrieve it. Call him a retriever. The black retriever.
So what kind of plans you got for Liberia though, man? Let's talk about it though. Like I think
those who know. Other than that, I'm not saying nothing here on this platform. All the people know what I'm doing. I don't need to tell anybody else because you're not gonna be a part of it. What do you need to know for?
Okay, I mean
you're a Captain American Negro. Worry about America. That's all you need to worry about. I got this in Liberia.
I mean, I'm interested in conquest too. So
no. Stay, look, you made it clear.
Africa's a good place. Africa's a good place for conquest.
Africa does not need you, bro. We need real men.
I need Africa though. I need Africa though.
We don't hold up. Africa, black people, we don't want you, man. We don't want people like you.
I need Africa though.
We don't look. The main thing I'm gonna make sure is Negroes like you gotta stay far away. You're dangerous.
Carla, who's that boy? Who's that boy speaking? What's his name? Dave.
My name is David. My name is David.
Davis, let me tell you this. It seems like you pursue Africans whereby you can come and play lawn tennis and dance the
Africa's real, bro. You can lose your life, man.
Have you ever read about about Africans? Let me say West Africa, let's say Sub-Saharan. That's what you're talking about, right? You think you can come and fight in Africa successfully, become a good soldier?
You said fight Africans? I don't want to fight them. Why I gotta fight?
I'm just asking you that. Do you think
that's no we don't need to fight?
Let's they give you AK-47, right? There's a war going on in Africa, right?
That's low vibration. I don't really care for that. I just want to
do you think you can be a good soldier in Africa? Will you really want to fight in Africa?
Africa had enough wars. I mean, it's a coup every week. So, I mean, we can't be talking about picking up AK-47s. We should be talking about...
You have to be very careful if the African might catch you, they'll just catch you alone. They'll catch you.
Okay.
They catch you. Let's use come they catch you with their hands, right? You know what they'll do to you?
All right.
They will eat your heart up.
Oh man. Okay. Is that why? Is that why you're not in Africa right now? Is that why you left?
Nah, no, he's in Africa. Kidola's in Africa. He's in Nigeria.
He's in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all right. Your phone service is good.
He's in Nigeria.
Oh, he's in Nigeria. Okay. Talking all that rah-rah, talking all that strong, talking real strong. I mean, I'm pretty sure he stays away from all the ghettos in America, though.
Look,
I know you lock your doors when you come to the States, though.
No, not about Disneyland.
Don't nobody goes to no ghettos, man.
Look. This is not about fantasy Superman. I'm telling you about reality. I'm not telling you about.
I don't hang out with his little village.
I'm not telling you about Superman. I'm not talking about Disneyland. I'm telling you,
he's Captain America. He's Captain America. You know.
The reality.
So I mean, what's the point of your conversation? You talking about somebody? I'm talking about building, though. That's what we were talking about, bro. I mean, you don't sound like an intimidating guy if I met you in person. So it's like, why are we talking about this?
He about 6'7", 6'8".
About 6'7", 6'8". That don't matter. The harder the taller they are, the harder they fall, bro. Come on now. That don't matter to a real nigga. Come on.
What do you want to bring masculinity to this?
That's how he is. He ain't got no squabble. I don't care how tall he is, 6'8", 6'7", 6'8". I don't care about that shit.
That's what about Captain American Negroes.
Why you only talk about power? You don't talk about if you're strong. You
I
don't
want to talk about power. That's the whole purpose of this conversation is about power.
You don't talk about power. If you're strong, you don't talk about power. You just take life the way life is. Projected power is when you're under threat. If you know,
I'm talking about intellectual and soft power, brother. You're talking about physical power, brother. We're talking about intellectual and soft power. Yeah, we're talking about planning and building, brother.
No, you said I thought
you're talking about eating people's hearts and stuff, bro. I really don't know where you're going with this conversation.
You said something about conquest earlier, though.
Yeah, I'm talking about conquest, absolutely.
No, hold on. You said I talk tough. I said no, I don't need to talk tough. I will just tell you the reality.
You know how the Chinese are doing conquest on Africa right now.
Who?
Okay. The Chinese. You know who the Chinese are, brother. You know who the Chinese are. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about conquest. That's all. I don't know nothing about eating hearts. I don't know what you do in the bush. That's your business.
Elvis can tell us about that. Elvis. How many hearts did you eat when you was in Liberia, Elvis?
Hey, how many human sacrifices were you a part of?
Before you came to America, Elvis.
How many bowls of Red Cross Life did
Elvis not dignify that with a response.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about building. I think if Pan-Africanism is going to work, I think Black Americans have to focus like a laser on one nation. You can't be spread all over Africa. You're gonna disperse your power. You want to focus like a laser beam, build an enclave, and do that. You don't want to be in Nigeria and Liberia and Ghana.
Look, that's another thing is you can't be wishy-washy and lukewarm, right? Me, basically, when I decided that I want to be a Black nationalist, when I dedicated myself to this life, so I had to let something go, right? And I was like you, when he's pro-America, I'm American, but like that. But I understood.
You pro-America? Wow, I can't imagine that.
I was pro-America. I grew up here in this country. I grew up in a middle class.
I thought you had a tattoo of Africa on your ass.
Whatever like that. I did all stuff like that. I did everything they told me to do. And when I had an awakening, right? And now I'm on this path right here, so I had to give something up, So I had to give up.
What did you give up? What did you give up? Really?
I gave up I gave up this thing, like I tell it like it is, right?
It don't seem like you didn't give up no.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? I used to watch slave documentaries and whatnot, and I always made excuse. Well, at least there was good white people. I was fall for there was some good white people out there. Blah 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 blah. When I saw a video of Black men getting lynched after World War I, when I had to cover it, I'm sick and tired of living a lie, And after a while, I realized, something, I'm living a fucking lie. And who are these people to make me live a lie? Now I'm living the truth, right? America is. I said to myself, America has to become what it say it is, or shut the fuck up. America never became what it said. My last hope was when Barack Obama got elected, I said, maybe this country's coming around. Let me give America one more chance. That was my last chance. You know, when Barack Obama got elected, I said, maybe this is the country. I had it all wrong, whatever like that, right? After 2 years, after his first term, right, we start having all this killings and shooting of black people, right? We had Trayvon Martin. We have all these people. That's what that did, was trigger something in me, right? And then the ultimate one, Stanley Kutcher got his face blown away on the highway in Oklahoma. And the jury said that to that white lady, that white devil lady, what you did was completely all right. She killed an unarmed man with his hands up, blew his brains away because he was like a scary black man, you know? And that's when I said, nope, America is what I always thought it was, a racist country that needs to be destroyed. That's what I believe, you know? I believe that. I don't care. We don't listen to it, right? Say, well, call me a nut, whatever like that. I think in order for Africa to live and the black people to live, this country needs to be destroyed, you know, once and for all. Because a threat to...
Whoa, hold on, Kala.
I mean it. You know, I mean it. You know,
Be careful what you say online, Kala. Be careful what you say online.
Look, I believe that. I say I'm going
to crashing out.
Basically, America just needs to be dismantled. Whatever, something else got to come here besides.
Hey, brother. Can you name me a non-racist, non-black country? I just want to know.
Well, I don't have no idea. All I know is what happened here, whatnot. You know what happened here. We didn't even give it a chance. I could even see if we had our own nation in Africa that we had a choice. You know, they basically took us here, and we're like the richest colony in the world. Black America is the richest colony in the world. Other people, they got to finesse people with their land. They got some sort of autonomy. They got to work there. But they get $1.6 trillion gets pumped right back into their system, right? And they give us nothing, you know? We don't gain from America. All our education, hard work produced our middle class, you know, not them, you know? If you took Black America with the knowledge skills we have and duplicate that and said, just produce what you want, your food, your farms, everything, we would have a middle class any place on the planet. We could have a middle class in Antarctica if we want to. I have that faith in Black America. We don't need America. You know, that's a myth. They tell us that we need America. We don't. You know, we don't. I'm trying to tell Black people that is. That's a myth they have to keep you in chains, you know, mentally in chains. It's the greatest country that is. It's not like this. You're still a fucking slave. Those slaves that said, oh, master's plantation. It ain't nothing better than master's plantation, you know.
We just stating the true fact that it's the greatest. I mean, you can come up with your rebellion.
There's some slaves who believe their plantation was the greatest place on earth.
Say what again? Say that one more time. The plantation was the greatest place on earth.
Listen carefully. There was a lot of slaves who believed they weren't going nowhere. Slavery, the slave plantation was the best thing that ever happened. You know, was the best place in the world to be. You know, because they got food, master gave them off, whatever like that. You know, those slaves that believed that. You know,
I mean, were people signing up to be slaves?
No, but hold up, but you didn't sign up to be American. There's something that was imposed upon you.
But I'm seeing that tens of thousands of people trying to break into the country, and another million crying about leaving the country.
Hold up.
So obviously something's going on.
You know something? They have more legitimacy than you do because they're coming here voluntarily. Your ancestors come here voluntarily, you know.
But we built it. They didn't build it.
You built it under the whip. You know, you didn't build nothing. You built somewhere. You worked under the whip.
I built it. We built the White House.
You say, you built it. No, somebody else built it. You
can't lay claim to something that somebody made you do.
Yes, I can. I lay claim to. Have you seen my resume and my job? I go and work for people. I have to do a job, and I put it on my resume. That's on our resume.
That's
on our resume.
Opposition. They're weak.
Tuskegee Airmen, that's on our resume. I mean, you can't take it away. You just can't. No matter how you feel about it, Tuskegee Airmen is on our resume.
So whatever, you know, the whole thing is this.
Ain't no whatever. Name something better than that.
Everything you do, you're fighting for somebody else's empire, somebody else's possessions and whatnot.
I respect them. I respect them men though. That's the whole point. I respect them men.
Say, look. I respect the Tuskegee. I respect the 54th Infantry.
Okay. So when I salute the flag, I'm thinking about black men. I'm thinking about black women.
Hold up. I don't give two shits about America, right? But I will support my brothers in arms, you know, because they're going out there believing, you know. So I separate that from what you guys like to do. Is this? Oh, you support the 54th Massachusetts? You support the Red Tails, the Buffalo Soldiers? Well, yeah, I do. right? But the bottom
Okay.
line is support them at the fact that they do what they have to do, whatever situation is.
These guys shape the country. These men shape the country.
But I do not support the government or whoever the policy that set them into war. That's what I don't support.
Man, the country wouldn't be the country without them men. That's the point.
I'm saying
That's the point.
So the bottom line is this: you got the same country, right? Said to the world that what George Zimmerman did was right. So what George Zimmerman did kill Trayvon Martin was right. He was right, man. So let him off.
Sometimes I separate the country from the government. I do that sometimes.
The country and the okay, all right.
Yeah, like Liberia, like Liberia. You can separate the country Liberia from the government of Liberia. Anybody can do that.
So that's a slick way.
Color. This guy says separate the country for the government, right? So what I always said, right? The Africans, you see, Color, what you're saying, right? And the Africans also come over to United States years back ago. They would tell you also like, I'm an American, I'm an American. I'm an American. But now I start saying the white man can make you an American as they want you to be an American citizen, right? They can also, if you come over there to the States, just make your money, build your whatever you want to build in Africa.
Up, that's all. Come here, make
carry your bag. Carry your bag. Carry your bag. I come back home, because you can never be a citizen of a place that you just migrate to and said, "Oh, I'm an American, right? You just telling me, I'm an American, man. God damn, I'm an American." Like, okay, so what? You understand me? But right now, what Trump is doing right now is showing that the white people rule United States. They can make you when I see the eyes. Hold on. When I see the eyes people catching people, I've never seen a black bird inside the eyes. They don't really use black people too much to catch foreigners. They use the white people to catch foreigners, and these white people, you can see the way what Trump is doing. He's telling you this is a power play. I can kick you. I can make you America. I can make you not America just in a second. So what foreigners have to look at, that they see in America as a very big dream. Oh man, no, America is not a big dream, because they can make you American, they can make you not American. By the white people that rule that place. If they think they're being threatened by their population, why Trump is doing this? It's just the population. The Latinos are just too much. The Africans have already been restricted for a very long time. No African man will look. Africans that are coming to the United States in a year is not up to 500. That's just the truth. In a year, they're not up to 500. Compared to the Latinos that are coming. Maybe they feel threat. Oh, the Latinos want to be more majority right now. They suppress the black. They're not attacking us. Yeah, come and go. They start chasing them out. The Africans they caught, or the Asians they caught, are just collateral damages. They're not these people. For you to move from Africa to United States, you need a visa. You need to sit in the desk in that embassy. They're not going to give it to you. So any black Africans saying coming to United States in a year, they're not even up to 400. But they be actually heavily restricted. You understand me? For you to come to United States as an African. They don't want those black majority over there. You understand me? So, bro, you have to understand, when I see YouTube, deport the Africans, deport the Africa. Whoa, we wanted to really deport the Africans, really. These few ones that always said, I'm an American. Motherfucker, come back home. No, come on, build your territory. Your home is always going to be home. Nobody's going to chase you out of your home. The white man's not coming to chase you out. You have your space, you understand? So that's what I see. What Trump is doing right now is an eye opener to all those Africans that went there 30 years ago, 20 years ago, all those their kids that are running around when they come back to Nigeria. They don't have no respect anymore. They don't even greet, So we want them to see the real life. I hope this one teach some of this African lesson. You make your money, come and build your house, open your business, do what you gotta do, throw away the other cap, wear the other cap, and stretch your leg and say, I eat my food for my jollof rice. Forget the pizza, forget the macaroni with cheese and all kind of shit. That's good, bro.
Kidola, you ever had baked macaroni and cheese?
I'm not talking about. I've tried it. I tried macaroni and cheese. You know.
I'm not talking about like on a pot on the stove. I'm talking about like baked macaroni, like in the oven.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. You know, I like more macaroni with kind of like a cheese sauce. You know.
Oh, okay. I got
With all
you.
the
I got
Like the Kraft macaroni.
with some more mushroom in and you know maybe with some really maybe with chicken more, but I think beef more better with some of this cheese sauce to eat some of these things a lot. But I don't really like the really cheese. I'm start baking it because of it become more like something else. But it's cool. It's a nice food to eat though.
Yeah.
Carla, do you like pancake?
So you said pancakes?
No, he's like,
Yeah, I like pancakes.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't had it in a couple of years. My
Pancakes and waffles.
the last time I had pancakes when I was in Liberia. Funny thing, you know, I was in Liberia.
I just ate pancakes earlier from Denny's.
I like waffles more often now.
Pancakes over waffles.
Follow me. Listen, I want to hear addicted to the cultural aspect. So excellent person at the top of this is Mr. Aspect for himself, Mr. Job. What's going on, brother? You know,
Hey, Carla.
how's it going?
All right, man. Hey, Carla, you beef with everybody, bro. Who you ain't beefing with, man?
Yeah, no, I ain't
I think you
beefing.
love beef, bro. You love to fight, man. You just want to fight on everybody, bro.
No, man.
100-1, man.
Call Thanos tonight. Call Thanos tonight. You know,
100-1, man. You think you can still win, bro?
No, yeah, well, it was like 100 men versus a gorilla, something like that. They said, you know,
The men will win versus the gorilla.
I don't know, man. Gorillas are strong, man.
I seen the gorillas running away from ducks, so
No, yeah, but that's just like a fight. If they come at you and they're determined to get your ass, they could literally rip your arms out of your socket. That's how strong
I
they are.
get that, but just because they can don't mean they will, because you know.
A gorilla will. If you're protecting their females or get in their space, or they say if you look them in the eye, they'll fucking destroy you, man. You know.
Colin, there's stories of leopards taking down a single leopard taking down a gorilla.
A leopard can't beat a lion.
Nah, that was like a little teen gorilla that he took down.
Yeah, with the bottom line, a full-grown silverback can take down a lion. It can take down anything. The only thing a silverback can't take down is a rhinoceros. That's the only thing that can destroy an elephant. Rhinoceros. Anything else is fair game. The lions will be broken in half.
So you think if a gorilla seen 100 men, it wouldn't run away?
Hell yeah.
No, I don't think so. You know, the gorilla. I've seen gorillas.
You're talking to see AI. Sooner or later, AI will be the new chicks that will be showing out to Negroes, but because Negroes have fought themselves a kind of imaginable type of AI looking type of. You see, gorilla is very strong. Gorilla is weigh a lot. The bones alone can destroy a human being. Just one knockout will put you down. You'll be dead. Just imagine leopard. Do you know what gorilla would do to a leopard just by
They said this one fight, a gorilla hit a leopard and broke his whole back. You know that arm just boom and broke the leopard in half.
It would destroy gorilla. It would destroy a lion in seconds. You know, just
But what I'm saying is, yeah, that's just one. But 100 people, you think they're gonna stay there and fight? Because you gotta realize, wild animals, they want to protect themselves. They don't want to get hurt. Because they get hurt, you know, that's usually a death sentence.
It all depends. It all depends. The gorilla want to, you know, he wants to.
Human beings are intelligent people of creating things that can kill the other side, but not with physical fight, but with instruments. So we kind of, if you check,
now that the gorilla also could bite. He has a canine doing that, you know. So if he could use his bite, what's his strength, whatnot? It's like I wouldn't go near that thing, man. You know, I face a lion.
No. Kala, to be honest, black people have almost the strength as a human being, almost the strength like a gorilla. Just be
I don't know about that one.
A gorilla is like 10 times stronger than the strongest man in the world.
No, Kala, let me just tell you this, Kala. when the British wanted to fight in the jungle of Burma, right? What they call Myanmar today, what did they do? They went to bring the Africans, right? The Ghanaians, the Nigerians, and others, right? They took them to that jungle. The Japanese never saw black people like that. You understand me? What were they seeing? They were seeing like these Africans who could carry like a suitcase in their head with the where the ammunition is. They have cutlass in their hands. The other side, they have rifle in the other hand. And these black people, in one hand, they were using that cutlass to clear the grass, the jungles, the trees, right? And these Africans are very muscular, very strong, and they were like studying there for a very long time. When you engage these Africans, they're also very good in fastness of putting these things down and start returning fire with their rifles they have in the other hand. That's why the British could easily defeat the Myanmar people, the Japanese in Myanmar. So you see, the white people can't do it in the jungle. What they did, they've come to this strong these black people, they have already tested the one they took to the United States, so they know what these people can do over there. So they just let's bring this. The same thing they also do in return by fighting the Sierra Leones when the Sierra Leone people were rebelling against them. So it's not about your territory show what kind of strength and what kind of resistance you have. So you cannot separate the strength of the guerrillas from the resilience of the Africans because of the territory where they're coming from. Also, the aggressiveness also. Gorilla can be very, very aggressive. We Africans that have them in our territory, we don't even go close near them because you know the damage they can cause to you. You understand me? It's the white people that are coming to study there, think they can be
Enough,
there.
let me get back to kiddo. Let me get back to the topic. All right. Now, Ja, I want to ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
The black race is addicted to ass backwardness. It's like no matter what, it seems like we're always doing things ass backwards. Everything we do, development, everything. Why is that?
Well, I go back to, I just think it's just institutions and education and things like that, really, the systems that we're living
Now,
under.
look, you was on the show last night, right?
Yeah.
I made the argument that when Ross Moishe said Musa says that you should find your African tribe and try to blend in. And I said we can't do that because we cannot go backwards. What do you think about that?
Well, I would say that I don't think it's an issue to go and mix with the people to some degree and understand what they do.
Yeah, but we can't. Hold on, we can't live together, though, right?
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying because for instance, let's use the example of the white folks, right? Or Americans, or Japanese, or Chinese, or whatever, right? They go to all these areas that we're talking about, and they go and they do business within the area. They might.
They're coming to exploit, and now that they're coming to colonize and exploit and dominate, right? Now, if we go there, right, with that intention, what's the purpose, right? Some people say that we should go there, right, and just adopt their culture, ways, and what like that. People don't go backwards; they go forward. They go forward. They can't go this. You can't just unlearn everything you know and say, some forget writing, reading, and math, science, technology, blah blah blah. And I want to embrace this simple way of life. It doesn't work like that. Maybe some people as a novelty, like something. I'm tired of the modern world. I'm just going to kick back on that. But for a fact, long term, whatever like that, that's not going to work. Or any large.
So I get what you're saying, and what I'm saying, that's like 100% thinking, what I call 100% thinking. You know what I mean? I'm not saying 100% thinking like it's either we are living in the modern world or we just go all the way back to the past. What I'm saying is somewhere in there. I'm saying that you go to an area, you want to understand the people. Now, there are things that those people do as backward as an individual is, or you might think they are. There's something that they're doing that is beneficial that you could learn from.
Like what?
There's things that you might not learn that won't be beneficial for you to do. There are things that are beneficial. There are going to be things that are not beneficial. Just like there are going to be a lot of things beneficial that they could pick up from what we're doing, and vice versa, right? And so The thing is, dude, I don't think that it's because of their religion or their certain practices and stuff necessarily that cause them to be backwards. You know what I mean? Because you have all kinds of religions all over the world. You got Hinduism, Buddhism, atheism. You have countries that are run.
Yeah, but hold on. Here's the thing. A lot of those religions around the world had reparations and they modernized. Like Shinto was an indigenous religion of Japan, but yet Shinto was an inspiration behind Japan becoming a super mega power. And also, Japan is the most indigenous culture in Asia, but yet it's the most highly advanced. How does that happen?
And so this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? But hold on, but if you talk about, let's say, an African culture, right, that basically has no will to learn technology by keeping it. In other words, basically, how was Japan able to modernize, right, and industrialize and everything, and still keep their identity and culture intact? How was that happen? And Africans can't do that.
Because Japan, maybe historically, they had more of a centralized, because you had like emperors and stuff like that that controlled the nation as a whole and stuff like that, right? And so they had a centralized state already built in to a degree, right?
Yeah, but a lot of people say now that Africans have all centralized states and kingdoms. All these people, like Edo State, where Kedola comes from, is a centralized state. You know, is a centralized government and everything. You know,
right? And so it's there, and I feel like over time it's going to build out to where it needs to be, right? But it takes a bit of time, you know, and it's going to require leadership, but it's going to require checks and balances and things like that. It's going to require institutions, you know, to really really get going to the fullest extent. You know, the freedom of the individuals to petition their government and things like that, and then other institutions being built out to be competitive to the government power, the power of the government. You know, like in America, if you look at it, you know, you got all kinds of different political. You got the two political parties. You got you know, unions. You got different trade organizations. You got all universities. You got all these different institutions that can push, and they all members of bigger groups, group of university, college professors, groups and stuff like that that can push against and demand things from the government and from the state, right? And so that's the kind of thing you need, you know, long term. But it takes time to build that stuff out, you know.
what you call Chuko says, I don't understand for dude. Now, you know, Chuko, you're not on my level. Please stop. You know, Japan's success had nothing to do with no United States. Japan culture, they built an industrial infrastructure that challenged the West. You know, it wasn't this. Yeah, the United States assisted in post-war. All the United States did was steer Japan from a wartime industrial thing to a peacetime. That's all America did. You know, Japan was already an industrialized country. You know, so it is what it is. You know.
Yeah, we gotta admit that though they were industrialized, right, to an extent, just like the Soviets were industrialized.
They were building airplanes, battleships, and some everything. Yeah, they were taking minerals from all over Asia and whatnot, processing.
Yeah, but that's all with Western help.
No, they weren't dying with
that's
yes,
some of that was prior to that.
No. So y'all haven't seen. So y'all haven't seen the Last Samurai.
It was with Western help.
Y'all haven't seen the Last Samurai.
What the West was doing.
That's not Western help. That was basically partnership with certain Western firms. You know, so
they had Tom Cruise character went over there basically to teach the military how to fight.
It's about a fucking movie, man.
I mean, the movie's based on reality, man. That's what most movies are based on.
The whole thing is this: Japan was already a developed, even the Tokugawa period, right before the Westerners got there. Japan.
The whole point of the movie was to wipe out the samurai because they were part of the old way.
First of all, hold up. The Last Samurai was based on the beginning of the Meiji period, right? During the Tokugawa period for 250 years, Japan was in isolation from as long as the United States been around. For 250 years, Japan was in isolation from the rest of the world. It was during that time period Japanese society started organizing into towns, cities, states, and everything, like internal trade. They had a good network of roads, internal trade, and whatnot. So by the time the West came there, whatnot, all the West did was introduce new ideas how to improve upon what already existed. You know.
But the main thing was military. That was the main. That was the main thing.
So the bottom line is this: Japan basically borrowed technology from the West, and they improved and built their own stuff. Because Japan had built their own fighter
So they
planes.
had help.
They didn't help. Japan developed their own fighter planes, the Zero and the Nakajima. You know, on their own. You know, so what are you talking about? You know, they built battleships.
Yeah, but the thing is, what the brother is saying is kind of true, because they didn't develop it in isolation totally.
No, thank you.
Hold on. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, Colin.
John,
here's what I'm saying.
John, let me say this first, bro. No country built anything to do with private sector, you know, partnerships, you know. So what's the difference between a French company using a British company to develop something and a Western? So what you guys want to do is give the West all this credit, right? It was just business, you know. The Chinese, the Japanese partner with Western firms to build certain things, particularly the British, whatnot. The United States partnered with British to develop certain things, you know. That's what nations did. Japan was a state, you know, so they used did business back and forth, you know. Had there been other countries that were as developed as the West, they would use those too. It wasn't because they said the West just had these things that other countries didn't have. India didn't have, you know, China didn't have, Africa didn't have. So the people that had advanced technologies came from the West, you know. That's from the West, you know, like I said, you know.
And so that's what we're saying. That's essentially what we're all saying, kind of the same thing.
But it has nothing to do with America. That's American capital, because Japan compensated American businesses with a business deal. You know,
I get your point, Carla. That's true, right? But at the same time, it is also true that airplane technology was developed in the United States.
Yeah,
right?
and also Japan.
Whatever they did,
airplane technology developed in the United States, but Japanese mastered it. You know?
But this is what I'm saying. Whatever they did, they took that initial research.
Japan, look, by the time America thought that Japan could never fly planes because their mothers carried them on backs as children. But Japan, by the 1930s, had built the whole thing of its complete air. They were the first country that made total air war, because before, wars were fought on land and sea. Japan came up with the concept of air war, you know. They're the ones that said that's why they bombed Pearl Harbor.
That doesn't change the fact that they got a boost from the West. That doesn't change the fact.
Hold on. You always say a boost from the West. You know, that's not true. A West got a boost from Japan.
But Carla,
Japan's goods too. You know,
Carla,
it was a trade. You know, it was a trade-off. It wasn't.
But that's what I'm saying.
There's no trade-off.
So
that's true. Because that's what I was saying earlier. Is there's things that Japan learned from America, and there are things America learned from Japan. That's how it always going to be, right?
But David's trying to make it seem like Japan was just some children over there, and America went over and taught them. That's bullshit. I remember
you're trying to make it seem like Japan learned how to build planes on their own.
Hold on. Japan basically they sent people there to study it. They would get the blueprints, and their craftsmen and engineers would come back, study something, and improve on their own planes. That's all.
Exactly.
And then the white boys taught them how military formation and military strategy. Modern military.
Why don't you just say, "Look, I love the white man. He's the greatest
thing, bro."
Just say,
bro.
And at the end of the day, even though Japan was competitive in that war, they still lost, right?
They lost. Yeah, they lost because the bottom line, they challenged the United States. United States industrial might was just too overwhelming to them. That's why they lost. You know, but the whole thing is, but
just how you love America, bro. Chill.
No, I don't. You know, the point was they made their point when they bombed Pearl Harbor, and they basically sunk the Prince of Wales, and they ruined the British Empire in that region right there, and basically they took over Indonesia from the Dutch and whatnot. All over Asia, right? That's why in 1955 you had the Bandung Conference, because Asians had believed Westerners were superior to them, right? They would always be their masters. Japan showed them that, no, you don't have to settle for that. And all these Asian countries started rising up. Vietnam started fighting, South Korea, Indonesia, whatnot, Malaysia, Burma, all these places started talking about independence. Thailand was the only country in Southeast Asia that was independent. Thailand was like Liberia, you know. Thailand was the only country in Southeast Asia not colonized, you know.
And so that's the thing. I mean, and it kind of, and then after the war, in the post-war to America, not only in Japan, in Germany had a hand in how they developed after that.
Germany helped establish Japanese army. The British helped Japanese establish its navy. But the thing is, though, as a key person, I'm trying to say this: at least they had the infrastructure and the navy to establish it. Like, African countries, for the most part, didn't even have all that. You know, they didn't have anything. They were colonized, except for Liberia and Ethiopia. Most Africans were colonized. You know, Nigeria was a colony. You know, it wasn't nothing. World War II. So the bottom line, I give Japan credit for at least trying. They basically took over Korea during the Sino-Japanese War. Then they took over Korea. They took over Manchuria in the Sino-Japanese War, and then they took over Korea in the Russo-Japanese War. That was remarkable, you know, how they basically in like 50 years became an industrial, military, naval superpower, you know. That was remarkable, you know. That was remarkable, and they basically took over Asia. You know, that was really remarkable. I give Japan a lot of credit for that. You know, I wish we had that story of inspiration. How a black country could have taken over. Imagine we had a black country that could have taken over the Congo from the British, from the Belgium. You know, or taken over South Africa. No, we have a century of humiliation, defeat, whatnot. And now I'm saying now it's time to change the page and whatnot. It's time for us to build a nation that's great, that can stand up to on its own and whatnot. And we got people here talking about how great America is. You know, dude, you're behind the times, man. I think you're a century behind by the ball. You know, America, that's old news. We're ready for a nation now. You know, we're ready to join the family of nations. You know, so that's what I believe. You know. So
nah, really, the anti-American talk, that's kind of outdated now. That's kind of like 1970s, 19.
Look, I am not anti-American. Look, I'm saying America. It's like a gentleman's agreement, right? And sometimes you go, our interests are not aligned with each other. You know, it was a good for a time period. We were Americans. You know, I remember a time Rocky 4 came out and Paul Chris said, "Living in America." I was up there too. Yeah, man, America. Now it's time for us.
Now you're old and jaded.
Now it's time. No, it's time. No, it's time. Now that's why I tell the younger Jason. Now it's time to start looking beyond America. You know, because America's old news. You know, it's true.
They just need to see you do it, though. That's all. They just need to see you out there.
I am doing it. You know, so the bottom line, America. I just want people to start thinking like that. If people don't think like that, it's never gonna happen. It manifests itself. If you got millions of people like that, it's gonna happen. You know, because we could all start organizing and everything like that. But we got people up here talking about America, blah blah. Okay, Donald Trump gave you a couple of jobs, and
so you can't work with people. So you can't work with people who think great of America. Come on, that's kind of immature.
I'm saying the fact of the matter is America is irrelevant. You know, you keep putting it up there. You don't love America. I'm saying America means nothing to me. It's irrelevant. I wish them a lot of luck. You know, I hope America wins this thing in Ukraine. I hope America, except for Africa, I hope America does correct its borders. I hope America does pay off its debts. I wish this all the best work in the world. But I'm saying it's time for me, my people, not to think outside of America. That's what I'm saying. We need new friends. I want to know what the Japanese got to say. I want to know what the Chinese got to say. I want to know what the Russians got to say. We have no friends outside of America. I'm sick and tired of being a fucking battered wife sitting here and whatnot. We got something to say to the world. You know, I got something to say to the world. This style Donald Trump don't speak for me. You know, he don't speak for me. I don't give a shit about what MAGA thinks and whatnot. You know, they don't speak for me. You know, I'm a black man. You know, where's my story? You know, I'm ready to tell my story to the world. That's what I'm talking about, you know. So it is what it is.
You got a story, brother. You got a story.
No. That's your story. That's not my story. No, I'll tell you my story. You know, my story does not include white people, white America, and everything this country does and what I did to people all over the world, whatnot is continue to do. That's not my story.
So you're sharing your history.
Look, bombing Iran, that's not my story. You know, that's not me. You know,
so you're sharing your history.
You know, so look, the bottom line is this: dropping an atom bomb on Japan, whatever like that. That's not my story. You know, don't go put that in my face. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, with your problem, if people want to blow something up, leave black people out of it. You know,
but you know what's funny, Carla? So
right.
America dropped a bomb on Japan, 2 bombs, right? And now Japan is an ally of the United States, right?
That was
Vietnam.
That was it. But there's also, like I said,
right?
the war.
Now an ally of the United
The
States.
point was Japan
Right.
bombed.
So you more mad about the bomb than Japan is.
Hold on. The thing is this, I wouldn't even be thinking if we ever had a war, and basically let's say we had a war with the United States, whatever like that, and blah blah blah, and then after the war we became friends. But we did absolutely nothing. You know, you cannot be a man if you don't put up a fight. We never fought these people. You know, we never went to war with these people. You know, at least the Japanese.
We was in chains. We was in bond. We had guns at us at gunpoint. Like, what you talking about?
Who put us in chains, fool?
Huh?
Who put us in chains? Was it the Japanese? Was it Russians?
It was the Africans.
It was the
Africans. Listen, man.
It was the white Americans who put us in
The
chains.
Africans couldn't put us on the boat fast enough for the white boy.
No, I'm not gonna let you sit here on my platform and blame Africans for that shit. You know, it was white Americans.
Hold up, bro. You trying to say Africans didn't sell?
Get the fuck off my platform. I'm done. You know. The bottom line is that's all they do is want to put it on Africa. You know, I hate that shit. You know, they always want to put people niggas like this always want to protect the white man. They always want to protect the white man. You know, every time you look around, you know, as it was Africans that did it. You know, but I thought America was supposed to be this enlightened civilization. What were they doing involved in this traffic of slave trade with primitive people, they call them? You know, what were they doing involved on the coast of Africa collecting slaves? Did the Africans bring slaves on slave boats and drop them off in America? No. You know, so I can't stand it. They got no fucking argument, you know, with me. You know, the bottom line is this: the white man's culpable for this shit and whatnot. You know, and the bottom line is we never got any.
I believe that the blame should be on both sides, not just it's not one side.
You know, Africans were victims. Look, you know, and people understand. You know, places like Makoko and parts of Benin, where people living on stilts. That's how bad the slave trade was. Millions of people were escaping the slave trade. So they lived on these floating cities and whatnot so they could escape. That's how bad it was. You know, Africa was so dangerous. We had whole tribes. They had to go to the swamp.
I'm not saying all Africans, college, just the Africans that were involved. Same with it wasn't all white people. It was just the white people who were involved.
Actually study this trade, right? Most Africans who were involved in slavery had no choice because if you didn't get involved, you could have been sold. You know, that's what Europeans did. Whoever they were gonna give guns to somebody, right? And the bottom line is this: they exacerbated wars that were normally settled by Africans. Like, okay, I don't like you, like me, but we can settle this. Europeans brought guns, and they basically told them, if you bring me those your enemies right here, whatever like that. They learned about this from tribes like the Crew tribe. What tribes were enemies? What tribes were fighting, and stuff like that. So they knew where to dump guns to, so they could uproot villages and take people as slaves and everything. It was a white man, you know. It was a white man, you know. No doubt about it. Africans were forced into it, you know. Africa. Look at Europe, right? Liverpool, Amsterdam, Lisbon, Madrid. All these places were disease-ridden backwaters. 300 years later, and also Africa had big cities like Oyo, Benin City. Great cities, metropolises, you know. Europe was a raggedy place. 300 years later, Europe had big cities, big buildings, everything, and Africa became what you see now. Africa did not benefit from the slave trade. That's what your people don't understand. Africa did not benefit at all from the slave trade. So you cannot argue that point. You know?
I agree with you. They didn't benefit as
No,
like white people did.
Our brothers and sisters, you know, I know that. I know that. Oh, Africans stole it. No, that's bullshit. You know, Africans were victims. You know, they were victims like every other black person, a victim, even the Crew tribe. They were victims. You know, it was a white man, the white Europeans, his monetary system, his capitalist mercantile system that produced the slave trade. You know, point and blank, period, end of story. It was the Europeans. You know, when you understand that, now you know what to do. It was the Europeans who was behind the slave trade, you know, and the destruction of Africa. You know, same to this day, it's the Europeans. You know, so I'm sick and tired of people attacking Africans, you know, just so they can protect the white man. You know, I can't stand that shit, you know. So the bottom line is I don't, when we talk about friggin' Africa and stuff like this, you know, I'm like this. I put the thing right on the friggin' the onus on who benefited from slave trade, who got the stuff started, who sustained it, who manipulated it or not. It was not the fucking black Africans, you know, it was not them, you know. Yeah, they played a role here and there, but they were victims too, you know. I don't look at them as the same as you.
Well, hold on. I thought for black righteousness, whatever, for black righteous. I thought she was an Aboriginal.
Yeah, that's what I said. She's crazy, you know. She's crazy. She's great. One man, she's a black Aboriginal. Next man, you know, blah blah blah. African sold us. Blah blah.
So nobody sold her people out. She was already here.
Yeah. So the bottom line, if they start having our reparations check, she'll be right there. Yeah, man, she'll be right there. You know, putting her grubby hands out there trying to get a reparations check. You know, that's why I said I don't pay attention to these idiots. You know, don't pay attention to whatsoever they talk.
If for black, if you were indigenous American, then no African sold you.
They don't know what they are. Like I said, they don't know what they are. You know, these people. Like I said, man, I'm vindicated, man. I'm just saying all the time, man. People just showing just how stupid they are, and the opposition of what I'm saying is futile. I haven't heard anybody with a legitimate argument about what I'm talking about. You know.
So, Carla, let me ask you a question, by the way. So you asked me a question earlier about how Africa get off the backwardness, I guess. Right? What's your answer to that question?
Well, my whole thing is we have to get rid of what we call sacred cows. Sacred cows are beliefs, ideas, ideology, customs that people hold on to that basically holds them back because it's sacred. You can't get rid of them, you know? That's called sacred cows, you know? You don't deviate from. But and I think Africa's problem is they have a lot of sacred cows, you know? Like
What are some of the sacred cows, you'd say?
Okay, for example, this idea of land ownership. Like I said, Cadola earlier in the show said what I'm saying. He said you got to understand something, you know, Kala. You know, the most of the land we can't build houses. Most of the land owned by this people, that people. I said, well, what you have to do is create a law in the Constitution that the country is a supreme decider of who's the land got eminent domain. Because the bottom line is this: as long as you basically have these chiefs and everything like that control everything. For example, in Ghana, right? They just busted like thousands of Chinese illegal gold miners. You know what they found out?
What?
They found out that that all these bad deals with Chinese with illegal gold mining, they had paid off some chiefs. So sooner or later, Ghana got to say, you know something? It's time to freaking outlaw chieftaincy and take their power away from them and everything. That's what I mean by sacred cows. You know, ass backwards. You know that's an ass backward culture. You have some chief that's corrupt and whatnot, and he has power over something as powerful as state, which hinders development. You know, oh, you can't build a road through here. Chief such and such said this. Bottom line is this: as long as Africa is like that, it's always going to be backward. You know, really. That's why our ancestors founded Liberia. They said, look, and you know, that's Liberia's only country in West Africa. Yeah, the Paramount Chiefs, they had their own indigenous territory, but the bottom line, the state came first. That's the way it was. You know, the state came first. You know, they need to build their eminent domain. You know, so that's what.
Yeah, I think I could agree with that one for the most part. Unless I think, yeah, definitely land ownership that does help development for sure.
The bottom line,
Any other ones you got?
land ownership should not be. Africa needs to modernize its land ownership. That means people own private property, and like I said, Nigeria, you got people I believe if people were able to buy homes and whatnot, I believe and live in a modern society, I believe jobs will pop up, because you need to service modern. So problem in Africa is you don't have a really modern society, right? That means nobody has refrigeration, no one has constant electricity, like they said in the day, running water, all stuff like that you could build a modern society with, right? So if you don't care about modern society, there's nothing you can sustain them with, right? You have a modern society, that means 99% of the people is a consumer market. That's how countries develop. They create their own domestic market by developing the people. America makes its money by its middle class, taxing its middle class, and providing goods and services, right? And then they have a surplus as far as trade. But the real money in America is made is the consumption of the American consumer. Most of the cars, everything like here. Now, you can't do that if you have people there that are poor and they can't afford cars. That's why you got to have a middle class. Once you have a middle class, then the country is on its feet. You could generate revenue, tax bases, and everything like that. But domestic is like that. But if you got a country that you can't build nothing because you got a certain amount of tribes, like Kiddo says, that owns the land and whatnot, and you can't build factories, you can't build industrial parks and like that because some tribe owned it. That's what I call by ass backwardness.
But it's funny because at the same time, I'd have to go and see like how they do things, because I know watching like Wodi Maya and stuff, I've seen like some factories where one guy was making charcoal and stuff like that and different
Well,
things. So
yeah, but it's not.
I
It's on
don't
a
know what the
small
structure of that
scale.
land
Now, when I
ownership
say
and the
factory,
factory
I'm
ownership
talking about
is.
real industries. Heavy industry. There's no heavy industry in Africa.
I mean, I get your point, but I'm just saying if you have a factory for charcoal manufacturing, that land you have to have land to put that thing on, and it's manufacturing of a degree. So, I mean, it's just
And no one's
expanded
going
to
to invest
build a
in
heavy
that. No one's
industry,
going to put their investments in that if the land is not absolutely secured, 100%. You can't just
Right.
let's say you have a tribal chief you lease the land from, right? And after you build a factory, he says he wants it back. Now, what do you do?
Right. So my point is that I'm just saying I don't know what the system is, but you could have a system where, just making an assumption here, where you say, hey, you have this land for however long, and as long as it's doing what it's supposed
I
to
would
do or
say like
whatever,
this.
then you're good.
This is what I would do. If I was a government, I say, look, we have factories we're trying to build. It's going to employ the people in that. We're seizing this land, and we're going to lease it to this people right here, whether you like it or not.
Oh, talk about that, by the way. If I'm not wrong, I remember reading that in China, I don't know if there's land ownership like we think either. I'd have to look.
Maybe no, I don't think so. China's communist. It's
Because
communist.
I read that in China, like you could buy a house or something like that, but you don't own the land or something to that effect.
No,
Some
actually,
wonky.
that's mostly Hong Kong. I think it's China too, but Hong Kong, I know you don't own it. But the thing is, people own the buildings, right? They pay lease, right? And they have they make so much money in the rents, so much money in the rent that doesn't even matter because the whole thing is if you don't own the land, you're not paying property taxes, So sometimes that works out good.
Yeah, but my point would be, I'll look it up before we kind of get too deep in the weeds on it. But my point is, if that is true, China has a major industrial base. If that's the policy they have on land,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
that
So
would be
I
a
guarantee
case
you one thing.
for
And
the
there's no
potential without.
no chieftain saying, okay, we understand you got this vital strategic coal plant that the state needs, but something I want it back. No, it don't work like that. The government, China, the state owns everything. There's absolutely no private property. The state owns all the land. So in Africa, you don't have that. You have all this private land owned by a few chiefs and well-connected people that go way back and whatnot, and if they don't develop it, it just stays undeveloped. I told Kilo, man, I looked at his land he comes from. He says the reason why we can't develop because this part's owned by this family, this clan, this part's owned by this. I said, why don't you form a centralized government and give eminent domain to that body, right? Eminent domain of the body, and then basically let private capital, private property thing, and then you could tax private property.
Right. According to at least the search I just did, in China, there's no land ownership. Land is owned by the state or like
Yeah, it's owned
community
by the state.
collectives. like collectives, and then it's leased and stuff like that, I guess. And so the point why I said that though is just to show that would be now I'm not saying that's the way to go, right? I'd have to go deeper into it, but that would show a model that's a different model than we know here in America, at least, right? That at least up until now seems to work, because China is a major manufacturing hub. If you're talking about heavy industries, they got it in spades right now, right?
And they got the thing is they had a centralized plan for. They built a certain amount of power plant. They needed energy. They needed coal and all stuff like this. So they built their industrial base. Generally, also China has you got Wuhan province, right? You have all these provinces in China. China is nothing but a bunch of big provinces, right? In this one territory. It's not even, most of them not even interconnected, So you got people like Wuhan's like its own country, like 10 million people. Got this other one, Shanghai territory.
Wuhan is not a province; it's the capital of Hubei province.
Yeah, hold up. Wuhan's a province.
Nope, it's the capital of Hubei province, scholar.
I think. Hold up. Let me look at that. Well, I know Wuhan is a city. Wuhan's a city.
And the other thing is too that China, at least railway networks, are connected all across the country. Last I checked.
Yeah, they do. They had one big railway, but the thing is, most people spend 90% of their time in those areas, like between Wuhan and he said province. Or not one province. Most of the people spend most of their time in one province. Really.
Right, which same thing here, right? Most of us spend our time in a certain area.
Yeah, so people spend all their time in that one area, So it's like its own country, inside of a country. That's how I imagine a billion people, Everything you need is in that one area, It's fully developed, The problem in Africa and a lot of Western countries is they'll have all the infrastructure in one area, and the rest of the country got to go to that one area to enjoy infrastructure instead of, That's why countries never develop. You got, let's say Liberia, you got Monrovia is pretty developed, but the rest of the country is nothing, So that's what I say.
But yeah, that reminds me of the Hunger Games, right? Or like if you watch North Korea or something like that, like countries that they have a weak centralized government and stuff like that. Or like
Yeah, in the Hunger Games, the capital city is called Pan Am. That's where all the development is, and then you have the districts that people do certain things that help the
And if you
capital to
live in a
thrive.
state where it's like a lot of corruption, or it's like a kleptocracy, a lot of thievery and stuff like that, then you have the capital. I bet Congo is like that. Kinshasa is probably one of the better places in the country. And then outside of that, they might have the better roads and everything. Outside of that, getting out into the interior and stuff like that.
Well, that's a legacy of
bad.
colonialism. Colonialism set up one thing on the coast. That's why, me personally, if I build an Afghanistan, I do not want a coastline. I want to build a territory inside the continent, whatever like that. David Hitt, he talks about coast. I don't believe in coast. That's smacks of colonialism. I don't like coastal states.
Colin, why don't you push back when he's saying it? You just keep quiet and you don't say your disagreement.
I have my ideas. He has his ideas. I like, if I get territory between Zambia, Angola, and the Congo right there, I'm satisfied. I don't give a shit about thing, because you actually, countries that have are landlocked tend to develop faster because you are more resourceful in what comes in a country that's very deliberate, right? Countries that got a port tend to be thinking that, oh, people are just going to show up in the port, and they never do, Well, you got a country.
I just looked it up, and Kinshasa,
landlocked, whatnot, like Uganda and stuff like that. That's a port.
Kinshasa is not on the coast either, right? Kinshasa is not on
the coast. It's like it was near the coast, It's down the bottom near the coast.
According to what I just looked up, it's way inland.
Okay, no, hold on, let me look at Kinshasa. Let me see. I could be wrong.
Because I think if you're building a country, man, you want to have a coastline, I would say.
Nah, you don't have to have a coastline, That's like that map.
Because if not, then you're dependent on everybody else for.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that, Okay, yeah. So yeah, Kinshasa's inside the interior,
It's way in.
It's way inside the interior, right?
On a river, though.
But the thing is, though, when you look at how big the Congo is, right? You could say that's close to the coast. It's like I'm looking at things about 50 miles or whatever like that. That's near the coast, you know.
It's not near the coast, but it's close to the Congo River.
Yeah,
It's opposite Brazzaville, so it's a lot of
it's like
development.
it has a highway that crosses into Angola, you know, and Angola from Angola, you can go to the Luanda and stuff like that. So yeah, it's you would say it's different than the rest of the Congo, which is huge or whatnot. You know, Democratic Republic of Congo. It's like the rest of the country is like 5 times the size of Kinshasa area by itself. You know, so yeah, it's near the coast. You know, I'm looking at the map. Yeah, I consider that near the coast. You know, not necessarily on the coast. It's not a port city, but it's near the coast. You know, and across from there is Brazzaville. You know, and the Republic of Congo, and there's no bridge that connects the two areas. It's stupid. But these are the things that I want to solve or not, because I believe that area right there is prime for settlement. And like I said, I would basically, if I was up to me, it would be in the northern part of Angola, southern part of Congo, carve out a state. I don't care about a fucking coast, you know. That's a contention. People think because you got a coast, they think you're being invaded. And I was like, look, as long as we have borders, you know, and it don't even have to be that big. It can be 10,000 square miles, man. Watch, we can do wonders with that shit. As long as we got access to railways and highways to other connecting capital city, we'll be fucking fine, you know. So I ain't worried about a coast. It's most likely you probably won't be able to get a coastline, you know, but we can make our case for territory that's unoccupied in between those three countries, Zambia, Angola, and the Congo. That's what I'm saying. But everybody else say, oh, we need a coastline. What the fuck we need a coastline for? Let somebody else. I'd rather pay somebody else to use somebody else's ports, you know? That's what I would do. You know, so we can continue building a state when not let somebody else worry about a port situation, managing a port. You know, that's the way I see it, you know. As long as I have a state, that's all I care about. I don't care about a coastline, you know. It'd be nice if you go out there.
I can go to Kinshasa from the ocean. I'd have to look and see, because I know in America at least you can navigate pretty much a big chunk of the Mississippi River, the Columbia River coming out of the Pacific Ocean. You can go all the way up into Idaho just on the Columbia River. And Kinshasa, it looks like it's right on a kind of like a lake, pretty much. So I don't know if there's a big dam.
There's a river right. It's a river right there. Link between.
That's literally the Congo River, one of the largest rivers.
Oh, the Congo River.
But is there a dam or something
no.
there? Because it looks like a big.
No, actually, no. That's not the Congo River. The Congo River is on Angola. Opens up in the mouth of the Congo River. My ancestors come from. It's right there in between Angola and what you call it. That's another river. You know, that's another.
What's the name of that river?
I have no idea. Let me see. I don't know what that river. Okay, what's that river called?
It's the Congo River.
It's not Elvis. It's not the Congo River, bro.
It's the Congo River.
Congo River is down where. Let's put. I love Elvis. Let's
look it up.
Put it up. Just put it up on the map. Share the screen, Carla. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Ask for it, Elvis. Ask for it. God damn, man.
Let's look it up. That's all, man. All we need is correct information, man. Only how you gonna build something with the correct information. And there's always correct information is always out there.
Like I said, I hate doing this, Elvis, man, but I do it. I was mapping this area out for years, bro. I know what I'm talking about, you know? I was mapping this area out for years. I studied every inch of this place, you know? I had to map this area out for years.
That's good, man, you know?
Okay.
Every time I look at a map, I see something new, though. So you never know.
I'm going to show you, okay? I'll show you. Okay, here we go. Nobody, like I said, everybody learns something new every day, you know? Okay, here's the Congo River, right? You know, right here is the Congo River.
I put it in the chat, guys. Go look at it in the chat.
There's the Congo River right there. Hold up. On the mouth of the Congo River is right here on the border of Angola. It goes down here.
Just Kinshasa right there on the Congo River. What are you talking about, Carla?
I know. What I'm saying is this.
No, don't say I know. You just say it wasn't. Don't say I know. That's the Congo River. Kinshasa is right next to the Congo River.
Hold up. The river that I was pointing to was the one that goes out.
No, those are tributaries, Carla. The Congo River is the main river. It's right on the Congo River, Carla.
Look, I said this was the Congo River down here. You were saying this river.
That whole thing is the Congo River. Don't you see the blue line? And then it splits off down there.
Oh, it's like this. This is the Congo River right here, right here.
All the way up, going up. The blue line is a river. That thick blue line, that's the river.
Yeah, Carl, that's a, and then the little smaller line's a tributary.
Here we go. Let me get a better angle.
I put a good picture in the chat, guys. Scary in the back chat.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, hold up. How do you view this thing bigger? I don't think I could widen this. Man, what the hell? Congo River. Okay, see? Congo River opens at Angola. That's what I'm saying. My point was Congo River is on Angola. North thing. You say it wasn't.
What? What are you talking about, Carla?
Congo River?
That blue thing you see in the middle of the Congo, that's the Congo River.
Well, I know that, but
and
you were saying,
is sitting at the base of it. What do you mean I know that?
Hold up. The
You were talking about if there was a dam at Kinshasa. I wanted to know if there was a dam at Kinshasa.
Can we agree that the Congo River is on the border between Angola and Kinshasa?
I was trying to find out if
the Congo River goes all over Congo, Carla.
Well, hold on.
It's not in just one area.
Is the Congo River, is that on the borders of Angola?
Don't you see how the picture of it, Carla?
The mouth of the Congo River.
Is there a dam at Kinshasa?
It flows into the ocean, and then it goes all the way up.
Another thing I studied too was the current of Congo is so powerful. On Google Earth, you can see the current like 100 miles out to sea. You can see the powerful current pushing 100 miles out to sea. And then you got the Benguelish current coming from the south or not. This is a real powerful area.
I have to drop
Is there a dam at Kinshasa? Because that body of water by Kinshasa looks kind of big, you know. Normally,
it is.
Rivers are kind of narrow.
Yeah.
Some of them could be wide, but
that's
without
the
a dam,
small
they're kind of
part.
narrow sometimes.
Look, right there where the Congo River. There's a city called Soyo right there on the Congo River right here, and Angola has a abandoned airport. They got an oil refinery that's abandoned and whatnot. And I said, man, that'd be the perfect place to set up shop, man. There's like a little small town right here on the Congo River in northern Angola, man. One day I'm gonna make it there, man. Plant our flag right the fuck there, you know. I swear to God, you know. That's where I'm gonna plant our flag right there, man.
Yeah, you gotta visit these places and see what's happening.
Yeah, like I said, man. I've been to Liberia, man. My next goal, once I get established in Liberia, my next goal, I'm gonna take a bunch of people. We're going to the Congo Angola area. You know, we're gonna establish an office and logistics down there. That's our goal. You know, I don't know how we're gonna do it.
Sometimes you can't wait too, man. Life's short, man. You gotta go when you can. You know.
Yeah, the bottom line,
you got the money, make a move.
Like
man.
I said, I wish I wish I was in a better position, like with this movement right now. But it is what it is. I'm the only one. I wish somebody else would come along and be like, you know, Colin can't do it. I'm gonna do it. And I'll be like, hey, look, go right ahead, man. As long as it gets done, man. But everybody else is on some fucking bullshit. Look, these two guys calling me tonight, talking about how great America is and whatnot. They ain't thinking about nation building. They ain't thinking about the future. I'm looking beyond America. Is there anything wrong with that?
He will like donate to the cause, so that's something.
Sure he will.
America is a great place to make money, man.
Yeah, make money, but the bottom line, my heart is not
and
here.
then take
no
your
more,
money
you know?
and do whatever you want with it.
Yeah,
you know?
my heart is not here no more. You know, so this is the mouth of the Congo River right here. That's Angola right here. There's a place right here called Soyo. That's a little small town right here, man. I mapped this place out. My friend Celeste, Queen Celeste, right? Her niece is the administrator of this town right here. And she told about me, said, yeah, 5 years I was supposed to send some guys over there, the BAL guys. But COVID happened and whatnot. You know, we're supposed to go there and do some reconnaissances and logistics, you know. And a year later, I went to Liberia and I started, you know, messing with Liberia, you know. But I'm going to make my way back to the Congo, you know. I am going to make my way back to I haven't been there. I'm going to make my way to the Congo. I've never been there, but, you know, yeah, it's the Congo River, man. It's the most powerful river in the world. This is where my ancestors started out, right here. Between the Congo River, whatnot, they were taken out of this river right here from the northern part of Angola, the Congo region. This is where my ancestors came from, you know? And they were taken out of this area right here, brought to the Caribbean.
How you know specifically where your ancestors come from?
Right here. I studied first Africans that came in 1619 came from this region. Huh? No, they came from right here. First Africans came from here. Right here, 1619 came from this region right here, the Congo Kingdom. We didn't come from Ghana. Most people from Ghana, mostly Jamaicans, come from Ghana. Most African Americans come from this area right here.
It depends on what part of it.
Well, that's what my DNA trace do right there. My DNA trace, my strongest DNA trace in this region right here, all these rivers, everything like that. And I say like this: that's perfect place to build a homeland. All the rivers, resources, everything like that. That's with me. I don't give a fuck about the coast.
A lot of what was it called? The interatlantic slave trade. A lot of us, they shipped a lot of people from the Caribbean to America as well.
So whatever. Well, I know that's where my ancestors come from. I know where my ancestors come from. They come from the Congo region right there. So Africa played a major role in slave trade. No, they didn't. Africans were victims of the slave trade because they were selling each other. They were capturing and going to war with each other. 1 minute you're a slave catcher, the next minute next minute you're on a fucking boat sailing over to America yourself. It was never no fucking equal thing. Get out of here. I hate when people say that. Trying to
some people were victims as well as victimizers. What you trying to say?
Yeah. But the bottom line, but everybody in the end were victims. Everybody was a victim because what it did was it destroyed Africa altogether. The commerce, the manpower, everything like that. It was destroyed. So the blame has to be on the white race. It's not Africa. Africans were victims because Africans lost everything. So
I mean,
I'm not gonna I don't care about fucking that shit. I care about the fact that if it was the fact that Africans came over here and sit on boats and drop people off, then I can hear your argument. No, Africans were forced to participate in a thing that Europeans came there with boats and chains, everything. We didn't build boats and chains one night. It was the Europeans that did that. Basically it goes like, if you don't deliver us these captives, you're going to be on this. That's exactly what happened. There were Africans who said, no, we don't want to be involved with the slave trade, whatever like that. We don't involve. That's not right and whatnot. And guess what? They learned it the hard way. If you don't play, you're going to be on the slave ship. That's the way it was.
But couldn't the coastal tribes just move inland to get away from?
Hold on. The whole thing is this. People going inland to the tribe. The people like I told you, the people in places like Makoko and these other places in Benin that were living on. So the slave trade was so horrible. You had people that built floating cities to escape the slave trade. That's how bad that shit was. People were freaking building houses in lagoons and whatnot on stilts to escape slave traders. That's how bad that shit was. Everybody was a victim. West Africa became a hell on fire. It was once a paradise for black Africans. They turned onto a hell on earth.
Come on, I wouldn't say a paradise. I mean, it was probably
Africans were minding their business, peaceful. If you study West African history, right? West Africa basically culture. Who's making all this noise?
Hold on. I gotta leave and come back.
Go ahead. West Africa basically had the closest thing you have to a democratic system, where people, tribes, and everybody discuss problems, issues, and whatnot, and it was a very peaceful place, until the coming of Europeans. Europeans introduced guns, alcoholism, and all kinds of debauchery on the coast, right? And destabilized and undermined traditional African authority systems like the Macy, which is a council. If a Macy was a supreme council that the king and chiefs had to obey, right? But if you arm the kings and chiefs and everything like that, then the Macy loses power. That's exactly what happened in Africa's life. Before the importation of guns and gunpowder, right? Africa had a really orderly society that protected the poor and the people from outsiders, But the importation of guns undermined African social systems and everything throughout West Africa, Our people were not fucking savages, We became savages as a result of Europeans and the slave trade. Now, the slave trade was a downfall of Africans, Yeah, so African guys.
I agree with you. Can you hear me?
But there's no what's the but?
I mean, I don't feel like not everybody was forced to. They did it out of their
No,
own free will.
Look, bro. That's because you bet white people's propaganda. You know, Africans by nature are not like that. You know, they're not like that. Trust me. You know, they're not like that. You know, people and also Europeans basically forced Africans into slavery, right? And there was a couple of treacherous people on the coast, whatever, like that, things like that. But on the whole, there was no people, organized people of one tribe saying we're gonna sell people. It was a few people basically causing wars, and African slavery happened because people were unstable. When you're uprooted from your land and everything like that, and you're headed as a refugee because people are hunting you, you're hearing gunshots and everything. And also, next thing you know, slave traders, black and white, are waiting for you on roads. And that's how people got captured.
But that's what I'm saying, Carla. They were. I'm not saying it was all.
Majority of people basically were white people that were catching slaves. We're not. All Africans did was, you know, assist them. That's all. You know, there was collaborators and assistants. You know, you make it seem like Africans were in business with this. You know, no, Africans were basically coerced into the slave trade. You know, because of guns, gunpowder, fear, and some of everything. You know. And so the bottom line is, I don't hold them responsible. You know.
Listen, I don't hold all Africans responsible.
Okay, let's move the topic because I don't want to talk about it. Right?
Okay.
Okay, let's just change the subject. Right? Because we're gonna go there, and I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Because that really bothers me when people start saying that stupid shit. You know, it really bothers me. You know, because it's a lie. You know, Africans were definitely coerced and forced into slavery, right? Proof of which is you got people like Queen Nzinga, right? What Queen Nzinga did was she made them Africans on the coast the collaborators. No, there was no African slave traders. They were collaborators, right? She made them fear her more than they feared the Portuguese. That's how she was able to fight the slave trade. She made them fear her more than they feared the white man, you know, because black people on the coast were intimidated by the white people with these big ships and whatnot with cannons and stuff like that. And they were intimidated by these people, you know, they were scared of these people, you know.
Maybe I'm wrong, but didn't you say one time that she also participated in the slave trade, or
No. That's people speculate that when she became a Christian, she no. I think she just stopped fighting the slave trade. I don't think she participated.
Oh, okay.
There's no evidence of that,
Okay.
you know. But she became a Christian, you know. When she became a Christian, I think she moved to Portugal or something like that, you know, whatever, like, you know, area like that. But the bottom line is this: no, she didn't. She basically waged a war against the Portuguese because she realized that slavery was destabilizing her kingdom, you know, and so she waged a war against the Portuguese and she won, you know. And so years later, she wanted to know more about this thing called Christianity, and when next thing you know, she got baptized and became a Christian, you know, in her later years, you know. But yeah, Queen Nzinga was a warrior queen. That's the people I come from, you know. Mike Olawale, tell the truth, you were almost crying the other night. Africans were complicit in the slave trade. Well, yeah, well, it depends on what you mean by complicit, you know. It's just like having
Mike did say people were selling people who were useless to them in the kingdoms, which is crazy and true at the same time.
Yeah, Mike is a fucking clown, you know.
And
He said that he didn't know his people were colonized. That's how dumb can you be? You know?
And like I said, I read the book with Kojo Lewis talking about that, how they would they didn't like to sell the Yoruba people into slavery, but certain people who were like defiant and talking back, they sold them to the white man. So
whole thing is this: there was some people that, at the time that initially, when I'm talking about initially, Africans were coercing. Over a time period, there was some Africans, the Tinubu family, whatnot, that saw an advantage in the slave trade and basically participated in it and whatnot, you know. But then what I heard was when they found out what happened to actually people that went over there, they wanted to end it, you know. And then what happened was slavery became the only means of trade between Africa. And after a couple hundred years, you know, of doing that on the coast, when the slave trade destroyed all the legitimate commerce between Europe and the coast of Africa. In fact, that 90% of the people start hunting other people to sell into slavery because all the legitimate trade had ceased to operate or not, but that took over hundreds of years to do, So I mean, people back it seem like, oh, Africans from day one were selling people. That's not. Yeah, that's it. That was only like the African involvement in slave trade participating was something in the
like I said, I do think it got worse after white people showed up, but
Africans were not selling people in slavery, And first of all, Europeans that first came there were not interested in slaves. They were buying ivory, they were buying gold, and all these other things, right? And then what happened was there was a man named John Hawkins, right? He basically started the slave trade. The slave trade in West Africa started with the Portuguese, in Senegal, right? Where he took a couple of Africans to an island off the coast, like Cape Verde, and they worked. That's the beginning of modern transatlantic slave trade, And then over a time period, right, they began kidnapping more Africans on the coast. And then they began, what happened was this. There was a powerful African king in the interior of the Gambia River, up country, right? He's a powerful Mandingo king, right? And he told the people on the coast, do not sell people to the Portuguese, right? Well, anyway, the Portuguese sailed up the Gambia River, right? This guy was feared. This king was feared, right, among the region. And he brought the slave trade to a halt, said no. Well, anyway, the Portuguese made that way up to the interior, right? And somehow they killed the king, right? And prayed to him, brought him back. And then what happened was the Africans saw this Portuguese show of power, and they began.
You said who brought him back?
The Portuguese, The Portuguese killed this African king, right? In the interior. It was a Wellian, I think it was a Wolof, Wellian interior, right? Up the Gambia River, right? And then they sailed to the coast, and he presented their body to the people like that. And then all these Africans start fighting each other because they were so in fear of the Portuguese. To this day, if you're Portuguese, you go to Senegal, they'll kill you. And it was actually, even though that was just that one act, it was the British who actually escalated the slave trade, right? But the Portuguese, Senegalese blamed the Portuguese, To this day, they blame the Portuguese for the slave trade. They said if the Portuguese ever come here, we'll kill them, The same thing like places like Guinea-Bissau, places like that. They said the Portuguese started the slave trade on this coast, And Portuguese blowing the slave trade in Benin. They started the slave trade in the 1400s, early in this. And as when it grew, then Africans became more complicit and involved with it as the institution grew in numbers. Because initially it was just a small number of people taken, to certain islands, Central and South America and stuff like that, right? Then when it became this big, it wasn't until the Dutch and the English started using mercantile system and financing and banking and stuff like that. The Portuguese didn't have that, It was a Dutch that was financing voyages, raising stocks, bonds, whatever. That's the term, go Dutch. It was the Dutch that started the commerce, the commercial aspect of slavery. The Portuguese was just people who had slaves and they would sell them, make their money, that's like that. The Dutch made a long-term thing of the financing of ships and stuff like that. You invest something in some stock, right? When you capture the slaves or whatnot and you deliver it to port, whatnot, your stocks quadrupled, 7,000%. So they built a whole system based on that. So once you basically invest in that stock, when that come high over hell water, some slaves had to get on those ships or people go bankrupt. So that with that strength of the slave trade, of the demand, it was the demand for slavery, right? That fueled this. Not Africans selling each other. It was the demand of the capitalist system that fueled the slave trade. Not Africans fighting each other. That's a lie. It's Europeans instigating fighting against each other, because they had a demand they had to meet. And so Portuguese did a lot.
I like how you're trying to absorb the Africans of all of their complacency
Well,
and
I'm
their
not absorbing the Africans. I'm just putting it in perspective, I'm putting it in perspective, because a lot of people have this idea that, oh, yeah, African, I can't stand when Black Americans say that shit, They know in their heart when not it was a white man, it was a white man who did the shit. They basically want to blame Africans because they're too scared to confront the white man. That's all that is. I know my
Listen. I'm not just blaming the Africans, right? And number one, it wasn't all Africans. It wasn't all white people. I'm just saying that they were
What
working together.
do you mean it wasn't all white people? Every last single European country, for the most part, except for Russia, was involved with the slave trade. Man, it's all of them.
Okay, but was it every white person within that country?
Yeah. Hold up. The whole entire Western system was built on the same Wall Street, everything. There would be no industrial revolution if it wasn't for the transatlantic slave trade. That's what fueled it. America is cotton, tobacco, and everything supplied the world with like 2/3 of all of its crops and goods. That's how profitable the slave trade was. Yeah, that fueled the modern commercial and industrial system, the transatlantic slave trade. Yeah, so they're all complicit in it. They're all responsible. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. And Africans basically that were selling each other, they got the short end of the stick. They didn't benefit from it. The Europeans, the Portuguese, all these people in countries got rich and developed when Africa's still not developed. If Africans participated in the slave trade, like people say it is, Africa would be more developed than what it is. Africa didn't benefit at all.
That's because they didn't know
Africans were not stupid, they were not stupid, so
I'm not saying they were stupid, but like I said, they know it was a bad deal.
No,
that's all.
Bottom line is the Africans basically really had no choice. The demand was there. Somebody was getting on those slave ships. Once they start the European commercial, look, for example, this will always tells you what I'm talking about, right? When in the what they call the Bush Negro republics of Guyana, Suriname, all the places like that, those were maroon escaped slaves, right? Do you know the Dutch, after these people had established themselves, said they were going to be free and whatnot, the Dutch sent armies to retrieve their slaves. That means once you left the African continent, right, and people purchased you or not, that's why in Brazil, they tried to recapture slaves. They developed capoeira and whatnot, because the bottom line is this, the Dutch and all these other people had money. And if they didn't recapture those slaves, they'll go bankrupt. So that's why what you call the slave trade was just the worst thing that ever happened. So in other words, basically, once you was on that slave ship or whatnot and sailed to a new world and whatnot, your body belonged to some banker or some investor in a faraway country or whatnot. And if you escape when that, they're gonna come find you because the debt has to be paid. It's obligation. It's collateral debt obligation. So the bottom line is this: when they tried to establish themselves as independent republics in like places like Guyana, Suriname, Brazil, whatnot, the Europeans came and recaptured all of them. That's what it is. That's not Africans, that's Europeans that did that, They didn't say, well, these people are free now. Like this, so.
Colin, can I ask you a question, right?
What?
A man by the name of Anthony Johnson. I think they said it's because of him, right? That once you were like a slave, you were born, like you had a child. What's the word? Chattel slavery, right? They're saying that he's the one that started chattel slavery
That's
in America.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's another urban myth that has no merit. What happened was with that guy, right? First of all, he was like a mulatto. Secondly, he bought people, right? Most black people who purchased.
I thought he was from Angola though. Like he was a mulatto from Angola.
No. Yeah, check us out. Most black people who owned slaves in the New World and whatnot, they did so to protect their families. They were just buying their family members back to protect them. That's all. It wasn't like there were no black people that were part of the European mercantile system. That's what made slavery work. If you had a plantation, banks gave you money and whatnot. You grew crops and like this. That's how the system worked. There were no black people participating in that system.
Wait,
So
I thought Anthony Johnson was born in Angola.
I have no idea. What I'm saying is this: when to make it seem like he was a slave owner, like the white plantation owner, is a lie. That's a lie. Because there was no black people that participated in the mercantile system of slavery. There was none. The people like a lot of black people who are free blacks bought their relatives and they live with them. And people try to make it seem like they were basically slave owners. No, they're not slave owners. These was people buying their relatives. All slave was you was a bondsman. Somebody owns your bond, they technically own you. It's like this. It was most slavery was done under the original indentured servitude laws, except for black slavery was a lifetime indentured servitude. That's all. And a lot of times people purchased people they knew, and to protect them from white people. Now, what you call when white people owned slaves, man, you were basically had to produce, work hard till you die. Now you have to produce. Somebody buys you got to produce. You got to earn your work. They got to get work out of you. And they work you to death. So that's what it is. There's no evidence that black people worked anybody to death or anything like that on a plantation. There's no evidence. I'm surprised somebody come up here proving me evidence that somebody black owned a plantation with slaves and worked them to death. Picking cotton or whatever like that. It does not exist.
All I know is that from what was written down is that Anthony Johnson actually had a case in the court because he had they said he had to own a black person. He wouldn't let them go.
It's probably that was during clone time. That was, at the time, there was a lot of black people who were not slaves.
Right. Well, he himself was an indentured servant.
There was, the indentured servitude and slavery are two different things.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like he was an indentured servant.
Hold on. If he basically had other people who owed him money and they were indentured to him, that's a different thing than a chattel slavery. Because there were white people that were indentured servants. They didn't pay off their debt or their passage or whatever like that, and you owe.
Right, and I believe I gotta look it up again, but I believe he had indentured service. He had a white person and a black one, but he didn't let the black one go.
So the bottom line is this: that's not the same thing. When you say that, you say indentured service. But yeah, there's cases like that. There was a lot of white people, right? There was white people walking around like they escaped their indentured servitude, and somebody out of nowhere said, "You owe me 5 years." When they were taking off, whatnot, right after his wedding, so come I show up at somebody's wedding, you owe me 5 years, you gotta come with me, whatnot, that was common in early colonial America, right? And then after the Bacon Rebellion in 1617, right, white people start saying, something, this could happen to any one of us, right? Somebody can come up and say, I own this. So they shifted indentured servitude to black people. They start importing black people more, and they said they made black people now the face of indentured servitude and slavery, and they start giving black people permanent indentured servitude, which led to permanent slavery. Then it led to chattel slavery, which hundreds of thousands of black people were brought to the States, but that's what it is. So this idea that there was blacks that owned slaves, no, there was no black slave owners. If there was a black slave owner, these were people usually mulattoes, right, who had indentured servitude. The other black, some people, basically they're mulattoes, but they identified as white, whatever like that, and they got away with it, or they passed as white, whatever, they were accepted as white. And they may have had some Africans as slaves. That might have happened too. But no real black person owned no other real black person. That's just the truth. Slavery was something definitely based on race. Slavery meant that a black man, no matter what his status was technically a slave. You was a slave that just happened to have a little bit of freedom. So nobody was basically talk about, you're a black man walking around, he's a slave man. That's some bullshit, So it is what it is. It's got David Johnson, man. I thought 1776 was annoying, man. God damn, I don't know who's more annoying, 1776 or Dave Johnson, man. I was like, man, I got a headache from that shit, But yeah, the topic is ass backwardness, Carlton only give you basic information that went on Virginia. He never speaks about what happened except the Deep South. What are you talking about? You know something? I think Daryl Hammer is actually G. Don't he sound like G?
I'm not sure. I know I told G that you gonna block them. You blocked him by accident, but he was like, "Oh no, he did it on purpose." I was like, "Okay."
Oh man, I blocked him on purpose. He knows I blocked him by accident. I said it. But I think Daryl Hammer is G. I think Daryl Hammer is G.
Call in, Daryl. Everybody wants to type. Nobody wants to call in.
Everybody's too scared. But I did give James Johnson 17 of them. They got the balls to call in. They got the balls to call in. Everybody else is freaking type happy and shit, you know. But I'm getting tired, man. I don't want to be on camera no more. But yeah, but yeah, the addictedness to ass backwards. I said this because I think black people as a race, man, love being ass backwards, man. The reparations movement, ass backwards, you know, ass backwards. You're gonna basically like this, you know. Kala hates American mulattoes. I don't hate mulattoes, you know. My family come from were so-called mulattoes and whatnot, you know. My family bloodline, you know. I don't hate nobody, you know. I hate coons. I hate race traitors.
1776. 1776. Are you a mulatto?
No, he's not. He's dark skin. You know, he's not a mulatto.
Oh, okay.
You know, he wishes he was a mulatto. You know, because he thinks like a mulatto. Mulattoes think they're close to white. You know. It bothers me that I don't think like that. You know, he thinks college should be fucking proud of the fact that he has European blood in him and all stuff like that. I don't give two shits about white America. I've been there, done that, man. It got me nothing. You know, worshiping white people, worshiping his society, his flag. I want to be American so bad. Or I want to be accepted. No, I don't give a shit. You know.
When I took my DNA test, had a lot of cousins, white, black, some Hispanic. It's crazy.
Like I said, the bottom line is this: all I care about is the fact that my claim to fame is that my ancestors come from a beautiful part of Africa that I want to reclaim. You know, that's all. You know, anybody that's down with that, that's fine. Anybody not down with that, that's okay too. But I don't give two shits. It's like, dude, man, it's like, dude, you're talking about old news. Since America's been founded, you have all these new countries that popped up. Singapore, right? Dubai. Maybe I should show 1776 what's actually going on in the world. Should I? Should I give them a sample of what's going on around the world? The countries that are developing and stuff like that. The new countries, even in Egypt and Morocco, they're friggin' building new smart cities and whatnot. Does he have any idea what's going on around the fucking world? America's turning into a fucking third world shithole, man, so this guy doesn't know anything. Oh, America's great because he's never been anyplace. 1776, never been anyplace.
He said he been in Jamaica. I don't know where else.
No place. It's the third world, man. The fucking, like I said, what the hell is Jamaica? Let me show this guy some stuff. Let me show him.
So I was looking up some stuff on Kinshasa and dams and stuff like that. So there's a dam about 140 miles from Kinshasa. I guess there's two of them, and they have a total generating capacity of almost 2,000 megawatts.
That's not a whole. That's not a lot. That's not a lot.
Well, I mean, I just looked at the state of Montana. Their peak demand is about 2,000 megawatts. So
yeah, but bottom line, look, the Ethiopia, their dam is 25,000.
What's that?
The Ethiopia dam is the megawatts of 25,000.
I'd have to look and see that, but they were talking about a Grand Inga project because the two dams are called Inga, and they're saying if that thing was built, it would be the largest hydro plant in the world. But the other thing is those dams were built in 1968. From 1968 to 1982, I guess some of it on
those are freaking old. Those are old, man.
Yeah,
so.
I guess on the Mobutu, but they're saying they don't even operate at full capacity.
Yeah, no, that current should be at least 10,000 megawatts. It's probably only two of the terminals open.
I'm gonna look up in
Dubai.
I'm gonna look up Ethiopia's dam and see what this says.
Let me show this guy 1776. Fucking real.
Yo, John, where are you from?
He won't tell you.
He's clearly a Caribbean, either from Trinidad.
I know he's from one of the islands, but he never say which one.
African goddess says Jamaica is second word and not third word, Colin.
Oh, same thing, man. Second world, third world, same thing. You know.
It's so crazy, you know. You ask certain people like where they from, they don't want to tell you, man. I remember one time I was in Raleigh. He was this African dude, right? He walked up on me. I didn't know he was African at first, so I heard him speak, heard his accent. Pretty sure he was Nigerian. I asked, I was like, hey man, I was like, hey bro, where you from? He was like, oh, I'm from America. I mean, like, no, like where your people come from? And like, he would not tell me for some strange reason. I don't know why, but
Because
yeah.
you're gonna discriminate against them, you know.
I mean, I wasn't going to. I was curious. Like, where are you from? Like, but I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be hard to hide. Like, his accent was thick. I mean, it ain't like I don't know.
Look at this right here. Check this out. This is Dubai. Look at this light rail, man. It's reminds me of Morocco a little bit, you know. You know, so the bottom line
Step
is
into Wix Studio and handle every part of your build from one platform. Map out your project with an AI.
look at that fucking light rail. Come on, 1776. Look at this beautiful city. This is what I want to see. Futuristic cities like this, you know. This is what I like, man. See, this is Dubai. This is past March, you know. Look at that shit, man.
This was this March this
Yeah.
year.
They got the same civilization in Casablanca. It looks just like that, you know. Light rails going and thing. That's fucking. I love it, man. You know. So somebody tell
Looks
you
nice.
that America's the best country, get the fuck out of here. You know.
What is 23 degrees Celsius? That's like what, like 70, 80 degrees, something like that.
They say when America builds a dam, no, America's gonna fuck it up, man. America's gonna fuck the Congo up. The time America's done, man. Congo's the worst thing in the world for letting a bunch of fucking Americans come to your country and fucking everything up.
I see some people are happy that America's in Congo and then others not so much. But
America, look, just think of the Philippines. Yeah, look how well that turned out. You know. The Philippines, you know, everywhere America goes, it turns into a worse shithole than it was. You know, America almost has no capacity to do good or anything competent in the world. They're so fucking stupid.
it looks nice, but I'm not a city person, so
I am. I love this shit. I love this. I love this. This is what I'm talking about. This is a beautiful city. This is like heaven. You know, if heaven was a place, Dubai would be it, man. I love this place, man. I would love to live here. I would love to live here for like a year. You know, give me 1 year in Dubai, I'll be happy. I love that futuristic vibe in Dubai. You know, it's a city that's nice too. Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas is nice too.
I never been to Texas.
So I just love it. I love Dubai. I love all these futuristic cities that are going. You know, America's not the only place in the world that's nice. You know, that's halfway decent. You know. America's not going to build anything in Africa. They're not going to do shit. We just take resources, cause conflict and whatnot. And then by the time Africans realize, like, yo, y'all got to fucking go, it's too late. Nowhere America goes does it turn out good. I'm saying, I'm looking at the track record, you know. Look at that Lamborghini, man. That's what I'm talking about. Paradise. Dubai happened because one man had a vision and he had the money to do it. Somehow we got the vision. We just got to get the money to do it. We could build a city right there. How did this guy know that millions of people would come to his country and live or not? He said, look, if I build this futuristic city, blah, 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 when not, even if it was in the Arab world, People coming there. People told, oh, Westerns will never come live in an Arab country, whatever like that. Were they wrong? Yes. I know if we build in Afghanistan and whatnot to this level, black people from all over the world want to come there. People, we'll have to have a waiting list for people trying to get in. Trust me. Trust me. People all over the black world, white world, whoever, we'll let everybody in, They would basically want to come here if you build it. But to do absolutely nothing but sit here and talk about how great America is bullshit.
Now, Dubai, you got to be careful too, though, because you'd have to get out and about and see what everywhere else is like, and just to verify that it's not just a concentrated area of.
No. I looked at the whole Dubai, man. They got this is not even the Palm Islands.
Because the country is like 1,500 square miles, man.
Yeah, and they also Dubai got the Dubai World. Those are islands, hundreds of little small islands out there too. So it's more than just the city.
No. I get the point. But you got to figure out because I think Dubai is one of those places where they're bringing.
The person that you talk to Dubai about is David Hick, because he goes there all the time. He told me all about. He goes there all the freaking time,
Because I know that they bring in people from all over the world, different parts of the world to work.
Yeah, the bottom line is so they must be doing something right,
No, but I'm saying, where do those people live? Are they living in poverty and squalor?
No, they're living in poverty. You go to Dubai and whatnot, not everybody's in poverty. Not everybody's a Caribbean, bro. People around the world got money and whatnot, middle class people and whatnot. And
you need to travel more, bro. Seriously, man.
I know, but not everybody's living in poverty, bro.
Because I've been to places in the Caribbean, man. I don't see no poverty like that, bro.
I just look at their GDP and shit like that. That tells another story. People don't look like they're impoverished, but you look at their GDP, man. If you got less than $1 billion GDP, man,
right,
that's extreme poverty, bro.
All I'm saying is, I'm not saying Dubai. I don't know if everywhere in Dubai is like that.
Like I said, has a thing like that. Every Dubai, you gotta have money to come here. This is Dubai. There ain't no slums in this country.
Is that AI?
No, it's a drone.
1776 made a good point. It's too hot in Dubai. I just looked at the temperature. It's a desert.
That oil money, boy, I tell you. And it's a bunch of Western companies too that
Man, that's crazy.
Just 20 years ago, that was all sand and desert.
20 years ago, it was sand and desert?
Yeah, sand and desert.
That's crazy. How much money did it take to build all this?
The bottom line, whatever it is, they took their oil money. This is where they invest their oil money. Nigeria took its oil money, and which they had way more, and they blew it. That's why I said, man, I don't have no sympathy for Nigerians. People think I'm Nigerian.
Anyone stop hating, man. Talking about something looks cartoonish. This is AI. Is this AI or is it real?
This ain't AI. This is really drone footage, Ain't AI. That's like Africans, they're so jealous and whatnot, They're so jealous. You wish your country could look like this,
Oh,
you can't even put an AI picture of Nigeria up there and it looks believable.
It looks nice, man. It almost like some Star Wars type of stuff.
The guy had a vision. The Emirates thing had that's what he did with his land. You know, he built Dubai. He said, I want to build a new city. You know, I want to build a futuristic city where the world can come and do business and stuff like that. And he did it. People all over the world, corner of the world, every bit of humanity. So, like I said, in the future, I might just fucking just say fuck Pan Africanism and just say, like, I want to build this new city where anybody can come. You know.
Tyler, muted while you talking.
What?
I said, can you mute the video while you're talking? $17.76. There's nothing wrong with that. If you can't do something yourself, pay somebody else to do it.
He doesn't have enough sense to do that. You know, he wants to live under the white man's nuts. He doesn't have enough sense to say, if the white man's so great, let me have built my own shit. You know, white man. This is the Arab man shit. White man built it, yeah, but it's what Arab man shit. You know. He's just jealous because he has nothing. You know, he got to live off the white man's shit. You know. That's what I envision for an African. That's what I envision.
It costs a lot of money to build that.
Yeah, but it's well worth it, though. You know, what'd you rather do? Have the money siphoned off and foreign banks buying bullshit, or you gonna take the money and build a fucking city? You know, that's what they did. Now look at the money they made off the shit. You know, so it what it is. You know, so it is what I want to basically show another city. Let's see. Let's talk about a good country called Singapore. You know, let's look at Singapore. Man, these are places, man. I'm killing this guy, this clown saying poor drone. Okay, drone
It's
view.
online that's saying it took like 100 billion to build out Dubai, and it started in the 90s, but 1990s. But I mean, dang, I don't know if it's that cheap, but 100 billion ain't a lot of money, man. Like,
yeah,
in America, we like sign like
the main thing was building infrastructure. Hold up. Main thing, hold up. Main thing was to build infrastructure, right? The rest was all private businesses. Like people from all over the world own buildings and properties and like that. It took 100 billion to build the infrastructure. You know, the Palm Islands, the railways, the light rail, the highways, all stuff like that. The sewer lines and whatnot. I heard their friggin' sewer lines aren't even that developed. You know. But the whole thing is, it took $100 billion to develop it, right? The rest was private. The stuff you see right here, that's not all owned by Dubai. The mall, I think it is. Dubai Mall is owned by them, but for the most part, these are all people that basically.
I heard the mall was like 20 billion. Some downtown in the mall is like 20 billion, something like that.
And then I looked online too. They said that on Wikipedia, at least, it's saying only 1% of the GDP is from oil wells. So that's
the G. Why? Because they took It's like they knew the oil was gonna last forever, so they switched to banking, real estate, finance, hedge funds, whatnot, call centers. They make billions of dollars of all kinds of stuff that black people don't do. Black people, only thing we can do is extract minerals to make money. You know, that's why we stay. Africa stays poor. That's what happened with Congo. You know, they're not gonna get rich off the fucking America coming there. You don't get rich extracting minerals. You know. That's idiot 70 says that America's gonna build a Congo. No, the fuck it's not. You know, no, the fuck it's not. Congo would have been better if they fucking brought the people from Dubai or Singapore or Japan to the Congo. You know,
But I mean, white people built Dubai, right?
yeah, but hold, it was not. It was freaking the Dutch. A lot of Dutch companies and Asian companies built Dubai. It wasn't America. It's different. You know. America can't build anything this advanced, you know, it doesn't, you know. So it's Nigerian politicians over years have enough money from oil. Yeah, they had the money to develop it. They chose not
So basically, what you're saying is Congo could do the same thing, right? Use their resources for people to
Yeah,
come
they
in.
could if they were smart, but they're not. If the Congo had an African, like a brain trust in that region, right? We could be the ones from the West saying this is what we need to do. But when you deal with Africans that basically don't know any better, you know, that's what, like I said, a lot of people don't understand. Just because you say the
Is it that they don't know any better, or it's just corruption?
No, they just don't know any better. You know, that's all they know. They don't know how to better. It's unfortunate that these people were civilized by the white man, so they really think it takes white people to come and develop something. They never made no attempt to build their own industries or anything like that in the Congo. You know, and so therefore you had Patrice Lumumba. He tried to nationalize Belgium industries and Western industries, and while they still were there, we're going to take over your industries, but you're going to still work and extract. What do you think was going to happen? You know, was he stupid? You know, that was not going to happen. You know, they're going to protect their interests there. You know, their interests, what they invested in. America bankrolled the Belgium and the British and all these people in the Congo. You know, Wall Street banks got to recover their shit now. If Wall Street banks start financing companies going into DR Congo, it's over with. It's over.
Carla, put the link back in the chat. Ja fell off.
Who?
Ja fell off. Put the link back in the chat.
This right here is Singapore. This is a drone of Singapore. Tell me again how America is the best country in the world.
It's the best country to make money.
No, I think Singapore, you have to make more money in these countries. Dubai, Singapore. Yeah, look, let me tell you something, bro. I don't know what kind of money you're talking about, right? But in these countries like Dubai and Singapore, you could actually meet the sort of people over dinner, have an idea, and next thing you know, somebody's giving you $10 million to fund it. Try doing that in America. I know a lot of people that got rich in these countries meeting the right connections. Only in America,
you make it sound easy. Just go over there.
It really is that easy, you know. If you have an idea, right? If you have like I said, one day I'm gonna go to Dubai. I'm gonna shake hands with her, and I'm gonna be like, hey, look, I got this idea for this in Liberia. I got this idea for here, whatnot. You know, make names, influence people or not, and trust me, I'll come back with the connection. That's how it's done. You know, you sit in America, man, all the white people own all the business, whatever like that. It's like what I said, you have a better chance in Asia, in Africa, and all these other countries than you do America. That's just true.
So why come Akon didn't do that?
Akon's a fucking he's a rapper. How you gonna mention a fucking rapper, dumbass rapper?
I mean, it's like what Ice Cube did, right? Ice Cube's a rapper, right? But he sat down, he sat down with the right people to make the whole platinum plan.
He didn't come across. Bottom line, I don't have no faith in no fucking rapper. You know, the only one that look like they got business at is 50 Cent. You know, maybe Jay-Z too. This is what I'm talking about. This is a freaking
African goddess said it's corruption, Colin. These people know what they're doing. And I believe the
Well, I
same
probably
thing
do,
too.
but the bottom line is just sometimes corruption comes from a real backward state of mind. You know,
I
you
don't
don't
I
think
don't
you
feel
can
like
be.
these leaders in Africa are dumb. I do think they know
No,
what
they're
they're
not
doing.
dumb.
They
They're
don't.
not dumb, but they hold. But they look at the African doesn't see no further than itself.
I don't think that's what I think they just don't care about the common people.
No, I just know. I'm telling you what it is. Most Africans only think. I see it right up close in Liberia. You know, most African the people who are leading in Africa, all they care about is their stomach. Same thing with Black America. Do you really think Elijah Cup cared about Black people? Hell, fucking. You think John Lewis cared about no? Black leaders
Right.
don't have no plans for Black. So anywhere,
They
everywhere
out
you
for
go,
themselves.
Black
They out for themselves.
And so all they do is run up that mouth. You think Al Sharpton gives a fuck about you? No. You know, these people are nothing but hucksters. And
I don't agree with that, particularly when it comes to the Black Americans.
Oh, they do, man. I'm sorry, I disagree with you. Right? I have absolutely no faith in these people.
Look at how many grifters we got in our community.
We got grifters and
There are a
that's
bunch of grifters in the white
but
community.
somebody like Tariq come along because, like, man, you've been letting preachers and pimps lift off you for generations. Why can't now?
What grifters are you talking about in the white community?
Oh man, come on.
Yeah, but the white community deliberate. Hold up, the white look. Here's the
You want me
thing.
to start naming?
Yo, John. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. When white people go to Congress, like that big new bill, you know how they got that shit passed? Every last single Congress said, "Well, I need this for my district." They bring home resources, industries, jobs to the district.
Bro, they're taking away so much money out of Medicaid.
Oh yeah, so no, it's not. No, I work for Medicaid. You know, that's what they're not. They're cutting all the
let's
waste.
watch and see then.
I'm telling you, I work in this industry. You know, all they do is cutting a lot of stuff. Illegal aliens. You know, hold up. There's 36 million people below the poverty line in America. 36 million. That's like 10% of American population, right? Yet there's 75 million people on Medicaid. There's something wrong. That means people.
No, you don't have to be below the poverty line.
Not even under Medicaid is supposed to be people that live below the poverty line. Why is 75 million people collecting Medicaid and only 36 people are under the federal poverty line? There's something wrong, and they're cutting a lot of stuff out there. It's going to grow red. You ain't supposed to be on there for life either, you know. So they're gonna make it stop it because Medicaid was going bust, you know.
Remember, there are plenty of people that work full time that is still on different
people.
government programs.
Look. The bottom line is this: if you work full time, you can afford to do the Affordable Care Act. But if you only make a certain amount of money, you qualify for Medicaid, right? And basically,
and I think doesn't the big beautiful bill get rid of some of the Affordable Care Act provisions?
Oh no. What it does is basically people that basically like some of the people right now because of COVID, right? This is what happened. COVID happened. They expanded Medicaid. You know, people who got affordable.
Colin, mute the video.
So people basically during COVID time, there was about a spike in Medicaid people because they basically put a lot of people on Medicaid to cover COVID costs, whatnot. Those lives people are still on Medicaid, you know. And right now, I have a lot of people that losing that coverage and whatnot. They're calling me, what am I going to do and whatnot? This and I got to change your plan, whatever like that. Because the bottom line is this: they're saying you're not eligible for Medicaid no more. It's been happening even before the big new bill. Now this was going to accelerate that shit. There's millions of people that's on friggin' Medicaid from Biden's administration, you know, from the COVID thing, you know, COVID times, that's going to be removed, you know, removed before they put everybody on Medicaid. Even if you're working a job, you know, they're putting you on Medicaid. Now they're going to make people start paying for their insurance again, like they were before COVID. You know, that's what happened.
We're going to see how it pans out, I guess.
So, yeah, I tell you, I work in the field, you know, and nothing happened to Medicaid. The people supposed to have it are going to have it, you know. The people who don't supposed to have it are going to lose it. Simple as that, you know. You work in a job and whatnot, you basically could afford regular health care, but you choose not to. Yeah, you're going to lose it coverage, you know. Simple as that. Well, yeah, this is Singapore.
What's the cutoff for subsidies through Obamacare?
I have no idea. It's like if you make under 35, if you make over $30,000 a year, you got to do the Affordable Care Act, right? If you make under $30,000 a year, no, wait a minute. If you make under $20,000 a year, and whatnot, you can qualify for the limited Medicaid. You know, if you make above $20,000 a year, you have to get the Affordable Care Act. You know, that's
Now
how
the Affordable Care Act subsidizes you to what amount?
Well,
how much
it
do you have to
basically makes
earn
it gives you a subsidy to cover the premiums, you know,
Right.
of a regular healthcare plan. You know,
What are
And
the
so,
premiums for a regular healthcare plan?
you know, a regular premium without the
Monthly.
subsidy is like $400 a month, right?
Without subsidy or with
What the Affordable Care Act does is cover 90% of that. So you got a monthly payment of like $40 a month, right? So that's how it works.
So without subsidies, the regular payment is $400. Okay, that would be pretty cheap.
$400 a month, yeah.
That would be cheap.
$400 a month for basic healthcare is expensive. You know, you don't get a whole lot. You know, that's just an individual basic healthcare. You don't get a whole lot with that. You know, just regular, just basically going to the doctor, and you got high deductibles, high co-payments, and all shit like that. It's not a really good plan, but it's better than nothing. You know, but you get that subsidized, and your pay premium is only like around $25, $30 a month. You know, that's what the Affordable Care Act does. You know,
How long did it take to build Singapore?
Singapore was built. Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore. David Hitt will tell you, right? Singapore was a third world, backward country with nothing up until like 1990. But it was on the path of development since the 1950s, right? By the 1980s, Singapore basically started showing profit and stuff like that. And then there was this massive investment. Singapore attracted people like IBM, Hewlett Packard, and all these Japanese firms and whatnot. You know, they had a good domestic demand for industries, computers, everything. It became the banking, shipping, logistics hub of Southeast Asia. That's what Singapore made its money off of. It made its money off of logistics. You know, if you want to have a business operating in Southeast Asia, let's say you have a product and you want to distribute in Southeast Asia, Singapore is where you open your business at. You know, Singapore made all its money off of banking, business transfers, bulk breaking, distribution of goods, packaging, some light manufacturing and whatnot, and it have no natural resources. Africa got all these natural resources because they're ass backwards. They can't.
So Africa has no excuse, basically. So
No, bottom line, they use too much natural resource. They get arrogant about it, right? You know what built Africa? If Africa built one city like in Afghanistan and brought African American business people, educated people, whatnot, just people who know, even if you brought a bunch of African Americans, let's say like 1 million African Americans who work McDonald's, you know how to do McDonald's and organize call centers, they could build. That's enough thing. That's the sort of workforce you could train to build you a world-class economy. Remember something, Singapore, these people were coming out of the rice paddies. They had to, first thing you had to do is you had to convince people to leave their rice paddies and their carriages that they street sleeping ways, and just fishing and subsistence to get an education. When I say education, a basic education, you had to convince them. That was the hardest part. Convince the people they need to modernize. But think of Black America. You got people already that work regular jobs for generations. You see what I'm saying? The Africans didn't see that,
Right.
They didn't see that, That's why I do this show, because I want to wake some fucking people up, I say with African Americans, you got a tremendous resource of people who are already educated, right? You got other countries, they have to educate people first, right? And then you got to wait 2 generations to to see them perform anything, You got African Americans. If you even take the African Americans who work just regular jobs in America, right? Those people, you could train those people to run major corporations and businesses and everything because they got basic managerial skills, clerical skills, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Khaled, can you address Ahmed's last comment?
He was Khaled believes Black America is the only capable. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. It is what it is. I'm sorry.
I disagree with that.
Look, it's not so much as African American. It's the mindset. Africans don't have that mindset, the building thing. I really don't believe that. You know, I really don't believe they have the mindset. I know Black America, organized Black Americans, will do something. Will build.
I'm pretty sure there's lots of Africans that have that mindset. It's just the
No,
governments.
I said, you know, the Africans that got that mindset live in exile. You know, they live in Europe, they live in Russia, they're somebody else's country built, you know, because the country in Africa, look, Africans don't value that shit, you know, they don't care about that shit. You come up with a
I'm
long
pretty sure they will do it, but you gotta realize, like the governments they live under, you know, makes it hard for them.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So we will make sure that I got Amara in the chat room, man. Let's see what Amara has to say, man. I know I'm gonna get fussed out or not, you know. Come on up, Amara. Come on up, step right up, you know. Yeah, Kenya, like I said, unrest. There's unrest in Kenya right now. People, Black people say, we need to go to Kenya. There's all these places got unrest, you know. You know, what you call, they got unrest, you know. Like I always say, human rights. When they say we're gonna bring human rights to Africa, but you understand what human rights means, right? H stands for hunger. U stands for unrest. M stands for malnutrition. A stands for energy. N stands for neglected Negroes. You know? So when people talk about we got these human rights, man, I think we had enough human rights, you know. Yeah, like I said Togo, they're rising up. Ivory Coast, they're rising up. There's unrest in the Cameroon right now. There's unrest in Nigeria, you know. There's unrest every place, you know. There's unrest every place in Africa, man. That's it. I'm sick of all the unrest. There's unrest in Sierra Leone right now, you know, all this unrest. Because people are tired, man, you know. That's why we have unrest. You know. Now, where's Amara? Is Amara coming up, man? Yo, Kala. I gotta hear Amara. He's hilarious, man.
Singapore has a racial harmony day, July 21st. It seems like it started back in the 1800s or something like that. Singapore, because you got different groups of people there in Singapore. It's only like 300 square miles. It's pretty small place.
300 square miles, man. But 300 square miles has an economy that's now surpassed Great Britain, France, and all those countries combined, you know?
Yeah.
It's former colonizers, you know?
You want to know 6 million people. That's a lot of people in that area, boy.
Kyle, you want to know something crazy?
That's good in a sense, because then it compacts all that economic output into a small space, you know?
Yeah, so you need the main thing, like I tell people, you don't need a big territory. The smaller the territory, the better. You know, the faster it develops, the faster you industrialize, you know. Kyle just said, like I said before, we are not.
Is Singapore into industrializing? Are they building stuff there, or are they just like doing services, financial services and things like that?
Singapore, like a lot of movie companies have their headquarters in Singapore. A lot of fashion companies have the headquarters. It's like if you want to be connected to all of Asia, Hong Kong, I was like that, you open up your office in Singapore, you know. Singapore connects you through airports and everything like that, logistically and everything, with the whole time. It straddles two oceans, Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. Then you got Southeast Asia. It brings Northern Asia and Southeast Asia together. This is where they meet to do business in Singapore, you know. It connects the Philippines with Hong Kong. Singapore is a connecting of all these different regions. That's why it's always so bustling and busy, you know. People are constantly going in and out. You know,
I failed to mention this the other day, right? So in North Carolina, you know, they we have Ebo Day on June 14th.
Yeah, Ed.
I'm just saying, like, I found that interesting. Ebo.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, that's it. You know. Bottom line is this, man. I'm trying to go forward, man. You know, really, I'm trying to go forward in life. You know, I can't, like, at this point in time, I can't have anybody telling me about some backward tribe, whatever, like that. You know, no
I don't think people are backwards. I just found it interesting. They actually got it. They got their own day.
I am happy for them. Man. I hope they have a good time. I might come by and grab something to eat one time. You know? It's not like I'm jumping for joy.
They say Singapore is 75%.
Security is past the whole north taken over by armed groups. They have found lithium and gold there. The government deliberately lost control. Yeah, the bottom line is, how do you gonna let Nigerians got to answer for this? How you let a bunch of ragtags take over a whole section of your country? That's what I said, man. I thought Nigeria was.
It's because they letting them, Kala.
I don't know if they're letting them. I just jokes, man. You know,
He said they deliberately did.
You see, you hear Mike. He only cares about his Yoruba region. You know, he don't care about Nigeria. You know, he only care about his Yoruba region. I mean, you tell me you've been a republic for all these years and you still haven't assimilated or acclimated to your freaking thing. I love African guys. You always tell Mike how it is. Mike's a you know.
Kala, how did these terrorist groups get all these weapons and stuff?
It doesn't matter. They buy them. You know, they buy them.
Where are they getting this money for these weapons?
They get them. Look, if you have the cash, right? Somebody's gonna supply you with the weapons. You know,
man, these people look broke, Kala. When I see somebody,
you think so? You know, remember something. A lot of these people are connected with the Islamic Caliphate. Really got money. You know, so they're trying to expand these areas.
All I'm saying, the foot soldiers look broke and dusty out there running around with them AKs.
But they got money from somewhere. Kyle loves his news from Western media.
They say Singapore got a 75% Chinese group. I'd like to get that book from Lee Kuan Yew, man. I need to get his book and read it.
Yeah, Lee Kuan Yew, his book was off the chain, man. He was basically, I think every black person should read that book, man. You know, from first world to third world to first world. You know.
Yeah, I definitely need to get
Lee
that
Kuan
book.
Yew, man. He just breaks it down. He even talks about relationships of man and female. He was just basically about the perfect Chinese Asian society, and also his society. You know, his number one threat, he said, was the Chinese. He's Chinese, but he said Chinese were the number one threat to building a republic because he knew Chinese, right? Just like the problem we're going through with black people in Africa, right? See, the whole thing, when you have a state, you have to establish legitimacy of the authority of the state, right? And that has to come through fear. It has to go through power, reward, and punishment, right? What the Chinese would do was had their own culture of triads and everything like that. And basically, they would manipulate politicians and everything like that, knowing full well they had no intentions of ever submitting to the rule of law there. You know, they would continue with their social clubs and doing things their own way and whatnot, not circumvent. So he basically knew the biggest threat was the Chinese, you know, the Chinese community there, you know, the other groups of people were going to fall in line, whatever like that. The Chinese were never going to, for the most part, accept a westernized country. He knew that, you know, so he had to really be hard on the Chinese. He took all the excuses they had away from them. People, Chinese will get up and say, "Oh, why are we speaking English? We speak Cantonese." You said, see what I'm talking about? So he did a thing where he says no one language is official. People speak English for business, but everyone was required to learn Malay. They'll learn Cantonese, Mandarin, all stuff like that. Everyone was required to learn all these other languages too. So that took away the ammunition for a lot of Chinese, like, oh, they're trying to erase our culture and history. You see what I mean? That's what a lot of African black countries have to do, right? You got to take the legitimacy away from these people, these tribalists, you know? So like you take man, I don't listen to you, man. I'll state, blah, 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 blah. So what you do is you take that tribalist, okay, we're going to have a such and such day, holiday in your name. And then people are like, oh, wow, we are celebrating our heritage and whatnot. See, that quiets that right there. Then they can't come back and say they're being discriminated against because you gave them a holiday. Same way Joe Biden gave black people Juneteenth. You know, it's all putting out fires, you know, all putting out fires, you know, so it is what it is. Now, listening to me and listening to 1776, who sounds like they know like they're talking about the most? You know, obviously me, you know, 1776, nice guy, man, but ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, you know, ain't the sharpest.
African God, that's my point. These people get money from these people are funded. So
yeah, who knows? They might be Nigerian politicians fund them too. Who knows? You know, there's some people who do not like
Exactly. Without that funding, they just a bunch of broke people running around with AK. Well, they just
AK-47s are not that hard to make. You know that, right? You have Afghanis, right, in the desert, people like making them. They're not that hard to make.
I know that.
They're not that hard to make. So
but are they making them or are they getting them?
Yeah, the only thing you have is the ammunition. You know, that's the thing. AK-47s. Some of the AK-47s could be like 40, 50 years old. You know, they're not friggin' that hard to make. And when that sometimes they're used multiple times, sold on the black market. They're not that hard to get or even make. You know, rebuild or refurbish. You know, a lot of them look like they're refurbished. You know,
I know.
So, well, some people think they're inherently superior. I don't think I'm superior. You know, I don't know what the mess talking about. I don't think I'm superior. I think I'm just an average Joe, man. You know. Yeah, so I don't know, Ahmed. You know, I thought Amara would come up when I thought Ahmed would come up. You know, we have a good conversation because the topic addicted to the culture of ass backwardness, tailor made for somebody like Amara and Ahmed. They're both Sierra Leoneans. I want to have my two Sierra Leoneans.
Hey, Ahmed, call in just to explain it to us. What's going on?
You know, ass backwardness. Ass backwardness, you know, the culture of ass backwardness, you know.
There's something I mean.
I call them Western countries foot soldiers. So now he's calling me a foot soldier of Western countries. Yeah. You know, I don't know. I don't understand how.
I may be leaving a lot of.
Hold on. What would America, what the Western gain by arming Arab jihadists in that region? I don't understand the med, man. He's really talked for like 2 hours the other night.
They got resources in those areas.
Yeah, but hold on. But why would they Arabs try to make Arabs get a hold of it? You know, it don't make any sense.
We don't know what kind of deals they got going on behind
closed doors. All I know is the Arab countries they go is to attack the West. Why the fuck would the West be trying to arm them when they go? They'd be better off with the Africans.
Isn't France like what is it, Algeria? I mean Algeria got something going on with France, don't they?
And Algeria and France. Algeria seceded from France in the Civil War years ago.
Because I was watching a video right when Mali was trying to attack some terrorists. I think they saying that what was the president of Mali saying that Algeria is working with terrorists.
Yeah, that's what they always say. Like I said, a lot of terrorists people when they
putting the drones down.
I think they're just Arab nationalists in the region. You know, don't want black Africans. Like I said, in their territory, that's one thing, right? But I don't think they're trying to go to Burkina Faso. I don't think they're trying to enter Mali and all these other countries like that. Yeah, it's the black fucking Muslims that's basically puppets of the Arab world. That's the problem, you know? What is Ahmed saying? Only plays with he don't want to play other people's video. Ahmed cracks me up, man.
Kyle, Ahmed, I be seeing you leave comments on what's that dude's name and Andrade. I don't know how to say his name. The Nigerian dude. I saw you leave a few comments on his channel.
Yeah. The funniest thing I heard so far, Kwame, man. He's on the roll, man. You know, I'm going soon. Hurry up, man. I don't want to be here all night, man. You know, you gotta come up. Step right up, you know. Step right up, Ahmed, you know. I'll probably have to go off when I let y'all just say talk it out. He'll be on there for the next couple of hours. Everybody fall asleep and whatnot, you know. Right, Ahmed? You the man, though, Ahmed. You know, what can I say, man? You know, even though Elvis said you looted the treasury of Sierra Leone and built a life for yourself. That's true, Ahmed, man. You all the money. In the bag. He took the bag. You know, so he took the bag.
I saw a video. I think they killed 80 terrorists. The Malian military killed like 80 terrorists somewhere. I saw the video, man. A lot of bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is what it is.
All the Western media talked about it.
Yeah, Western media. But there's a war going on there. He goes, I may go, you know about what happened in Congo? Trump is working with Arab leaders. You know, what the hell has that got to do with anything, you know? Well, I don't know. Man, he got a screwy view of the world. He just hodgepodge puts everything together when that, Trump's in there, but he's an Arab because he met with an Arab leader when I got to Congo.
He told us that he be watching 4 hours worth of videos a day, about all this stuff going on in Africa. So he really cares about Africa.
That cracks me up, man. He's funny guy.
So
yeah, I think he's basically frustrated because his country is not developing and he's over here. And whatnot. It must be frustrating if you're an African. A lot of these African guys, man, they always have a dream that they're gonna go back to their country and have their chicks and find paradise for themselves in the undeveloped countries and whatnot. They're gonna bring investors to America, blah blah blah. Their dream is to. I listen to young African guys. They always want land, women, and leadership and whatnot, and they think we're a threat. They thought the Pan-African world was a threat, that we're coming there to replace them, They really thought that, They're like, oh, man. That's a whole idea about Afro-Dumbass show, He's like Nostradamus, Afro-Dumbass, Afro-Damus, He trying to warn people blacks.
Afro-Damus is a good man.
How you say he's a good man?
My view changed when we called in on Kaiso's show that time. He was drunk, and I seen how, because they say a drunk man speaks was on a sober man's mind. And
I don't think that maybe whatever it is, man. I'm just like, I have no use for him. But, I guess
he called in on Kaiso's show. I could tell he been drinking, and the way he normally talk, like daggone, like he actually, he was the exact opposite of how he is on his show, and I was like, it was kind of strange.
What do you say?
He was so funny. He was like the blacks, they're he said, see, the blacks are not gonna care about Africa until we build up Africa and all the other stuff, and then that's the reason why they the way they are and all the other stuff. And I was like Afro-Dominant, he sounds a little different tonight, but somebody said that, man. It sounded like he was drinking, and it did sound like that. But like you had to listen to it, man. He was it was different the way how he normally is. I'm gonna just say that.
Psalm says sometimes you have to believe as they are. You can't change white people with regards. I say as they'll never allow black people to be free. Culture always been a force. Savage said, Kyle said, we don't celebrate 4th of July, but rapper. I don't know who the fuck that is. Before extra blew off his hand with firecrackers. Who the fuck was that? I don't know who
is it right? But I used to watch Brandon channel all the time, but ever since he been on like the
MAGA,
not even that, but also the
Jumper.
Yeah, No Jumper. I was like, I really fell off in the content. I was like, I don't really care about.
I don't know what happened. Somebody had an argument with somebody, whatever.
I don't care about that sector of quote unquote black YouTube. I don't really get into that whole ghetto stuff about who game back.
Don't bother me. I don't care about none of that shit. They all go to hell for. I care about what I care about.
Only thing I'll be watching on YouTube is gardening videos, black people in Africa and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't get caught up in that whole hood, ghetto, whatever they got going on. the pop the balloon stuff. I don't care about that either.
Yeah, that's just funny. I don't understand it. It's a whole new generation. You know, I'm like, damn, I'm calling you old. Man. What the fuck is it? Somebody popping a damn balloon? What the fuck does that mean? You know. Anyway, folks, this has been the College Genesis. I'm gonna basically drop off. Y'all have a good night. You know, good show. I might do a friggin' part 2 to this tomorrow night. Maybe not. Y'all take care. Y'all have a good night. Thank you and good luck. Good night and good luck. You know.